Hello, chat. Welcome, everybody, friends, loved ones. A wonderful evening of... You'll see.
Okay, so to repeat the question I asked before we went live, what the fuck did you say?
I said, you know, I'd go on EFAP to talk about Skitty Bitty.
What is this skitty bitty?
Come on, you know, Skitty Bitty.
Is this like a new Gen Alpha thing?
Come on, man, don't act like... First you didn't know who Glup Shido was, and now you're telling me you don't know who Skitty Bitty is?
No, I don't.
I wanted to start here because, do you know who Anthony Gagliarulo is?
No.
There's this whole extended universe of, like, leftist video content creators, one of which is named Skitty Bitty.
Uh-huh.
And this Skitty Bitty person is in hot water for teaching kids how to spend money online without their parents' knowledge.
Oh, okay.
So that expressly so that they can join their Discord server where they have a role signifying that they're a minor.
Okay. This doesn't sound like it's going to end well.
So, no, I wanted to start there because, you know, there's this whole world you don't know about of, you know, you've at least heard of the media literacy thing. I know that. This is that
in
crowd.
what oh, okay.
Just so, like, which is rather ironic for a group of people who hate EFAP to subscribe to, like, an objective viewpoint on media. I am sorry to hear that you were laid off.
You were laid off and you're donating to Pat right now?
Not the wisest usage of funds.
No, that is dedication right there.
He's hooking me up with the unemployment bucks. The neat bucks. Let's see. My mouth isn't moving. She's having a stroke. Ah, that's what it is.
I'll refrain from making any Microsoft jokes.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, did you work at Bethesda? He's buying a position in Patrician Inc. Please hire him. All right, so I have a rogues gallery, I think. You know what that is? Kind of like the pantheon of villains that belongs to Batman. They call that the rogues gallery.
Okay.
So, however, I think that it's more accurate to say that SuperRad is not one of my villains, but that I'm one of his. Actually, no, he is one of my villains because he's Syndrome from The Incredibles. Yes, I am an intellectual. I conceptualize my life in terms of super villains. And then, of course, we have the superhero pantheon. A formative Justice League, as it were.
Ross Scott?
I don't even consider Ross Scott as, like, part of the Patrician extended universe, just because, like, I think he's too busy for that. But this has been a video that has been what we're going to be viewing today has circled the ecosystem, so to speak. These videos came out 4 years ago, just FYI. Which means
Yeah,
that they came out during peak woke.
well, it's just crazy to think that you know, you honestly you have the hubris to think that you can top this.
Don't be rude. Don't be rude. Are you going to talk about Israel? I don't think the timeline matches up yet. I don't think the Israel-Palestine conflict had even started when the Fallout 3 video by SuperRad came out. So I don't think
No,
he knew where Israel was at that point.
this would have been Ukraine.
Yeah, this would have been the time to care about Ukraine.
And what else was going on during that period?
This was like early Biden administration.
Right.
So like
Oh.
George Floyd, Summer of
Oh.
Love.
Oh no.
COVID.
Oh no.
I put everybody in the right headspace.
I've repressed a lot of this time period.
The Israel-Palestine conflict began in 1948, but no one cared until Trump was in office. That's not even accurate, because the October 7th happened during the Biden administration, towards the latter part. Can't wait for the 2-part comic event where Old Knight and SuperRad team up to take you down. Also Caesar model, please. No, that would be very funny, getting all of the rogues gallery to team up against me, because I think they all hate each other. I don't think any of them are fans of any of the other ones. Also, I know why you picked the Caesar model. I wouldn't be surprised if Caesar was like one of the more popular ones. So, we had watched the Oblivion video by SuperRad in the past.
Right. Well, how much of that did we actually watch? I think we only got like an hour through it, right?
Yeah, it was about 45 minutes. It was the intro.
Oh, wait. That was the one that we didn't watch on stream, right?
Yeah, we watched it off stream.
And then... now I remember. If I recall correctly, his Fallout New Vegas video is a lot better.
Ooh, that's interesting because it's older. So that implies like a downward trajectory on like his mental state, as it were.
I mean, doing a bunch of Bethesda videos like this back to back will have that effect.
It does rot the brain. Or there could be other causes. We'll have to suss that out today. Does anyone have a summary for the employed? You're gonna have to be more specific on what you want a summary of. I think a lot of people have drifted away from SuperRad, and I think it's because of what happens in this video, I think. I don't, you know, everybody on YouTube, they navigated peak woke differently, and some of those approaches were better than others.
My approach was just make fun of everybody, which is my approach right now.
My approach is just to be yourself. The more you self-police your speech, the more of a bind that you'll end up catching yourself in.
Yeah.
Don't be performative in any respect. Yeah, it's funny because I always say just be yourself. A lot of people make fun of that, and I mean, I get why they make fun of it because it's like really generic advice, but it's extremely useful advice in the sense that, you know, the more in harmony that you are with the mask you wear in public, the kind of less mental effort it takes to project yourself out into the world.
Right.
So if you're
That's
constant,
why that's why I'm just private sessions all the time now.
yeah, the public persona has completely subsumed the original person, and it's left you a hollow husk of a human being. No, I think about
It is funny though. It is a little jarring when I am out in public or like doing something and I'm like, oh shit, I actually need to switch to private session mode right now. Like that's the mask that's gonna work best here.
yeah, I think sometimes about, you know, you've probably heard the aphorism, people who are anonymous will say things that they wouldn't say if they weren't,
Mm-hmm.
which I think is backwards. I think that I believe in that people wear social masks, and those social masks come with a self-censorship because you don't want to be ostracized from the group. Whereas if you feel that there won't be material consequences, then you're more likely to be yourself.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of silliness in life. I've noticed a lot of, I call it pretense, where instead of people just doing what they want, they have to come up with an excuse to do what they want, or like the social masking aspect of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so past streams we did this stream was promised to us 3,000 years ago, which is a reference to Israel. Today we're doing this stream has 3,000 years of history, which is a reference to China. Because the current regime in China is definitely a 3,000-year-old government. Don't notice anything that happened in the 30s.
Mm-hmm. I was you might have noticed I was playing what is it? My Time at Sandrock, speaking of China. And it's interesting. I had to stop. I uninstalled it this morning when I realized that the game wasn't going to actually get any deeper than it was. And it's very interesting in just like playing it, and it's just like, oh yeah, this is being copied from this game. This is being copied from that game, and it's a very interesting collection of a lot of I wouldn't say lifted ideas, but there's not much originality in there.
I think Crimson Desert is that game too.
Yeah,
It's kind of funny.
I've heard that.
It's kind of funny that neither of us played Crimson Desert when that's like I think it's like a weird modern Bethesda-like game.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting that like we didn't even stream it. Is Crimson Desert good? I have seen so many posts that are like, I played 100 hours of Crimson Desert and I regret doing that.
Yeah. Nobody talks about it anymore, I feel like. I was trying to find it in the top sellers on Steam today, and it wasn't even in like the top 50.
Crimson Desert?
I was like, yeah.
That came out like 6 months ago or something.
Yeah, but like I keep seeing posts about it and stuff, and like from when I'm, and you know, they're still doing like tons of updates and everything. So I figured surely it'd still be in like at least the top 50.
I keep seeing posts about Starfield.
You got to stop following the bots on Twitter.
You make fun of one, and then suddenly you're plugged back into that algorithm. No, it's just like a perennial grift of like people reposting the Starfield's good, but you don't have a miserable bitch complaining in your ear about it, or however that format goes. But yeah, so you know what? I think the main person I'm a villain for that isn't reciprocal is TKS Mantis. I think that's the only situation where I am truly the villain. But more in like a you need to take your meds way, like the way that a psychiatrist is your villain. Because somebody said you should get SuperRad on LARP, and I was thinking about like there's been times where I've thought about getting some of the Rogues Gallery on LARP to talk it out, but to me it seems pointless because I think everybody in the ecosystem was like just kind of doing it for not good faith reasons in a sense. Like even TKS Mantis, where I think he's genuine, but I also think that like the grift is a big part of why he acts the way he does.
Yeah.
Where I think making Twitter bucks every time a Fallout season comes out is more important to him. And then like in the off season, he builds up his credibility of like, no guys, I've been making fun of Bethesda since Fallout 76, guys. Yeah, but Acerthorn hasn't been active in our space for a while. He's kind of like a Silver Age era villain. Does he dislike Never Knows Best because he's a better video editor? No, I dislike Never Knows Best because he weaponizes people's dead siblings. Otherwise, he's just kind of a funny... It's funny to point out that, like, he challenged people to correct him and then never acknowledged the people that did. I do give Mantis credit for getting Avalon into an interview. Chris Avalon's not a hard person to get on an interview.
Yeah, I think you just gotta catch him when he's like doing his socializing campaigns.
Can we seriously talk about how Never Knows Best was like clearly mentally ill? LOL. Well, all YouTubers are mentally ill. It's just more so like, do you catch the ire of a YouTuber when they're having like a crash out arc in their personal life? Get Avalon on here then. I have Chris Avalon's email. The reason I haven't talked to him is just that I've resigned myself to the fact that I'm innately a bad interviewer because I'm not a social person that would do that job well. So like go watch the Ross Scott LARP episode where like that was pitched to I thought of that as an interview, but it just was a conversation, that's a very different kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so it's like I could talk to Chris Avalon. That might be interesting, but I would fail at being a proper interviewer.
Yeah, because it's like, what are you going to ask that hasn't already been asked of him? He's a pretty open guy.
Mm-hmm. That's why it would be more interesting to talk to him and just like catch up with what's Chris Avalon, like kind of rehash like what's been on his mind lately with the Obsidian layoffs and stuff like that, or like go over the kind of how, I mean, one thing I would be curious about is the sexual assault accusation arc, kind of how that started, how that led to him being kind of forced out, how he resolved that, and then how it's like affected him since. But like, see, the thing is, none of that has to do anything with Fallout New Vegas. That's just like an interesting thing that I'd like to know more about.
Yeah. And that's kind of the issue. Is like if you're interviewing somebody for, a video or something like that, like anything you get out of that isn't really going to be pertinent outside of like a tangent.
Yeah. And so,
Whereas an interview with Todd Howard,
and see, Todd Howard's the white whale because there's a lot of questions that he needs to be asked that he always avoids. And I think that's the
Yeah.
delusion is I think people would trick themselves into thinking that you could actually get Todd Howard to answer those questions. You can't. You're not going to. He is slippery.
That's why you have to ask around it. So it's like you have to ask him general questions about his design ideas and things like that.
All
and
right.
then you have to sit there and read the tea leaves and everything to like kind of figure out what he was actually saying.
Let's dive. I want to dive in here, and I'm fascinated to see where this goes because this was around the time period when SuperRad did his big like 180 on me. Because he was a big Patrician fan initially, like pre-Oblivion video. So pretty early on. Can we have the unsolicited opinions meme on screen? I would have to pull it up, but we can. I'll try to do that while I give a bit of lore here. Although none of it's new. But yeah, he liked the Morrowind video, and then he didn't like the Oblivion video. And then I think he got into watching somebody that was he shouldn't have, because I think it brain rotted him a little bit.
What do you think was in the Oblivion video that turned him against you?
It was the fast travel section.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's screenshots of his like live reaction on his Discord server from when he watched the Oblivion video, and it was that section. That's where the quote, "I'd rather spend 2 hours fighting dragons than 2 hours traveling," came
from. Right.
And then there was just like a bit of a political drift and that's what I mean by like he started watching somebody that like kind of pushed him towards extremism. I don't know who it was. I'd imagine it would be like Hassan Piker. All right.
Really? Fast travel is the hill he died on? Lamau. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, of all the contentious sections in the Oblivion video, the fast travel one is really not that divisive, I feel.
Yeah, I can pull that one up too. Which this is more like the start of the separation. This isn't the actual reason. If you asked him, he would have a very different reason, which was like during or after the Hogwarts Legacy thing, I had made some comments about like I was basically saying that peak woke was falling apart. And I said like you're starting to see a public reversal on LGBT rights, and that was owed to like a completely unregulated kind of trans movement compared to other civil rights movements. And that was kind of just tanking everything, which I was right about. And that's why I always ask every year, how was Pride Month this year? Was it better or worse than last year? Well, it was worse? And that's not blaming trans people. That's kind of the issue, is that there's this equation of if you're trans, you have to also be an activist for trans people, which isn't true.
Yeah.
And I think that's...
Well, that goes for... I mean, that goes for anybody in the LGBT sphere. It's like, if you're not an activist, you're not even part of us and stuff. And it's...
Yeah, which is just a horrible way to think about it, because it's just going to make you miserable in your day-to-day life.
Yeah.
You know, it's important to be active politically, but that doesn't mean that you need to be like fighting with, Keck pilled 1488 on Twitter every day.
I wouldn't even go so far as to say it's important to be politically active. Live your life, choose what's important to you and everything. Though I do usually tell people, I'm like, if you're gonna become an activist or like do something politically active, focus on your local politics first, because that affects you way more than national stuff. Start as close as possible. If there's an HOA or like a
There's
or
an
like
HOA, burn their office down.
yeah, exactly. Get on the council, get on the board, and then dissolve it.
But yeah, so I think that was the point where he decided that I was too chuddish.
Mm-hmm.
Famous anti-woke inquisitor, PatricianTV. Famous. And really what it is it's political betrayal in the sense of, I think he very much bought into intersectionality. I think he very much bought into peak woke. And I think his disillusion, this is what I say, like how you navigated peak woke says a lot about you. I think he was very in favor of the whole ideological terrorism of it. Of just like, of having that power and weaponizing that power against people that were, saying, hey, maybe don't run Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
When Pat's egg finally breaks, he'll become an activist. Yes. I'll tell kids how to spend money without their parents' knowledge.
Now you see, I thought that was gonna go, and he was telling them how to like sign up for a online gambling casino that he was, getting a commission on. I was gonna be like, okay, at least I've heard that one before, but no, sign up so you can be groomed on my Discord. That is definitely a no one.
Whoa! Nobody said that the trans Nintendo. I didn't even mention. I didn't mention the trans part because it's actually not relevant, but that is a component of why people care. Is not only was that happening, but it had to be a trans content creator making content aimed at children.
Yeah.
That's just kind of accelerant on the story, I'm afraid.
Yeah. That's lighter fluid. Also, somebody in chat got it.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, Pat said skitty bitty, and I thought he was like throwing a slur at me before we started.
All right. So the play here is that I received notes from one of the fans, a fellow named Phase Walker, and he had watched these videos before, and he kind of hates SuperRad. So he's got a collection of like the big moments to hit, but we're gonna watch the intro first, and then we're gonna give him a chance. Maybe the Oblivion video intro, that was just a fluke. Perfect. So this intro is about, I want to say 15 minutes long. So this shouldn't be too bad.
Yep.
Fallout New Vegas is one of those games where you either love it or you hate it. I don't think there's really an in-between.
Who hates Fallout New Vegas? I mean, who actually hates Fallout New Vegas? Everybody that I've seen that hates Fallout New Vegas, like, was either doing a performative grift or was, like, really dumb. Like, I've posted the screenshot of the guy on Twitter going, like, I tried Fallout New Vegas. A woman's telling me what to do. Shot a guy in the head with a 9mm. Did little damage. Finally killed him. His body exploded. refunded after 2 hours. So,
I mean, honestly, I think I fall in between. I wouldn't say I love Fallout New Vegas. I like it. I think it's a pretty good game, but
I don't even
I
think
wouldn't
like,
go so far as to say I love it.
well,
The
I don't
game would
know.
have to be finished for me to love it. Like,
I would say I love it, but that, you know, when you love somebody, you also happen to know all of their character flaws. Opinions are binary. Yeah, that's the
yeah.
that's the first red flag, is that there's already an us versus them argument.
Well, yeah, you know, he's setting it up for the NCR versus Legion.
Oh, you've got no idea of like some of the opinions I've got in here.
There.
I mean,
If you
I did watch some of this video a while back. I just don't remember any of
Oh
it.
no,
'cause
there's
I'm
some
brain
takes
rotted.
like after 4 hours.
Oh boy.
do love it, it's not a game you can simply play once and put down forever. I personally have played through New Vegas around 27 times on various different consoles, and I still like to come back to it every so often. Though
How do you count? I like vaguely remember like the hour count of like, and then, even then it's a guess. I think I guessed it was something like 200 hours on the 360,
Mm-hmm.
but I've got no clue because I don't think the 360 has a way to measure your playtime.
Uh,
I don't know. Maybe
not
he's got a
not
method.
natively, but it would tell you in your save files, like on
Right.
the load screen.
But I mean, then you got to like go through all your saves and
where
Yeah.
you either
No, it's not like
Okay.
it's not like Steam.
yeah, there's not a convenient way to do it. I guess you could. It's weird. It's unorthodox, we'll say. It's the usual like gamer cred opening of
Yeah.
I've got because I do this shit too. I'm just curious how to. So also, if you were curious, have you noticed the border of the video?
Oh yeah, that's
Not
just,
watched together. It's the actual
no,
video.
I know. That's like his thing. His
Interesting.
I'm not sure.
Very chuddish editing style.
I wonder if he still does it. I'm actually curious. Because
Those
it's like
run-
that in his Oblivion video as well.
Interesting. I probably commented on it then.
can range from heavily modded experiences with new quests, companions, weapons, and mechanics, or more vanilla runs that are only modded for the sake of stability and maybe an EMB shader to breathe a little bit of life into the dated Gamebryo engine.
Color modding? This is all going to be nitpicks. I can't nitpick every time he says something where it's like, he's not wrong, but I color correct New Vegas, not because I want to breathe new life into it, but just because the filter's really ugly.
Yeah.
See, New Vegas is a game that has aged incredibly well in some categories and not so much in others, particularly in how the game runs on modern hardware. If you're like me, you may have played these games on consoles during their initial release, a scenario that could lead to its own slew of problems like memory leaks leading to longer loading times and eventual crashes. I'm looking at you, Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion on the Xbox 360. Maybe you started on the PC with these games or moved.
I was just wondering where the aging thing was going to go. Because he said like it was aging on modern hardware and then talked about like the shitty console ports.
Mm-hmm.
Although I will say, I don't know. We had we played New Vegas for a couple hours on the 360 and it crashed once. But I didn't have that issue with Oblivion. I always thought Oblivion on 360 always seemed really stable. It was just, you know, Oblivion, so it had a ton of bugs and stuff.
Yeah.
So you'd have to go to the UESP and like diagnose what was wrong and then like roll back your save. That was the most annoying part, was no console commands. A modder has ported the entirety of 76 into Fallout 4.
Really?
If it's actually true, I don't mean true like they technically got it done, but like they really got the experience over there. It's so over. I feel like the whip of Bethesda legal is going to crack hard, because if you could play Fallout 76 content in Fallout 4, why would you play 76? That's not even going to be like, oh, if you own both games, they'll let it slide. I think that, like, there's no way they don't crack the whip.
From consoles.
Fallout New Vegas has a weird quirk of hoarding data on the RAM, and then a bug that it won't purge the RAM when needed. Yeah, but on modern hardware, how do you run up against that limit? I have 64 gigabytes of RAM. I know, I'm bragging that I'm a really wealthy person. Listen, I bought RAM when it was low, and I'm going to sell it when it's high. Have you seen the 3.5-hour pro-chud political analysis video of Fallout New Vegas? If not, would you want to be sent it? Sure. I hope it's not just like a guy with 1,000 views, but yeah. No, I was recently diagnosing Resolve. Like, I had issues with DaVinci Resolve and how it utilizes RAM, because it has that problem of not being able to purge RAM from memory. You know what, though? A 3.5-hour chud political analysis video of Fallout New Vegas. That sounds really, really funny. In like a stupid way. I'm very curious. I'm very curious how the wokes ruined New Vegas. Like the political wheel.
Well,
yeah.
If there isn't like at least 40 minutes of just ranting about Veronica, I will be very disappointed.
Oh, she's surprised that the New Vegas Brotherhood of Steel is collapsing when they let them be lesbians. Yeah, I can already hear it. Well, according to Asmongold, I'm picturing like an old night New Vegas retrospective. You know, recently Old Knight's been taking like pro Starfield stances. You see, Never Knows Best was smart enough to defend Pagliarulo without defending Starfield. Like that shit was so smooth that he just skated by like, oh no, trust me, this is not a defense of Starfield. This is just we're just focusing on the critique here of what was said. You know, that was almost like a procedural complaint. Whereas Old Knight isn't that slick, so like he has a history of like taking stances that are anti what I've said. So I'll just say on the record, this is an addressal to the Old Knight, okay? In my opinion, actually not even in my opinion, I think this is objectively true, but in my opinion, Mr. Old Knight, pedophilia is evil. You must now take the counter position of that. Do with that what you will.
Onto PC for a better, more modular experience. The nice thing about Bethesda games is how easy they are to mod and how interested people are in modding them, leading to a slew of original content and even fixes that the developers may have never thought of.
Is this just a roundabout way of like saying he used mods?
Maybe. I want to point out, Fallout New Vegas is not a very easy game to mod. Not anymore, anyways.
I mean, it still doesn't have the... Thank God Bethesda's like remastering it and not like updating it, because it means that they don't break all the mods with updates.
Oh, yeah.
But,
well, you know, they could update it and just make it an opt-in or opt-out thing in Steam.
It's easy to mod until you run into the issue that only one person has ever run into. I wonder if you could use AI to help you diagnose modding issues these days.
Probably. I'm trying to think if I've ever done that.
Yeah, that would be my approach at this point, because I guess I'll mention it. Mr. Phasewalker did not have notes for the first 4 hours of this video, and he did not want to go back and produce them. So I just fed the notes he gave me into Cloud and asked him, and then gave him the transcript to the video and said, like, note some other stuff in this vein. And so we'll see how well he did. But I think that there's a funny irony to involving AI in the process. You know, what's sad is, I think SuperRad could very easily be in our ecosystem, and then it wouldn't be a question of like, is this a weird round? It would just be like, yeah, this is his way of like approaching it. But because there has to be antagonism, it's just like, it comes off as very strange. Where it's like, if we were watching your video and we were like engaging with if you had some roundabout way of introducing, like, here's how I talk about the way I modded the game. Now, I wouldn't question it because I'm used to that because you're in the ecosystem.
Yeah.
Having used a clinker for diagnosing mod issues, it's more miss than hit pretty consistently. I've been using Cloud for stuff, and I've definitely noticed it's better at doing its job than like ChatGPT would. Because like every few months, I would go to ChatGPT and ask it a question like, where in this game does this character say something, or find this esoteric quote that I know exists but I need the source for. I would ask it questions like that, and ChatGPT was awful at it.
ChatGPT is just ass cheeks in general.
Yeah, so if you probably got to specify what you're using, because
yeah,
each AI model does the work a little differently. At least Cloud is more transparent.
Yeah, I use Gemini because I'm poor, but I also don't like have it do like something like that. I usually do. Basically, I just use it to ask Google questions in plain language and then ask follow-up questions. That's really all I do.
You treat it like a genie or an artist. The more specific you are, the better. That is exactly how I've described it. You literally have to... Living under the monkey's paw has prepared me for the scenario where I have to talk to the AI like it's a goddamn genie and be like... It's weirdly procedural. It's almost like a shonen anime. Like the autistic rules for how the domain expansion works. Like shit like that. By the way, I just finished watching Jujutsu Kaisen, and it is extremely mid. It is hype moments in Aura, the story.
Your mom used ChatGPT to generate your birthday card.
Ugh.
If my parents did that, there would be words.
I would be polite about it, but I'd be like, thankfully, so my mom is like hysterically against AI.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's a very like leftist woke person. Although it is funny. So on the trip to get the TV, I was riding with my dad, and we listened to a video about Hassan Piker, and then like partway through, he called my mom, just to update her on what was going on, and he said, "Yeah, we've been listening to this video about this guy. He's like this millionaire socialist guy." And my mom's like, "Oh, are you talking about Hassan Piker?" And he was like, "Yeah," and she was like, "Yeah, I really didn't like how he shocked his dog." So I'm just. So I'm always amused by that.
Your meter stick once again, proving your assumptions correct.
Yeah, and then my dad has a job that AI comes up a lot, so he's very wary of using it himself.
Mm-hmm.
He has, but just to see how it works so that he can do his job better, as opposed to like, he's not mandated to use AI to do his job.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've had to have the discussion with my dad about AI. He was getting a bit too into it, and I had to explain to him, like, just, first off, remember you're talking to a computer.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was falling into that trap.
I'm lucky that my parents were already very skeptical of things that they read on the internet anyways.
But with PCs comes new upgrades every few years. The PC you had back in 2010 most likely has been completely overhauled in 2021. And with new hardware, drivers, and OSs, etc., certain games become more and more difficult to offer an enjoyable experience out of the box.
Oh, out of the box. It was like, I don't know. New Vegas is fine out of the box, personally. The only thing I did out of the box the first playthrough was I installed something to make sure to help it prevent it from crashing when you alt-tab, so that when I would go to take notes, it wouldn't crash my PC. I'm just trying to get to the point.
You have to install Viva New Vegas.
Oh,
100
no.
plus mods just to make it stable.
I know there's a weird sphere of opinions on New Vegas. I don't know if I'm just like, I built the perfect modern PC to play it where it just works, but there's people who swear that like it's just completely non-functional if you don't use mods. I almost think it's like, I think what a lot of people don't want to admit that like the game is clunky in the sense of like, it's got the default mouse acceleration that every Bethesda game has, and it's got the, you know, you hit the ground while you're running, but you've stopped pressing the forward key, but your character keeps moving because there's just like a weird input lag to the entire thing.
Well, it's tied to movement is tied to animations.
Yeah,
that game.
There's a weirdness to the way that it all controls, and I think that people think that like they need to go through this complex ritual to like update it. And I you know, honestly, New Vegas might be in the same position that Morrowind was about 15 years after that game came out. Whereas like people today will just play Morrowind or just play OpenMW out of the box. Back in the day, everybody thought you needed like a 100 mod install to play Morrowind.
Which is funny because like when I'm playing Morrowind on OpenMW, I'm like, I don't need any mods. And then I'll go and I'll look at the mods that are available and stuff, and it's just like, that's a problem? I didn't
There was a
notice
cool
that.
one that added animations for if the enemy dodges or you miss.
Oh.
So I've been wanting to throw that on and maybe do a stream. Just because like that's something that I've talked about in videos before. Although on that topic, I played Half Sword recently. Have you played that game?
I've never even heard of it.
It's like a medieval warfare, like not a warfare, but dueling game. So the whole idea is that like you're in the fight club of like Frankenberg or something in like 1458.
So and, like is that For Honor?
Kind of, but like it's not competitive.
So
you're just dueling AI, and but it has physics-based combat and like dynamic animations and stuff. So it's kind of an implementation of the tech I've mentioned on Skyrim. Yeah, it's Unreal Engine, so it performs horribly, but it's got some cool ideas. It kind of uses, I mentioned like inverse kinematics in the past of like, you can generate an animation. So you generate the outcome of the combat and then you generate the animation. And so it's like, if the outcome of the combat says you miss, and then it can generate an animation of you missing, as opposed to like just you swing, the sword model hits the enemy, but it doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
But Half Sword's cool. I wouldn't say that like Elder Scrolls 6 combat needs to be like Half Sword though. It's more like, you know, this is interesting, take some cues from it. It's also got like the best story of any game I've ever played, because there is no story. It's just an emergent like control a fighter as you climb a ladder type dynamic story. So I was locked in on playing that for a few days. Sorry, I'm way off topic. No, I don't think you need a mod Fallout New Vegas.
Bethesda games are one such example of this. New Vegas is fairly unstable on modern hardware and prone to crashes incredibly often. It's thanks to modders that the game is...
I am very curious because I hear this all the time and it's just, it wasn't my experience.
It's been my experience for a while now.
But when you played New Vegas, did you start with a fresh install, or did you like just install it on Steam and it put it into a folder where there was already stuff?
No. Like full fresh install, deleted all the INIs and everything like that. And yeah, I'd be curious. I should test it on this rig.
Yeah, I'm just it's less me objectively stating and more me being curious how prolific of a problem this is. Where is it the phenomenon I had with No Man's Sky, where it's like just certain people's computers, like a lot of people, not just like you're in the 1% of people that's giga cursed with No Man's Sky, but
yeah,
it just worked for some people and it didn't work for others. New Vegas crashed.
PC gaming is dead.
Just the parts inconsistency?
Yeah.
Inconsistency of experience? I don't know. To me personally, I think it crashing frequently is an excuse people use to overmod New Vegas. And you can absolutely overmod New Vegas. Shit, the only thing you need is like a couple UI mods if you like want to improve the crafting interface and like Stewie's tweaks. Because that has everything you would want, like it makes the terminals faster, or it switches it where the XP pop-up is after combat, so you're not getting like interrupted mid-combat to be told about XP and stuff. So yeah, the mod to make it less orange, the piss filter removal mod.
Is even in a playable state at this point, with guides like Viva New Vegas offering a means of creating an experience that is both vanilla and almost guaranteed to be stable. Even then, you're still not guaranteed to see zero crashes or graphical issues because the Gamebryo engine feels like it's been created using Gorilla Glue, masking tape, and chewing gum. The engine felt like it was on its last leg.
And also, Bethesda's more cognizant of its limitations, and so they just made a game that was very safe with using it. Whereas, like, Obsidian found out the hard way that, like, turns out that you can't do this. It makes the game run like shit, and now we have to, like...
Yeah.
There was stuff they had to remove because it just was making the game run poorly.
Oh, I see. It was the console ports that are the reason why I didn't get Ulysses as a follower in the base game.
No, that was I'm trying to remember. There was a reason.
Wasn't it just like not done?
No, it was he had more dialogue than cast, and I think that the issue they ran into was they didn't have enough time to implement it. And it was one of those choices where it's like you can have Ulysses in the game, but then we won't have time to like do this other quest. And then it was deemed that like the other quests were more important. There was a lot of stuff with it like that, like New Vegas after the Battle of Hoover Dam was something where they just had to make the choice. That's why a lot of people harp on the 18 months thing, where it's like there's so many cases where it's evident that if they had 6 more months, they would have done so much more with the game.
Mm-hmm.
With the release of New Vegas in 2010, so it's surprising to see it managed to live all the way up to 2015 with the release of Maple Story 2 of all games. The story of New Vegas and its development.
I feel like that's an in-joke for his community that it went right over both our heads.
I mean, I got it. I was more just like, oh, really? I wasn't going to comment on it.
I did not understand it.
Because the Gamebryo engine feels like it's been created using Gorilla Glue, masking tape, and chewing gum. The engine felt like it was on its last legs with the release of New Vegas in 2010, so it's surprising to see it managed to live all the way up to 2015 with the release of Maple Story 2 of all games.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck? Why is he suddenly bringing up Maple Story? It's Maple Story uses Gamebryo.
Yeah.
Do we have to quote Jason Schreier? Gamers don't understand engines. they're still using Gamebryo. They just changed the name.
Yeah.
And updated it. But it is one of those weird things where it's like, I think people don't realize that they could have called the engine for Fallout 3 like Creation Engine 1. They could have made that distinction at any time. Each game they made, programmers were making updates to the engine to modernize them for the time period that they came out in.
What they should have done is rebranded it again for TES 6.
I mean, this is just well, they did. It's Creation Engine 3 now.
No. Like, drop the Creation Engine entirely.
Change the name again?
Yeah. So people will be like, oh my god, they finally switched engines.
I know. It is sad that, like, he's fallen for the naming trap.
Yeah.
Of they changed the name so it's a different engine. No, they update the engine every time for the era that it came out in. There's stuff that you can do in Fallout 3 that you couldn't do with Oblivion. Same with Skyrim and what have you. You know, Skyrim had, well, New Vegas has the dynamic music, but Skyrim was more prolific for it. Of having like palettes that you swap between and like depending on your location.
It's just funny cracking open the Starfield CK and seeing like references to Morrowind still in there.
Yeah, because it's the same thing. It all runs on like the same fundamental back-end infrastructure.
Yeah. It's like, oh, that's how they did the like planetary hazards and stuff like that. It's basically just a magic effect.
It's going to be Creation Engine 5 in 20 years, and traders will still have a chest under their shop out of bounds that stores all their stuff. I literally don't understand why there isn't an abstraction layer already. Personally, I would love to see just everything in their shop is their inventory, and it just like make a dynamic system around that as opposed to like the out of bounds chest. But it's like an out of bounds chest is just an array. It's just easier to manipulate if you're a designer. Maybe it's just that way so that it's easier to like see like, oh, if you're adding a merchant and you look at a existing merchant and see how that's done, and it's like, oh, this is really easy. You just add a NPC, you give them a chest that they own, put stuff in that chest, and they'll sell stuff out of that chest. And then it's just if it's out of bounds, the player can't access it.
It's because it's all loot tables. Like there is no system independent of merchants and like looting chests. It's literally the same system.
I'm just thinking like you could abstract that and make it an array that's stored programmatically as opposed to having an actual physical chest in the game.
Oh no, like you absolutely could. The reason they don't is almost certainly because it's just like this is how they've always done it.
Skyrim did memory chunk loading way better than previous games, and Skyrim SE dropped the chunk loading and allocates memory in a much better way. It changes so much being possible. Yeah, that's the thing, is that like if the programmers actually just work, they make updates to the engines that changes what's possible. I think the issue's always been that the design team doesn't seem to know what to ask for when it comes to like getting new features
I
made.
I remember just how much of a game changer it was when Skyrim updated to 64-bit.
Yeah.
Like just that alone was like huge.
The story of New Vegas and its development begins in 2004 when Bethesda bought the rights to publish Fallout 3 specifically, as well as 2 sequels. Keep in mind that this was not a purchase of the entire intellectual property of Fallout as a series, although they would purchase this some 3 years later. Bethesda at the time was potentially best known for the Elder Scrolls series, specifically.
Potentially. There's always weird... He always does like weird... word choices that like throws me off.
Yeah.
Bethesda is potentially best known for Elder Scrolls. The fuck else would they be known for at the time? Publishing Pirates of the Caribbean?
That Terminator game.
Yeah, they're well known for making a DOS, pre-3D DOS era Terminator game. That Terminator game's interesting, but it was not well known.
Yeah, this just harkens to like the sort of mentality a lot of video essayists have, where it's like, I cannot say anything definitively. If it's even remotely a possibility of an opinion, I must state it as such.
Yeah, it kind of speaks to like a degree of insecurity. I would love
Insecurity, yeah.
I wish that he hadn't ended up hating me, because I would have loved to like entered into an arrangement like we have where we pass scripts back together, and it's just like I could help him with like, no, you should just say they were best known for that. It's a
Yeah.
safe statement. It's pretty true. Like,
Yeah.
you don't have to account for like the guy that only knew Bethesda because of like Pirates of the Caribbean and Star Trek games and like Gridiron.
I think in a court of law, it would still hold up that yes, they are best known for Elder Scrolls prior to Fallout.
Yeah, it's a safe statement. So why the qualifier? I'm always frustrated with overqualifying statements.
Specifically Oblivion, which was released in 2006. The studio had...
Wait. So now he has the Oblivion release date, right? Remember in the Oblivion... he made it... Remember in the Oblivion video when he said that Oblivion was made in 2009? Was it...
Was that it? Was it 2009? No, I thought it was... I think he said 2007.
It might have been 2000. It was when the PlayStation 3 like Game of the Year edition came out, which was a different year than the Xbox One.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah,
it was something
2007.
it was something I think it was 2008 or 2009. No, it was 2007, you're right. I'll pull it up real fast.
When it comes to
2830.
Bethesda tried for a more laid-back approach, having a darker room with comfortable couches and chairs that would allow the individuals within to experience the game as naturally as possible. Despite this contempt, the Elder Scrolls gameplay reveal and trailer were met with positive reception, and the game's release in 2007 followed by its PS3 release in 2008.
So that's in his Oblivion video.
Oh.
He says that it came out in 2007. But then like in
Fallout New Vegas
in this video he said he gets the year right. It's odd.
And yeah. And just to be clear, this video predates the Oblivion video.
I know, that's what's weird about it, is it's not a mistake he made on an Oblivion video and then later fixed. He got it right the first time and then like years later said the wrong date, which that just adds fuel to the theory we had back then that it was bait. He just said something wrong so people would comment on it.
I just take it as sloppy writing.
Yeah, I mean, that video, if you look at like his release cadence, that video was made very quickly. So that's probably why.
Entire intellectual property of Fallout as a series, although they would purchase this some 3 years later. Bethesda at the time was potentially best known for the Elder Scrolls series, specifically Oblivion, which was released in 2006. The studio had made a name for themselves in terms of open world RPGs, to the point that they were so influential we began seeing copycat games being developed like Two Worlds in 2007, although that's up for debate. If you've never played Two Worlds or its sequel, good, don't.
That's an odd tangent.
See, it wouldn't be if his delivery was just better.
Yeah,
and then it would just
I think
it was supposed to be a bit.
yeah, he no sold that line.
Yeah.
His video is always, I noticed this with the Oblivion thing too. It's like stream of consciousness,
Hmm.
where instead of writing like an essay, this is more just like kind of what came to mind immediately, write that down, you know, and then it's like, oh, this would be a good place for a Two Worlds bit. But then like when he presents it, he just doesn't sell these bits. What you got to do if you're gonna sell that bit is you're gonna go, unless you lower your voice and you go like, he's kind of whisper it like, unless you played Two Worlds or into this expansion, like just don't play it. It's not very good. Like,
Yeah.
that's the way you sell that bit.
No, you just have to do some sort of like voice work. You could do it higher too. Be like, unless
Or
you played Two Worlds, in which case, if you haven't, then just don't.
if you can't fix it, if you can't re-record it, like if you're in
Just
editing
cut
and you
it.
realize you made the mistake. No, what you do, well, you could cut it. What you do is you add a low pass filter so that it sounds like kind of more like a radio thing. Just so it comes off that like it's a different kind of side tangent. Because that type of bit can be useful for like, all right, we're 3 minutes in, reset, get people like kind of locked back into paying attention. Because occasionally you should put breaks in or bits or something just to like break up the stream of consciousness so that it's like, all right, reground yourself, reset, pay attention.
Yep.
Needs a TikTok sound. Yeah, put the Vine boom in. When he says Two Worlds, just go boom. Unless you played it, boom. Don't play Two Worlds, boom. Yeah, that's what you should do. You should include all of the like Black Dragon Ball fan sound effects of like him saying weak when he misses a swing. Put Subway Surfers on the side. We don't have to go that far yet. We've already got the borders that it's like it's
he stopped doing that.
Okay, he stopped doing that.
I watched his like more recent stuff.
It's weird. Commentary people do that, but it's to change up the visual frame so you pay more attention to it. Where it's like you have some of it in full screen, and then you zoom out some of it a little bit and have a blurred background. But usually it's not you.
Yeah.
This is that weird effect where like I think like phones do it, where it's like if you watch a video in vertical and it doesn't have anything to fill the sidebars, it'll fill it with like a blurred version of the video on each side.
Yeah.
But it's more novel than like the presentation, I'll say.
If you did, I'm sorry. The games are similar in mechanical concept, but Two Worlds has some of the most
Oh, we're still talking.
Oh, we're still talking about Two Worlds. Well,
listen, where we stopped, that's where you cut the bit. Or like start the next part of the tangent and then like do a hard cut and get back to it, just to emphasize that like you cut yourself off from doing this.
Well, yeah. Well, this definitely reinforces that whole this is a stream of conscious type of writing.
This is where he's going to talk about Two Worlds.
Inspired and unimaginative gameplay to the point that playing it is a chore. I got into the Elder Scrolls series with Oblivion and not Morrowind. I know this is seen as a fatal flaw to some of you watching this, but fear not.
I really don't care. That's extremely mundane.
I have gone back and played the majority of Morrowind, if only to say I did. While Oblivion was my first foray into the series, there are reasons it remains my favorite. While Morrowind is superior to Oblivion through its many mechanics and open-endedness, Oblivion came with a certain charm and sense of immersion that was able to better hold me throughout the experience. And while the logic and writing within the various quests were not always the best, they were so unique and involved that I found it a requirement to complete every single one. Oblivion didn't just impress me as a kid, it changed my perspective on what video games could be. I was but a baby boy, unaware of what was possible within games, and Oblivion showed me that there was so much more than I ever could have expected.
Okay.
It's still that weird pre-qualification of like, guys, don't light me up in the comments for
Yeah.
being in Oblivion. Like, no, who fucking cares? You're not gonna impress anybody. If you said, I started with Morrowind, but Oblivion really made me love it, and then listed all the same reasons, there would still be people who'd be like, Morrowind, baby.
Didn't start with Daggerfall. And I can one up. I can one up this.
Fucking Daggerfall babies. You didn't start with Ultima. All right, Mr. Johnson, we got to take you back to your room.
I still haven't really played Morrowind. I've not beaten it, that's for sure.
You've dabbled in Morrowind.
I only have like probably like 15, 20 hours or so in it.
Yeah, and nobody cares.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to say like Private Sessions is a faker because he doesn't have the important amount of Morrowind experience. I didn't like Arena, played it for like an hour and quit. Daggerfall is what made me a fan, but Morrowind is better written in my opinion. Yeah, that's pretty standard. Like I've always heard Daggerfall is better as like a mechanical experience. Like if you want that dungeon crawling thing, you play Daggerfall. Private Sessions is a faker because he doesn't have the important Morrowind experience. Exactly. Go write the slander posts on what's the subreddit, True STL? Whatever the like hardcore Elder Scrolls lore subreddit is.
So needless to say, when Fallout 3 was announced,
Jump scared by like a single frame of fat Emil Pagliarulo.
baby boy, unaware of what was possible within games,
this is going to be something
showed
weird.
me that there was so much more than I ever could have expected.
Yeah, okay. I can't even catch him. That's how fast it was.
Yeah.
So whenever they recorded this, Emil was like super fit, like thick, but like by 2008, he'd lost the weight. So when did they record this documentary? Because it just makes it seem like Emil did some like fucking transcendent 200-pound weight loss journey in like less than a year. This man did not have Ozempic.
Yeah, just about to say. He used an Elder Scroll to travel in time to go get Ozempic, and then...
Emil's thin now, you can't criticize him. Exactly. If he was still a fat guy, never knows best would hate him. Fasted, question mark? But in like a stressful job, there ain't no way.
Nah.
I believe I heard that he lifted.
Yes, I can see that.
Dropping 200 pounds in 1 year just means he didn't eat. It's something crazy. Which, like, kudos that, or this was recorded in like 2005 or something equally weird.
That's probably
he did surgery. Do you think he got the bypass? The gastric bypass?
So. I don't think so, because like he didn't just get skinny, he also got like ripped.
Yeah, I think he was just for a while.
The gym. They did have a gym in the basement.
He said it on his Twitter. Interesting. I mean, like,
really?
Well, see, the gastric bypass isn't an automatic win. You also do have to change your diet and your fitness, even with that.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, like, it was crazy seeing a picture of him when he accepted his GDC award, and it was like, that's skinny Emil. It was actual surgery. Yeah, the fat guy surgery where they cut all the fat out of you.
Needless to say, when Fallout 3 was announced, I was at this point very impressed with what Bethesda had to offer. Oblivion had quickly become one of my favorite games at the time, and to hear we would be getting what was essentially Oblivion with guns gave my immature mind a shot of so much serotonin that I had to have it.
Are people still doing this?
What?
Like, this is an older video. This whole, like, let me regale you in the tale of my experiences with this.
Oh, the gamer cred section?
Yeah.
I think it's disappeared with time. Or, like, people who still do it knock it out in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I'll be back 1 second.
Okay. Play the video, you won't miss anything. No, then Pat's gonna make us watch it again. See, my goal here is to just, like, keep derailing him so that we don't have to sit here and watch too much of this.
What was that?
Nothing.
I see some interesting chats here.
Who wins in a fight between me and you? I imagine you would win just because, like,
I got that
you
dog in
actually
me.
well, you cycle,
Yeah.
so you have
It
like
would-
that stamina.
It would turn into wrestling and then I'd win. Private Sessions showed his dick and balls on stream. Not again.
I was obsessed with playing this game,
I'm gonna
even though I
speed it
knew
up.
nothing about the Fallout series going into it. And that's another point we should briefly talk about. Fallout 3 is not the same game as Fallout 1 or 2, which are essentially top-down turn-based RPGs, a genre I would get heavily into much later into my life. And there was a lot of blowback from
it gonna speed
traditional
up?
Fallout fans about the direction the series was going. But this
there it
video
goes.
isn't
How you
about
shrink-
that. I
there
didn't
you
at
go.
the time play Fallout 1 or 2. I've since played 1 at the very least, but the previous entries have never swayed my opinion on 3 onward. When Fallout 3 did release, I was once again in love with what I considered a revolutionary experience at the time. Fallout truly felt, to me, like I was playing Oblivion in a modern setting. Well, as modern as the 1940s to 60s could imagine the future to be. And looking back, a lot of the writing and choices you can make within the game were fairly shallow in design. Sure, there's commentary on your choices.
It's not... Fallout's not... Fallout's not what the 40s to 60s imagined the future would be.
Are you doing good or evil, or are you somewhere in between? But Fallout 3 had a tough time actually delving into these concepts of what makes something actually be good or not. When you blow up Megaton, there's no real punishment for doing so. No overarching commentary about your actions. If anything, it's played for spectacle. Most players probably blew up Megaton just to see it happen because it was a huge selling point in
I just noticed it's like super zoomed in.
Yeah.
terms of choices within the game. The only real punishment you run into is hostile NPCs near the blast site, as well as your father giving you a bit of a scolding later on. It's very mild for the essential genocide you just committed. The impact of certain events are not portrayed as important as they should be. This is something New Vegas improves on in a way I'll discuss later, but only slightly. I enjoyed my time with Fallout 3. I even enjoyed my time with its various DLCs, despite how shallow they actually were.
Guys, please don't hate me. I like Fallout 3.
Well, this Fallout 3 video is him just dogging on Fallout 3, and then every once in a while being like, but seriously, guys, the game is good. I like the game.
The game is good. Here's 50,000 criticisms. Yeah, my approach is like, it's all right, but, you know, I spend most of the time talking about like Fallout 3's problems. Although,
Fallout
speaking
3 is
of,
alright. This is news to me.
I've been getting some comments on the new patron exclusive preview to the Fallout video. It's a preview for part of it. It's not the whole thing. And people are pretty impressed with how I'm weaving together the topics. So that makes me happy. That makes me feel like it's worth it. Not worth it, but like I don't feel as bad that it's taken as long as it has. Just because like I'd rather like go through a crash out, try to rebuild, and still put out a good video than like, you know, crunch at the last minute after 2 years and release like a dog shit video. Because it's like, you can either have a Fallout video by the end of summer or a good Fallout video at some point this year.
Right.
Unfortunately, my life has not gone in a way where we could have a good Fallout video by the end of summer.
And we can basically just blame it on Fallout.
Sure. You know what? That's the public reason I'll blame. I like Fallout 3 as a dungeon crawler, even if the story and characters are just the worst. A World of Pain basically triples the dungeons. I don't care if it doesn't count as a mod. Yeah, that's pretty much the only way to enjoy that I've ever found to enjoy Fallout 3 is don't do any quests. It's kind of the same.
Yeah.
It's the same protocol I have for Starfield. Avoid the narrative content at all costs, and just dungeon crawl. Unfortunately, it's a lot harder with Fallout 3 because you have stuff like player housing that is held at gunpoint by the narrative content. Whereas, like, with Starfield, once you get past the 2 hours of introduction, you can build a house anywhere, you can live on the ship, you know, you don't have that problem.
Operation Anchorage, The Pit, Point Lookout, and Mothership Zeta were all interesting additions to the open world of Fallout 3, even if they were their own instance areas, and Broken Steel was possibly the first time I've ever seen an ending to a game be remade in order to continue the storyline.
Yeah. It doesn't get mentioned enough.
Well, Crimson Desert.
Did Crimson Desert rewrite its ending with a DLC?
Not a DLC, but an update, actually.
But is that like I think Baldur's Gate 3 had the same thing, where its final chapter had a big update after the game came out.
Oh, if Baldur's Gate 3 did it, then it's fine.
Then it's fine. I'm just thinking, like, it is. This is something I commented on Broken Steel as well, because it is the observation you make of that DLC. They sold people a fixed ending that made it less shitty.
What people don't mention is that it does feel a little bit resentful.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Oh, you guys didn't like our ending? Okay. Here's a last mission that's even worse.
I did always intend to revisit Sniper Ghost Warrior just because I love doing like janky little side like games that were never popular, as opposed to just Halo C-Make, which is that tomorrow?
Yeah, it is. Wait, no, it's Friday.
No, it's in 17 hours. That's the $70 version.
Yeah.
The Pay Piggy access. So I might stream it on Friday.
Okay. I don't know if I'll be available or not. I'll have to see.
All right.
But I would like to be there because I do want to see it.
Yeah, I mean, my system is set up where I can stream games from my PC to my laptop and then play them on the CRT downstairs.
Ah.
That's how I was tempted to do Marathon. Why buy this? I will say C-Make, it is piquing my curiosity kind of as a Halo fan, as opposed to like Oblivion Remastered. That was purely business. Buying and playing Oblivion Remastered. That was purely for the sake of making content. Whereas C-Make, I'm kind of curious how they put, like, morbidly curious, we'll say. I still don't think you should buy it, but
Needless to say, I was very happy with Fallout 3 upon release and played it consistently alongside Oblivion over and over again as DLC released. Once I was informed of New Vegas' development, however, I wasn't jumping for joy by any means. Around the time of Fallout 3 in New Vegas, we were just coming out of an era where games would generally get multiple different versions with the same...
Okay, I don't think I can go back to one-time speed.
Yeah.
We got it, like, his floor is like 1.5.
title across various...
Jump straight to Legendary. If I was playing on the upstairs PC, I would absolutely just play it on Legendary. Whereas like
Right.
if I'm downstairs, there's more there's a bit of input lag, and I don't have the space set up to do like PC gaming.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll be
Consoles.
playing it on a controller, right?
Yeah, even down like, well, I say it's on my PC. I would have to like take a there's no desk set up down there, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like it would have to be on a controller.
On the Concord controller?
I could. It'd be very funny, but it would probably be it'd probably be the Xbox controller I own. 7 minutes, nothing so far. I mean, what, you don't like the first sentence being an us versus them argument?
7 minutes in, one thing to talk about.
See this most in licensing.
I can't believe SuperRad would show sexist scum like Avalon in 2022. Not very woke of him. Yeah, I just need
sure.
I need the Homelander wagging his finger saying not very woke of you gif. Just like at the bottom, constantly replaying.
Since products like Spider-Man or Harry Potter, you could tell that the console or PC release was the main selling point and all of the other titles were cheap reimaginings at best. And it's understandable why. It's not like the Game Boy Advance could do what the PS2 could. I was of the mind that this was still in practice, that a game would be released and then we may see a spin-off or port, if you can call it that is nothing like the game that preceded it.
That's very strange, because he's not giving the examples of where he got that mentality from. It was true in the sense of, like, the Harry Potter games were like that. But also there was a lot of accurate PC ports. Like, we played on the second channel, we played, like, Jedi Academy and Battlefront 2. And those games kind of suffer because they're very accurate as ports. But to the Xbox. Yeah, it's Pleb TV where I do like the gaming streams. Although CMake might be a main channel gaming stream just because I think people are curious about it.
Yeah.
As opposed to like most.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? It might actually be good, and you'll be able to get convince people to buy it.
I need to be making commission then.
We'll pay you in access. You'll get the next Halo game.
Shit, they should have given me access to it a week ago or a month ago or however the fuck people have been playing it for all this time. No, it won't be good. It'll be like novel. That's the best it can accomplish, I think.
What are these black pills?
With New Vegas releasing so close to Fallout 3's end of development, although this was 2 years later, I figured my perception of spin-offs was going to account for this new release. So imagine my surprise when New Vegas releases and I see that it is almost exactly like Fallout 3. Obviously there's a new setting, but the engine and mechanics are almost all one for one at a surface level glance.
You were such a basic bitch back then. I don't know. It's always a weird perspective when I hear like, I mean, honestly, this is probably why you don't see engines get reused to like just make a second game, but in the same engine. No, there always has to be like a big like overhaul where it's like, I don't know if like a game, okay, I'm not saying this, but if you liked Far Cry 3, I'm not if it was good, but if you liked it, why wouldn't you just want Blood Dragon to be like the same engine? Well, a lot of the same assets, you know?
If you liked Skyrim, why wouldn't you want Dragonborn?
Well, see, Dragonborn's a DLC. This is saying a whole other game that stands alone in the same engine.
Right, yeah, I forgot Blood Dragon wasn't a DLC.
Yeah, Blood Dragon's straight up like a standalone thing to Far Cry 3. And it's cool. And so it's always weird to me that he might not even like stand by this today. He's saying this is how it felt to me back then.
Yeah.
Whereas like I think he's presenting it as like obviously it's an unfair. But to me it's like if you liked Fallout 3, why wouldn't you want like a side title in the same engine?
I mean that's a good question, but at the same time it is also kind of like there is that sort of mentality that a lot of people have where it's like, I really liked this. I can't wait for the sequel to do it even better.
Right. I don't know. It's just I'm thinking of like a Bethesda business model where it's like they make a game and then they give that engine to another company and they make like a side title with it. And so it's like you get
Yeah.
to play Skyrim again, but like in a different setting and imagined by like a different studio. And it would be so cool if they did that for all. It would almost be forgivable. So it's like, yeah, Starfield's dog shit, but someone else took Starfield's engine and made it like polished all of the issues that Starfield had and made a much more interesting game. And it's like,
Yeah.
even if they are overshadowed, you have to remember, like, New Vegas doesn't exist without Fallout 3. That is a true sentiment. I know people rag on... I'm blanking on his name. There was a dev who was like, why don't people give us credit for making the engine that New Vegas runs on? And it's like, yeah, it's true. Bethesda were the ones who had to take the time to make the engine that Fallout 3 New Vegas runs on.
Yeah.
New Vegas is great design-wise and art-wise, but that engine that they use was somebody else's labor. And so it's like, you do have to give the teens... I know you don't like Fallout 3, but you do have to give the teensiest amount of credit there.
No, they should have made Fallout New Vegas an Unreal Engine. It would have been so much better.
Yeah, they should have made it an Unreal Engine 3. An engine that was extremely difficult to use and pretty limited.
Add in the ability to use iron sights, better use of skill points within dialogue, and many other...
No, I don't. That's a crap argument. Okay. Do you know what Fallout New Vegas would be if Fallout 3 didn't exist? The answer is pretty simple. It also wouldn't exist. You can't have New Vegas without the engine work of Fallout 3. Like, it's a pretty basic concept.
I mean, I would go so far as to say you wouldn't have Fallout New Vegas just because, like, or at least the game wouldn't be as New Vegas is now. It would have been something entirely different.
It would absolutely
It would have been
something different.
It would have been Van Buren.
Well, the whole thing of it is that you have this engine where it's like you can do cool stuff, like you can reverse pickpocket explosives onto people, or you can always know that when you kill somebody, you're going to get their armor or their gun. And it's like, that's a cool gun, I want to get it. Or that basic gameplay loop that Bethesda games have, or Radiant AI, or all this stuff. And it's like, Obsidian wouldn't have come up with any of that. In that sense, they would have been focused on the crunchy RPG aspects of it. And so it's like, I know people want to dog Bethesda for whatever reason they want to, but you're sabotaging yourself by diluting your arguments by criticizing them on every avenue that you can instead of just focusing on the big stuff. Like, if you want to make the argument Gamebryo could be more for the time period, I mean, I don't even think that's necessarily true given the context of how many devs they had and the limitations they were working in. And it's like, sure, if you want to say that, say that. Don't just say it's bad because Bethesda. That's a very shallow way of looking at the world. And that's a trap that I think a lot of people fall into.
There are minimal features that help lift the RPG experience, and you get a product that looks overall like an improvement on its predecessor. Almost like a true sequel, at least that's how I thought of it at the time. But the development of New Vegas...
It is a sequel. Well, also, this is an important thing. Understanding New Vegas' story does kind of require playing Fallout 3, because there's certain stuff like Caesar that is directly a play on Asher and his approach to running the Wasteland. Where it's like, the whole resource crisis. Base take. Now let's talk about all the dog shit they use all their time making. Yeah, Bethesda's always been... The issue with Bethesda's always been in the like game design space. Did I lose you?
No, I'm here.
Okay, I was like... I couldn't tell if like Discord was failing. I need my emotional support YouTuber.
Vegas is rife with turmoil, a game not created by Bethesda themselves, but outsourced to Obsidian Entertainment, a developer known for their writing staff as well as members.
Oh god.
What the fuck?
I hate every time that I see it. This was before they made the actual house avatar. This was what they were using in development. And it lasted into like the trailers and stuff.
Holy crap. I'll be seeing that in my nightmares tonight.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is an insight into, like, the way that art is made, where it's, like, House's avatar kind of says a lot about him. And so, you know, the artist had made this avatar, and it's like, this is obviously more like a caricature, because it's like, why does he have these ugly assets on this image that he's created for himself?
Yeah.
Where it's like the house image we see is more like a touched up photograph of the guy, and so it's more like he's presenting the idealized version of himself, and I feel like that's much more of an accurate thing to see, whereas a lot of games just lean into like, I hate this guy, make him a caricature. His shriveled husk would be more appealing than this one. I think you haven't seen the shriveled husk in a while. But yeah, this is always just a fucking flashbang. And it's partially because, you know, this is a recognizable scene. You know what this is supposed to look like, and so when you see the cursed version, it's just like, oh god.
Who had worked on Fallout 1 and 2, as well as
I do want to point out, the shriveled husk though is there's a lot of like neat stuff with Fallout New Vegas, and the shriveled husk is a great example, because it's like you finally come face to face with him, like what he actually looks like, and you're just like, bro, is this worth it?
Yeah.
Like, you know, he says like he sacrifices a lot, then you see it in person, you're like, I don't know if this is worth it, bro.
Well, and that's why it's interesting, because you see it as like why would you make this material sacrifice? And I see it as like, oh, this was proof of his conviction. So it's like there's a double-edged sword to it.
But it's cool.
Yeah,
it's cool because it's like it's a moment of like, it's a moment of body horror, but it actually, we were talking about this last stream about like how most developers and stuff, they'll use body horror as just like for shock value.
Yeah.
But here it's like they're actually using it for narrative purposes and stuff, and it really lends into his character and the themes of the story. And
you have to remember, Fallout is a cyberpunk setting. Have I told you that take before?
No.
This is a mildly uncommon interpretation, but Fallout is like, it's cyberpunk with the aesthetics of the 50s. So it's like, you know, you still have all of the horrible stuff like, oh yeah, there's a thing that just turns you into a giant mutated monster. That's a very like cyberpunk thing. And it's like, or it's like there was a disease that wiped out a ton of the population before the war. Or it's like, there's a huge inequality in the level of technology that the government and the corporations have, as opposed to, or just like there's a bunch of pre-war corporations that are running things more so than the government at a certain point. And it's like all that stuff is cyberpunk. It's just with a different skin, and that's what makes it interesting. I don't think it even needs its own term.
It would make sense. No, you're right. No, it would make sense, because like when Fallout was being developed and stuff, there was a lot of cyberpunk genre stuff going on. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that, you know, they just took inspiration from what was pretty popular then.
Well, I'm more so looking at like what the genre turned into than what the genre originated as. So, Mr. Gibson, don't be upset.
Except for 3, titled Van Buren. Everything sounds great on paper, but pressure from Bethesda, as well as the gaming market in general, would ultimately lead to an unfinished product that still managed to shine brighter than anything Bethesda themselves could have created to this day.
Right. Technically wrong, but we'll just gonna let it slide.
Oh.
Well, it's like there's weird things where it's like...
The frame you froze for me is the fucking cursed house image.
No, it's like he's truncating his point to... It's a weird thing. So he's truncating a point that should be expanded, but then he's leaving in like stuff that nobody cares about.
Hmm.
I think that's part of the problem here, where it's like, pressure from Bethesda made it a certain way, but then pressure from the gaming audience affected how it was received, and that was more of a DLC. Well, the way it affected the post life of like, we were limited in what we could fix, we were limited in the amount of content that we were allowed to make after the game came out. That's more how the expectations of the gaming consumer base affected them. Whereas like, if you combine it into one sentiment, then it just seems like pressure from the gaming audience gave them less time to make the game. Like, that doesn't comport as an argument. But I understand why he's presented it that way, because it would make the video faster. The problem is then that there's like 45 seconds in the intro spent on telling us that Two Worlds is a bad game.
No, this is just a super rad experience.
Day. Fallout New Vegas is a once-in-a-lifetime experience, but one that you get to have over and over again. There's potentially never going to be another game like it, even with rumored sequels up in the air.
What is a once-in-a-lifetime experience that you can have over and over again?
I feel like all art is that. Well, you can't do the over and over with live service games, but you know. I get it, but yes, I understand why you are kind of thrown off by that statement.
Because like, I consider it like you only have your first playthrough once.
Oh,
if I could memory wipe myself, I would memory wipe myself of Mass Effect 1 and play it over again for the first time.
I would memory wipe myself of Starfield with a note, "Don't check it out."
I don't need to memory wipe myself. My brain took care of that for me.
But your brain protected you. I don't think New Vegas needed its DLCs. If anything, the DLCs detract from the base game. Okay, if you say so.
The
DLCs are things that I look forward to when I go to replay New Vegas. I feel like the argument is that, like, well, the DLCs trash the base game balance, where it's like, you get access to a lot more money, but you don't even need the DLC to break the economy in New Vegas.
Nah.
Or the like, becoming overpowered. Like,
yeah.
And even if that is the case, you can beat the game and then install the DLC after. Like, if that's what you want to do, you want to beat the game up until the Battle for Hoover Dam, and then install the DLCs one at a time and play through them. Like, if you want to go that route, then sure, but I mean, like...
I mean,
yeah.
you can also control what buttons you press.
Shut up. No. We'll get to the Gamergate rant. We just got to get through the intro first. That's the terms and conditions here. To make it fair, is we got to give him a shot, let him fail, and then get to the goods.
It's a game that tries to do a lot with a little and manages to succeed for, the most part, while being rough around the edges.
I agree. It's endearing because of its limitations.
Mm-hmm.
Today, I'd like to analyze what made the game so good in my eyes, the commentaries it presents, how it presents them, and the overall gameplay experience as a whole. New Vegas is a game of factions. It's a game about war and capitalism, revenge.
He said it.
He said it, everybody.
He said it.
Chat, you just had to be patient. New Vegas is a game about capitalism. Ooh, boy. Ooh, boy. Meme. Me personally, I think New Vegas is about human nature.
Me personally.
Is there even a function for the accumulation of capital in the wasteland? There's no, like, bank. There's no interest rates on caps. I guess the NCR uses a fiat currency, so, like, they have to have a bank, right?
Mr. House is rich, and he is a businessman. Therefore, the game is about capitalism.
It's about capitalism.
No, he didn't listen. He didn't say it was a critique on capitalism.
He said it's
He
about.
just said it's about capitalism.
Oh, so like it doesn't have to be an accurate. It doesn't have to be an accurate recreation of the economic system that's called capitalism. It just has to. It just has to poke at it.
Yes.
You know, you don't have to recreate a weather system to poke at climate change. I get it.
Yeah, exactly.
NCR are the evil capitalists and Caesar is the hero of the people. Always true to Kaiser. Exactly. Chat, you get a you get a free avatar change for that one.
Well, okay, so actually, the game isn't really about capitalism; it's about fascism.
Yes, and the NCR are the fascists. Always true to Kaiser. Isn't the main conflict in the game about resources, not capital? Yeah, I mean, like, even by the most technical philosophical definition of what capitalism is, which, by the way, I disagree with, but even by that definition of, like, there wasn't capitalism until, like, the 1600s, it's still not true.
Yeah. But also, like, I wouldn't even say the game is the game is about resources. It's more about just power. That's why, you know, you're fighting over Hoover Dam.
Little known fact, Marcus's name is Karl Marcus. There you go.
Thank you.
Revenge and justice, about the strong using the weak for personal gain as a whole. New Vegas is a game of factions. It's a game about war and capitalism, revenge and justice, about the strong using the weak for personal gain, and the DLC is so phenomenally strong at expanding upon this that it allows the entire package of New Vegas to feel like one cohesive set of stories. You could consider New Vegas a television show with multiple seasons, followed by sequel films in the form of DLC. New Vegas is open-ended, but it's here to...
I mean, you could. You could also consider it a video game with expansion stories.
I mean, I consider it a series of poems followed by a short story, and then a novella, and then 2 fan fictions.
I don't understand the Lonesome Road's a fan fiction. This is where you say I'm not specifying.
Did you not get super horny for Ulysses?
He's got that deep the deep voice, rolling, bassy. Don't worry, SuperRad has said Tim Kaine is wrong about the series not being about capitalism. Oh, we haven't even gotten to the part where most of the major writers for Fallout New Vegas have said that it was not about capitalism. That's the thing is, like, so recently, I don't know if you... This is the part of the stream where Patrician hypes up his own tweets. I upset some people. I'm gonna pull up.
Okay.
I'm gonna pull up a something I said.
It's a day ending in Y, so Pat has upsetted people on Twitter.
I have fun on Twitter. That's why I use the site.
All that talk about bears and bulls.
She chose the bear. She chose the bull. Alright, this was my take. Bethesda is a conservative company that pushes that premarital sex is a sin, space exploration is a waste of funds compared to a pursuit and reverence to God, and maintaining order via law enforcement, and that vaccinations are a tool used by the state to control the populace. Now, you've played a lot of the same stories that I'm coming to those conclusions. My media literacy has picked up that these are the themes of these games. Would you say that this is accurate, true, what is in the games?
I mean, this is why when we were playing Fallout 76, we were calling them Based Thesda.
Based Thesda. I mean, this was just the top, like, 4 of what I could say. Like, if you want to insert retarded politics into something that isn't really about that, it cuts both ways. And that's that's why there was such a violent disagreement with this sentiment, because they don't want, like, conservative people to realize that, like, you can make a story be about anything with the same mental gymnastics.
Yeah.
The real truth nuke is Kaiser is leader of the proletariat nation fighting the evil bourgeoisie and CR. Glory to the workers of the world. Exactly. That's why I made the stream thumbnail this image.
So true.
The true communists, the true workers of the world, is Kaisar's Legion.
To tell a
And
story.
this is why I always side with Mr. House.
This is why I always side with Mr. House to crush the commies.
One that you get to shape much more than you could in Fallout 3. As I'm writing this, I'm seeing how long this script could potentially be. I imagine this will be one of my longer videos as there's just so much to discuss and go over. So if you love New Vegas or want to learn a lot about it, please feel free to sit back and listen. This is a game that can appear...
So
I don't want to learn about it.
I don't love New Vegas, so I guess I'm not free to sit back and listen. Same level as Harry Potter's criticism of gun control. You know, Harry Potter really is a critique of the nanny UK state. The modern British government and its complacency for those dark robed people. Those terror cells that... Harry, no.
The opinions your professors don't want you to hear about.
Turning Point Hogwarts. Charlie Kirk is arguing with Hermione Granger about elf rights on the campus of Hogwarts.
Small on the surface, but manages to pack so much within you're prone to finding something new within every playthrough. For that reason, I want to be clear, this retrospective will go over a lot, but not absolutely everything. We'll focus on major aspects of the game, such as the various factions within and how the player can interact with them. We'll look into how the player shapes the story and what these choices can lead to in terms of endings. We'll look at each DLC separately as its own section as
you don't need to tell me that that's the scope of the video. Oh, wait.
Table of contents.
But there's no timestamps on screen. I feel like if you are going to do a table of contents section, you should like just have an on-screen timestamp. I thought about doing that with... I think it was Morrowind, honestly. I thought about doing a table of contents section at the start of the video.
Mm-hmm. Now, timestamps are just so much more elegant.
Well, it's just so that you can... Well, okay, so you're saying timestamps in the description? And like sections and stuff?
Yeah.
The Morrowind video, for me, he's doing this after timestamps, but back then there wasn't the sections feature on YouTube.
Yeah.
And so I was like, if you know when in the video your sections are going to be, you could include a table of contents of like, here's all the timestamps to all the sections at the start of the video. Still kind of crazy that...
Yeah,
one of the messages of Goblet of Fire is that Hermione was dumb to fight against slavery. Not just that, but that elves... we didn't say this on the last stream. Elves are genetically predisposed to enjoy being slaves. They're all submissives. Like, Dobby is the aberration for wanting to be like a free house elf.
Ms. Rowling, this... Are you sure this is what you want to introduce into your setting?
Ms. Rowling, you know that it was King George III who did away with slavery, right? J.K. Rowling, the problematic queen. J.K. Rowling is so problematic that like Elon Musk actually asked her on Twitter, like, do you have to be miserable all the time? Because like she doesn't do anything. Like she has no engagements where it's just like, all right, I'm gonna share like a fun tidbit about Harry Potter these days. It's literally just an endless barrage of like, here's why trans people are bad. She's too miserable even for her side.
The ketamine king calling her out.
Yeah, no, that's the funny part is that like even Elon Musk thinks that she's a bit much. She made werewolves an allegory for gay people.
The only person who could get on her wavelength is Kanye.
I always thought it was funny the dichotomy of vampires as gay men versus werewolves as lesbian women.
Believe they are unique enough to warrant it. And finally, we'll go over the themes, gameplay, and mechanics through.
Everybody did not love J.K. Rowling until she said that women aren't men. People were disliking J.K. Rowling before then. It started with... I mean, conservatives were kind of against Harry Potter for the whole normalizing witchcraft stuff, but then they started to dislike her when she was, like, coming out and saying, like, oh yeah, Dumbledore's gay, and this character's gay, and this character's gay. And, like, none of it's in the story, so she's just, like, retroactively saying that, like, a bunch of characters are homosexuals. And then liberal people also started to dislike her for that and call them, like, queer baiting and stuff. And, like, you're just trying to mine attention by, like, pandering to gay people. So, like, then liberal people started to dislike her. And then that's where, like, the trans exclusionary feminism stuff started, where it's like, trans women shouldn't be covered under feminism, which, honestly, her capital sin is that she's a intersectionalist.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't like the progressive stack. And that's, like, during peak woke, that was just, like, a cardinal sin. Like, Moaning Myrtle was bullied for being a lesbian. I haven't read Chamber of Secrets in a while. I don't know if that's true. I think the biggest proof that she isn't racist is how lazy her names and stereotyping is. A real racist would be accurate. Yeah, no, a lot of it's like, listen, we all enjoy Cho Chang being the Chinese character. Okay, that's a very...
What?
Yeah, the Chinese girl that Harry Potter is interested in is named Cho Chang, y'all.
No.
Yeah, Cho Chang. And then, like, there's a joke image of, like, what, JK, why didn't you include any Jews in the story? And she's like, I did. What was it? I think it was like Larry. No, it wasn't. It was like something Silverstein, third year Ravenclaw. I was gonna say Larry Silverstein, but I'm like, that's the 9/11 guy. That's the guy who owned the Twin Towers and insured the building, and then made a ton of money from it. Goldsmith? I don't think it was Goldsmith. I think it was Silverstein.
Well, I mean,
Anthony Goldstein. Oh my god, I just inserted Larry Silverstein. See, that's the marker of it. J.K. Rowling's not a true anti-Semite like yours truly. J.K. Rowling would not talk about the conspiracy theory that Hitler was secretly a Jew who did the Holocaust, but did it to fulfill an ancient Jewish prophecy to build the state nation of Israel. See, she doesn't know ball like that.
I was just gonna say the goblins.
The goblins. That's a famous one that's also just like that was like just peak woke, like internet hysteria of I mean, there's somebody who said it, like, Jews need to stop seeing themselves as short, hook-nosed, greedy people, and like just taking every incarnation of that, because it's just like, really what it is that, like, just in European folklore, having a hook nose was a sign of, like, just being unattractive, and so they would make caricaturely unattractive people their folklore of, like, being evil spirits. Like, witches would have hook noses, goblins had hook noses, trolls had hook noses, you know, shit like that. And it's just like, that's because Europeans didn't. They weren't, besides Italians, right? That's not a very Western European phenotypical aspect. It's the same way that, like, having a super rounded chin and baggy eyes and, like, a short nose is, like, the Asian code, the Asian shorthand for, like, an evil spirit.
Throughout. Not necessarily order, but you get the idea. If you enjoy videos like this, please consider liking, commenting, and subscribing, as it helps me continue to make this content. With that out of the way, I'm SuperRad, and
well, hang on. I like videos like this. I don't necessarily like yours. We're only 10 minutes in, but we made it through the intro. Hang on. I need to see what the sections are, because I've already forgotten.
Okay, well, I gotta go to the bathroom real fast.
Yeah, go ahead. While I make this decision. Oh, there's a intro and a preface, so we got to get through the preface. This is not as bad as the Oblivion video intro. The Oblivion video intro that he made was very, very rough. Hey, listen, we can't critique long intros, okay? I'm team long intro gang, but I will say, you should always think very hard about the first 10 minutes of what you're presenting. You know, if you say something like there's no design document, you should clarify. If it's not technically true, you should have a clarification. What I mean is, you know, the shorthand is there's no design document, but the longhand, the real version is that there is no central design document. We're talking about central vision. We're talking about a planned central vision before you start making the game of how all of these things are going to work together. It can't just be, I've got some shit written down on a napkin buried at the bottom of my filing cabinet, and that means I have documentation. You got to clarify that stuff. But that's what I do. I clarify that I'm specifically talking about a central design document. Dropping in midstream to Rowling Goblin discourse got me feeling like I'm home. Rowling Goblin discourse will always be perennial. Really what it is everybody else was too politically correct to draw goblins in the classical sense. And so they didn't get in trouble for it. And really what it was a bunch of children who didn't get over Harry Potter in like 2010. We're still talking about it in 2020. We were like, you know what? This upsets me. This was problematic media. And it's like, bro, that was Harry Potter. That was a kid's, you know, book and movie series where they did a lot of shorthand stuff. You clarified that you believe in magic according to Never Knows Best. I do believe in magic.
Right. So, I'm glad we're still talking about this because I remembered what I wanted to ask earlier. So, I have Harry Potter to blame for why there's like so many people saying that they're into Wicca now and stuff like that.
I mean, kind of. That was always like it was more like conservatives were mad about it just because like it was selling the idea that kids should look forward to like when they turn 11 they get to become witches, as opposed
we
to
we should definitely burn J.K. Rowling.
No, that was all just the expansion of astrology. That's tied to astrology, and that's tied to like new wave thinking and like fetishization of India that happened in like the 80s. That was not a Harry Potter thing. Can you explain what is actually bad about SuperRad plugging a Palestine charity? The bad thing is that he buried it in like 25 minutes into the video and like pretended that he cared, but it's like you spent the entire video still like showing off the product and stuff. I don't know. To me, it's like to me, if I thought to my core thoroughly through and through, and this is something I was very passionate about, that there was a genocide going on, and that the company whose product I'm reviewing supports that genocide financially, as Microsoft does, if I believed that, it would be the first thing I'd mention. And I would say, don't buy this game. You're giving money to a company that supports genocide. To me, that's the procedure. You don't bury it 25 minutes in, because then you're tricking people. You're stealthing people. You should just be upfront if that's what you care about. Especially because, like, again, if you think that, like, oh no, you bought a copy of Oblivion Remastered, that's one more bomb that got dropped on Gaza. If that's the way that you view the world, wouldn't you view it as a moral imperative to get the word out as fast as possible because people's lives are on the line?
Like, I've blacklisted certain developers and publishers off my channel for a lot less. Like, Nintendo will never, ever appear on my channel just because of all the, like, anti-creator, like, ownership stuff that they've done over the years and things like that. I just find that extremely distasteful, so I'm not even going to cover their stuff. And I'm not even saying that they're guilty of, you know, being culpable in a genocide.
Yeah, that's just the way I look at it. If my priority is number one on something, then you gotta make it clear. Especially if you're gonna shill a charity. To me, it comes off, it's not crybullying, but it's the same type of tactic of like, well, I shill the charities, so that makes me a good person.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, or at least it makes me immune to criticism. You can't criticize me. I was posting the charity.
I'm sorry, Pat. I still think you're a piece of shit, even though you rode across the country for charity.
Yeah, that's fine. I have more respect for that than like if I was hiding behind every critique of, well, remember the charity.
Remember, guys, I hosted Creator Clash.
I hosted. No, I made more money than Creator Clash. I donated more money to charity than Creator Clash.
Man, I've been watching, I've gone down a rabbit hole. I finally found a sport that I actually like. Russian bare knuckle boxing. Yeah. I've been watching that and I'm like, man, Creator Clash 4? 3? 4?
Yeah.
This is
it
what,
needs
this
to
is
be
what
that.
we gotta do. Yeah.
Content Cop Israel. You guys are all getting off topic here. Okay, so there is a preface section, and I'm very curious what makes the preface section different than the intro section. What do you think it is? He's already clarified the like structure of the video.
Oh, what was that?
There's a preface section after the intro, and I'm curious what's left to set up because he's clarified like the structure of the video, and then he's going to be talking about like capitalism and stuff. So it's like, what more is there to
preface?
Yeah.
Probably how he played it.
Hang on.
Mods, things like that.
Ooh, okay. If it's just that, we can skip it. Pat always finds a way to bring up that he cycled for charity every stream, LOL. What's the pirate software quote? I literally never bring it up. I feel like I don't bring it up like every stream. Unless you watch main channel streams. Maybe that's the case. But it's like, if you're watching second channel stream, I don't think I really mention it all that often. It would be interesting though. Pull all the transcripts on all my streams and tell me how often I bring it up. Yes, you do? Nah, I don't think it's true. Still, you mention them every single stream? Nah, I don't think it's true. Sorry. I really don't think it's true. This isn't just like a extended bit.
I don't think so either.
You stream with me a lot. How often do I bring it up?
I mean, you wouldn't have brought it up just now if I didn't.
I might have brought it up just because it was relevant to like the whole charity argument.
Yeah.
Don't think it happened, mate.
All right.
And this is the big Fallout New Vegas retrospective.
Get it over with. Maybe cons kill people without looking them in the face. But I gotta think.
This is a G-Man bit.
Dig. You made your last delivery, kid. Sorry you got twisted up in the scene. From where you're kneeling must seem like an 18-karat run.
I don't think he's earned this, though. I was just like, I liked... fine, I get it. The G-Man bit of, like, can you hurry this up? Oh, that's funny. But then, like, it's kind of going on for a while.
Run of bad luck. Truth is, the game was rigged from the start.
SuperRad Lemon.
Lemon, what?
I think there's a bit here that we're not privy to.
Oh, okay.
So let's get one thing out of the way here. Fallout New Vegas hasn't aged particularly well when it comes to running on modern hardware.
Oh, you already did this.
I was right.
Yeah,
I
you
was
were right.
right.
All right, we can chat. We are released from the intro. My domain kicked in. I'm free to. All right, opening scene, character creation, good springs. Yeah, this is all pretty standard. So, let me look. All right, our first clip is going to be at 17 minutes and 45 seconds. And I'm actually going to give him the benefit of the doubt, I'm going to start the clip, I'll say like 15 or 30 seconds before the actual timestamp that's in the notes I was given.
So, let me get this straight. 17 minutes in is the first time, first point where he says something that's worth noting.
Well, so it noted this was Cloud's part, because Cloud did the first 4
Right.
hours. It noted that he said the C word at 9 minutes. So that was the first note it had. And then 17 minutes is the next. Yeah. Because it was looking for like culture war stuff like that.
Okay. Okay.
So
Only tribes are on.
the fun part is I'm not gonna tell you what the note is about. So I know what it's gonna be, but you get to be surprised.
Okay.
His side, however, House also holds the control over the enigmatic security various tribes of the unscathed within New Vegas is Mr. House, a genius individual who predicted the bombs dropping in 2077 and
Oh, hang on, we gotta slow him down. Because we're not watching the full thing.
for it ahead of time, allowing Vegas to remain relatively unscathed within the main strip of the city. House has used his influence and mind to create a new Vegas, in which has allowed him to rehabilitate various tribes of the Nevada that now all situate themselves within the strip. Not only tribes are on his side, however, House also holds the control over the enigmatic Securitrons, his automated robotic police force that hold a bigger part to play within the grand narrative of New Vegas as a whole. House is the embodiment of capitalism and how power can lead to a monopoly, as strong as the NCR and the Legion.
I don't know if I'd really go to say he embodies capitalism. He's a self-made man, I guess.
Honestly, I view House as a rejection of capitalism. So it's like, since this is going to be innately political...
Well, he's not even like... Because he's like anti-competition and stuff.
No, so he's making the argument, House is capitalistic because he's established a monopoly, but it's much more clear from House's dialogue that he didn't allow... Like, he's not capitalistic because he's establishing a dictatorship.
Right.
It's not a free market. It's not even really a capitalistic market. It's just extracting money from people to fund his ventures and to fund his military expansion, which every state does. But like communists, capitalists, national socialists, they all do that. So to me, I always view House the same way that like it's kind of like the inverse of post-Soviet states, the people there who are like, yeah, we lived under communism, we're not doing that shit again. Where it's like, but he's the inverse, so he's a capitalist, and it's like, I lived under capitalism and democracy, and we're not doing that shit again either. Like,
yeah.
First of all, there is no capitalism in the Mojave Wasteland, not in the philosophical sense. But secondly, if it was capitalism, House would allow there to be competition, because then that would breed innovation. He's not seeking innovation, he's seeking a dogmatic, prescribed vision of how he wants things to be done. He's a dictator.
Yeah. I like to think of him as kind of like Napoleon, where when he first came into power.
Right.
Where he kind of showed up and he's just like, all right, motherfuckers, we're done with this shit. We're doing it my way now. And then it's just top-down edict from there on out.
Who is Stupendium? Is that the chud that was brought up earlier? Yeah, I believe technocratic dictator is the most correct in terms of what the writers have said the intention was as well. Because there's a bit of debate about whether House is supposed to represent Elon Musk. He doesn't. Elon Musk was not the first technocrat in the United States. Far from it. It's more like a West Coast, Silicon Valley, or a Bill Gates type of like, what would you do if the head of a corporation used his vast power to survive and then prescribed his vision on the world? That's the fundamental hypothetical, where it's like it's technically correct in the sense that like New Vegas is only possible because of capitalism, but New Vegas is not presently capitalistic. It's just the infrastructure that was used to create New Vegas was built under capitalism.
Yeah. I always read House as like a, what if Carnegie Mellon had access to like, you know, being able to live forever?
Yeah, well,
That's always been my take.
the
I've never even thought about being on Musk.
Well, the technocrats are modern incarnations of the railroad barons.
Yeah.
So it's all fundamentally the same thing. The people who've profited on a new technology sector that made them the wealthiest people of their time. What if one of those survived into the post-apocalypse?
It's a really cool idea. That's why Mr. House is like one of my favorite characters of Fallout New Vegas.
Can be, they still have to live within House's world. He is what capitalism and a monopoly can ultimately lead to, and
That's technically right, in the same way that the Outer Worlds presents a authoritarian left government as being the endpoint of corporate rule.
Mm-hmm.
authoritarian who keeps out those he does not deem fit to enter his world, and those that do must bow down before him, even if they've never seen him in person before. In this way, we can consider Mr. House to be similar to the Legion. He is an evil that exists within the world of New Vegas. He is the embodiment of capitalism and authoritarianism.
Okay, hold on a sec. There was a lot of stuff in that statement there that I didn't like. We'll start with the evil part.
Evil. Yeah, okay.
If I had pearls, I'd be clutching them right now.
This is a very once you bust out the evil thing, it's like a very tough nut to crack. Of like, okay, you got to reverse engineer the psychology of what went into that statement.
Hold on a sec. So Bethesda being famous because of Oblivion. No, that's
potential. I can't commit to that statement.
But House, definitely evil.
Definitely evil in the same way the Legion is evil.
Yep.
It's kind of okay.
Welcome to the SuperRad experience.
Here's how I'm going to try to unpack this. I think that he's going to say that he's evil because House was overrode the tribal culture and like prescribed his ideals of how the world should be onto these groups of people who already had their own perspectives on the world.
Okay.
Which I don't think is necessarily true because nothing stopped them from leaving. They do say like House sent in Securitrons to like force us, but I'm like, you could have just left the area. I don't think House was like forcing the boot riders at gunpoint to become the chairman. I think it was they were being evicted from Vegas.
Yes. It's like if you want to stay, you have to do this shit. Because like, well, you know, you still had the Great Khans and stuff like that. He didn't wipe them out.
Yeah, he just shoved them out of the area.
Yeah. Okay, so what do I think this is going to lead to?
Well, to expand on that, that's the same thing the NCR does, as established with the Great Khans. So if the House is evil for it, then all of the factions are evil for it.
Right. All the factions are evil. I played the Outer Worlds too. I know how this game goes.
Unfortunately, New Vegas is a bit more nuanced than that.
No. they're all evil. The only good ending is you do the independent New Vegas and then you kill yourself right afterwards.
Yeah. Establish total anarchy. I mean, that is the morally consistent outcome. He has to be an anarcho-primitivist. He cannot support government in any capacity.
Okay, no, I take that back. You destroy all the factions except for the followers of the apocalypse. You do all their quests for them, you make them as powerful as possible, then you do the independent New Vegas, and then you kill yourself.
Yeah, which is weird because the followers of the apocalypse are the unwitting missionaries of the NCR. Like, they don't realize that they are paving the way for NCR colonialism. So, okay, let's let that statement hit one more time.
House to be similar to the Legion. He is an evil that exists within the world of New Vegas. He is the embodiment of capitalism and authoritarianism, creating his own slaves within. People.
Yeah, okay, so my take is that he's going to say that he's not going to go with the wiping out the culture. I mean, he'll probably touch on it, but I think his main point is going to be that he uses his position in New Vegas to make everybody pay, and that's why he's evil. That he's just hoarding wealth
but the problem
for his own benefit.
Sure, but also for the benefit of the people around him because he's building up this society.
I don't recognize that. He doesn't pay taxes.
But he is the central government. He doesn't have to pay taxes. He is the president.
That's what makes him evil.
Right, but he's like building roads and walls and stuff and like water infrastructure, and
I don't recognize that.
It's
Amazon doesn't make jobs.
I want to touch on the slave thing.
Amazon just doesn't pay taxes.
I want to know what he thinks it's slavery. Nobody under house is a slave. The three families are all there by their own consent, and they all profit from the position that they've been granted. They have to give a cut
but like,
to house.
what is their alternative? Go out and live in the desert like animals?
Like they used to?
Of course they're going to want to. That's racist.
They were all the Slitherkin were like rapists and murderers who got civilized into being an actual like culture. I mean, they still do like prostitution and murder and stuff, but like it's better than what they used to be. The fucking Ultralux were cannibals. And like now they do like very limited cannibalism. And it's like it's all an economic situation where House created prosperity and inadvertently like massively civilized these people in the process in just like a few years too. This wasn't like over the course of like half a century. This was in 7 years.
Wow. Okay, I see. So only capitalism can create civilization. Good to know.
I mean, that's the way that the game presents it. I'm just curious, like, what's the slavery
So it is
thing?
about capitalism.
What I want to know is, does he think that by creating an economic system where people have to have jobs, that is slavery?
Yes.
Is he a slave?
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
That's kind of what I'm getting at, is does he think that, like, a person who works at Walmart is enslaved to Walmart by the economic circumstances that they live under?
Yes.
Because if so, this is going to be a basket case of, like, a real insane positioning.
You're actually not doing a bit right now.
No,
you don't understand that. Like that's what like the left believes.
No,
that's why they don't like capitalism, because it's slavery to them.
Right, but I don't know. It's like they don't understand that that's still the most equitable way to handle it, as opposed to like you have a job that gets assigned to you when you're like 13, and that's your life. You don't get to. Equal. You don't get to pivot into making YouTube videos as an adult under communism. You were determined to be a sanitation worker early in life, and that's what the fuck you're gonna do.
But everybody's equal. See, yeah. But the thing is that would only be temporary, because eventually we would all uplift each other so that we live in a utopic state. See, I would be living in the utopic state right now
if certain chuds. SuperRad believes property equals slavery. You're clueless, Pat. Well, see, I understand the argument. It's just more so the terminology. If you want to make the case that under capitalism, you're sort of a feudal serf, right? You don't have true power, but you're not entirely a slave. Because slavery as a word means a specific things. It means your ass is in shackles. You don't have the freedom to leave. You're told the quota that you're supposed to produce. You're told the job that you're supposed to do. And if you step out of line, they have the ability to just kill you. That's slavery. That's what that means. You don't dilute the term by saying...
That's what we have right now.
So I
lose my job and then I die because I don't have health insurance.
So you're telling me, Mr. SuperRad, that you believe that there's no difference between being worked to death on a plantation and having a job at Walmart?
I actually don't know how somebody like that would react to that question.
Well, someone in chat said there's a distinction between chattel slavery and wage slavery, which it's like, that's fine, but it's still going to be like, you have to add the qualifier to the statement. If you're going to say that House does slavery, you need to distinguish why it's different than the slavery that the Legion does, because you just sound retarded if you say House does slavery when it's like over in the Legion, there's enslaved people carrying...
You're just out of touch. You're just out of touch. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, you just don't understand Marxism.
Fucking chud.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they respond.
When I'm in a straw man competition and my opponent is Pat, he said the words. And now I'm supposed to interpret what that means. We have to unpack it because it's an insane statement to say that House is evil and that he does slavery. I don't agree with any component of what he said in regards to the words that he's using.
Well, we got to let him finish now.
So it's like, here's the fundamental thing. Anytime anybody says I'm wrong, but they don't clarify why I'm wrong, you get disregarded. Not even... I'll get comments that are like, you're just wrong about stuff, but they won't clarify, like, even to the point, like, what timestamp that they were referring to. So, like, I'll get comments in like on like a 5-hour stream of like, you're just wrong about stuff. And it's like, if you even just said what I was wrong about, then I could action upon that. See,
I don't want you to action upon it.
Saying unconditionally that I'm wrong about stuff isn't just going to get me to go, oh, well, I guess SuperRad just must be right. So, like, the level 1 is, if you said when I was wrong about something, that could help. And then the other part, if you said how I was wrong about something, that helps a lot more. Because I don't want to be wrong. I want to know the ways in which I am wrong about this.
Okay, listen, Chud. It doesn't matter what you want. I don't want you to get better.
Okay, well, I just, I don't have to listen to you then. That's the fundamental thing. Like, if you don't want to be called, if you don't want to be called a retarded commie, then you got to stick up for yourself. All right. Let's see where he goes with this.
People within the strip may live a life of luxury, but they are hardly free, and you'll see that as we progress through the main quest line and various side quests. It's really a pick-your-poison type of choice in terms of who you wish to side with within New Vegas. The Legion are explicitly evil. They are the villains that are there to allow forces to unite and take them down in the name of all that is good and just.
What?
Good and just.
Oh.
So why does House take down the Legion if they're taken down by the good and just? We just established House is evil, but House stops the Legion, so House is also good and just.
I'm playing as a literal cannibal, and I take down the Legion. I guess I'm good and just.
All right. This is
but ill as well. Is he some necessary greater good, or is he simply instilling his will through a force that isn't as visible as how the Legion does it? The NCR takes whatever they want, whether you like it or not, because they believe they have the moral high ground to do so. Everyone is corrupted here, some more than others, and you see why this is and hear their excuses as you play throughout the game, ultimately leading to one conclusion that I believe is the best course of action in terms of how you finish it. So who are
Oh. Oh.
All right, so he's
He
not an
actually-
NCR fanboy, which I kind of knew.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna do the Independent New Vegas one, isn't he?
The kill everybody ending. Everybody's
Yeah, yeah.
evil. I wonder what his stance on the Outer Worlds was, because he has a video on it. But to me, it's just, I don't know. It's kind of lame. Do you know who's actually evil in the setting? The Raiders. And the Raiders represent fundamental human nature. It's all a metaphor for fighting against your own nature as a person. And so it's like your nature to take things by force, to kill people, to rape people, all of that stuff that you have to fight against the fundamental human nature of people being evil. And then here's these 3 systems that defeat that. Well, 4 systems. But here's these systems that can defeat that evil. Which one of those works the best?
Nah.
The courier
I pick being a fiend.
The courier is the most evil man on earth if he chooses the yes man ending. It's technically low-key true. The problem is you're writing your own conclusion there, where it's like, I think a lot of people who do yes man, they are kind of evil, but that's because they play into the Courier 6 is like the savior. He's a superhuman savior of mankind, where it's like, if you play Independent New Vegas, where it's about preserving as many unique tribal cultures as possible, that's the legitimate independent ending.
Which is kind of how I looked at it.
Yeah.
I looked at it as more like, let the people self-determine. Like, all of these other groups are not fit to rule this place.
It's Jeffersonian, like, self-deterministic Republican thinking.
Yeah. I literally never... I assumed that after... Because my first playthrough, I did the Independent New Vegas ending. So I always consider that my canon ending.
Right.
And my interpretation at the end was that Courier 6 just, like, walks off into the desert, never to be seen again.
Right. I think that
Like,
there was a cut part where Yes Man was supposed to, like, just take over and, like, be autonomous of the player character. And to me, that actually kind of reinforces the Independent New Vegas ending, where it's like Courier 6 comes along, dismantles the infrastructure of these systems, and then leaves Yes Man to autonomously enforce a self-determination ecosystem. But okay.
are you within this? In Oblivion and Morrowind, game, ultimately leading to one conclusion that I believe is the best course of action in terms of how you finish it. So who are you within this setting? In Oblivion and Morrowind, you were a prisoner. In Fallout 3, you grew up within...
All right, so I think we're done with the first point.
yeah. Oh boy.
Are you excited?
I'm on my 3rd bottle of soda, so yes.
All right. 58-57.
I just love the like the cartoonish, naive viewpoint that, like, the Legion were just there. We're just written in so that everybody had a common enemy.
Right. Well, this is somebody that definitely doesn't appreciate the, I think, Legion origin story, or I would be surprised to find out if they do. Because to me, it's like hearing about Edward Sallow's childhood and how he had to deal with raiders despite living in the NCR, and like how that shaped his worldview, and that in all likelihood he probably started the Legion as like a traumatic response to like something that happened to him as a kid, and he was like, "Fuck it, I'm going to kill all the raiders." I was like, "Oh yeah, that's fun." How would Yes Man do that? I would imagine that the enforcement process would just be Yes Man sending Securitrons out to go fight off the Legion or the NCR anytime they tried to enter the region. The Yes Man would just be enforcing the non-aggression pact. That's why it's kind of a foolish ending. There's a certain naivete to believing that, like, you could just preserve all the local tribal cultures. Like, that shit's not just going to revert back to some kind of empire eventually.
All it'll take is somebody finding Yes Man and telling him to do something
Well,
else.
that's why there was a cut part where it was like Yes Man established himself as an autonomous entity that couldn't be told what to do.
Ah.
That was eventually cut out, which is unfortunate because, I mean, I guess if you write that in, then Yes Man becomes the de facto best ending, because it's like, all right, now you can just like give Yes Man an ideology and he'll auto enforce it and he can't be influenced later down the line. Where it's like, whereas like, it is a funny thing to imagine that like Courier 6 sets the situation up, leaves, and then like 2 minutes later someone sneaks in and takes over. Also, it's summer. Where's the Hawaiian shirt? Which Hawaiian shirt model are you asking for? I'll give you the one with the bigger tits.
Physics.
They both have jiggle physics. Doesn't Yes Man run into the issue of material constraints in the Securitron stock? I mean, if you give him the upgraded Securitrons with the weather station stock, I feel like he should be able to keep that system of government running for a little bit. I mean, shit, the fucking the guy at the Sunset Sarsaparilla factories managed to keep vending machines stocked with like a short supply of robots. I think Yes Man will be fine. If that's the same scenario. Which, speaking of, I'll be right back. I gotta get something. But it's related to the Sunset Sarsaparilla.
Okay. So wait, would being a cannibal and eating everyone be the good ending for this guy? That's the point that was a joke that I was making.
The world must be
just so long as you're against the Legion, it's everything else is fine.
Gotcha. So like, if you were a faction of like cannibal rapists, but you were anti-Legion.
Yeah, lesser of the two evils.
So, you remember the Sunset Sarsaparilla Jones crossover?
Yeah.
They're doing like different flavors of Nuka soda. So they have Nuka Orange, which I don't even think is in the game. I could be wrong. It might be in like 76 or something.
Yeah.
But like, I'm pretty sure it's just like Fanta, but Nuka Cola themed. So I'm very curious because I'm not gonna lie, chat. I'm starting to miss Sunset Sarsaparilla. They finally stopped selling it at the grocery store. Nuka Orange is in Nuka World. Ugh. I like Sunset Sarsaparilla. So I had Sunset Sarsaparilla and I had Sioux City Sarsaparilla, which Sunset Sarsaparilla is based on. And they're different flavors. The crossover soda had a bit more of a berry kick that I liked, but Sioux City Sarsaparilla is not bad. Oh, that's way too citrusy.
Oh.
Yeah, and like flavor profile, it's like closer to orange juice than orange soda.
Yeah.
That's unusual.
That's what I want.
Go drink an actual sarsaparilla.
Carbonated orange
Yeah,
juice.
I got Sioux City Sarsaparilla. That's what Sunset Sarsaparilla is based on.
Still individuals, ones who don't necessarily deserve to be worked against their will. It's odd to see the Legion portrayed as villainous for owning slaves and pushing their will on the Mojave.
All right.
Wait,
All right.
What? What?
I'm starting to see where
No.
the mental illness is here. Not to be
No,
mean,
no, no,
but
no, no.
so he sees the Legion is bad because they use slaves, and he recognizes that the NCR is similar in that they're using forced labor from prisoners. But he's trying to reconcile why one feels villainous than the other, but I don't think he's self-aware to realize that the extent to which he's been propagandized to. So I don't this might sound harsh. I don't think SuperRad has independently come to the conclusion that slavery is evil. I think that he believes slavery is evil because he's been taught that it's evil, not that he has determined philosophically for himself that it is evil. And there's a very important kind of distinction there. Okay, I want to get this whole point. We're like 30 seconds before the bit that it even pointed out.
Them. Human life is less valuable to the NCR over the property that was taken from them, especially when said property was simply a prison used to perform slave labor on a railroad. And
well, it's also a supply line, like, and the railroad. Like that's I'm sorry, but if you fuck with a military supply lines, they're gonna annihilate you. So like an example that happened after this was like the Houthis trying to interfere with the delivery of arms to Israel. And it was like, yeah, the US Navy wiped them the fuck out for doing that.
Yeah.
And it's like, your disagreement isn't, you know, I think the Houthis were justified because they were trying to stop a genocide in Palestine. That's fine. You just have to recognize that that's the material reality of, if you fuck with a military supply line, they're gonna try to kill you. You meant a proportional response. No, I definitely didn't. You attacking like an unarmed freighter with like a little gunboat, and then the US military like blowing the shit out of your ass for you. Sorry, I said wiped out. I meant their capacity to interfere with the naval traffic in the area, not that the Houthis are obliterated from existence. As opposed to any other military fucking around. No, that's the thing, is like, if you're on the front line and you're like throwing rocks at the tank, you will get a less proportional reaction than like if you try to mess with the supply line. Because if you mess with the supply line, that's it for them. Like if you succeed in cutting the NCR off from New Vegas via I-15, that is a massive hindrance to their war effort. And so it's like, yeah, of course they send the hit squads in to wipe the powder gangers out. I suppose I have to clarify, because I think there's a lot of people in the chat who probably haven't seen this. If you side with the powder gangers, then there's a point in that little quest line where the NCR will send soldiers in to wipe them out. And typically you're supposed to kill the NCR soldiers, but if you kind of run away and watch it happen, the NCR wins, like 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, it's actually a really difficult fight.
Yeah, because it's like an 8-man fire team of guys with service rifles versus like a bunch of guys with like 9mm pistols and single shotguns. This guy doesn't hate the Legion for the actual video game. He just projects people he doesn't like onto the Legion, and that's why he wants to destroy them. Lanius model, please. Yeah, I mean, and the term for that is, I think, shitlib. The like projection of
my high school bullies.
Yeah. That sounds like armchair psychology. I mean, it's kind of convincing so far, because he recognizes that there's a similarity of circumstance between these two situations. Obviously, there's some pretty big differences, but he has yet to reconcile it. It's sort of I remember during like the atheism YouTube days, there was a bit of debate among the Christians of like, if secular people don't believe in God, they will substitute God with something else. Unfortunately, they were pretty accurate. that supplementation is more so a strict adherence to science and secular dogma and what have you.
Trust the science, bro.
Yeah, so he is fitting into this mold of he believes in an ontological evil the same way that like a Christian would believe in like Satan, and like the Satan's trying to corrupt the youth into committing sin. He believes that in the same way that he's been propagandized to about slavery. So rather than, again, coming to the determination that it's a bad thing that doesn't even make economic sense anymore, you know, he's projecting kind of his propaganda back into the medium.
Go punch a Nazi.
What you're missing is a Marxist would say the powder gangers are morally justified in disrupting NCR supply lines, and that the NCR is capitalistic fashion forces them into slave labor. And I actually agree with that sentiment. I think that if you are a powder ganger, you're justified in fighting back against the NCR. The smart thing obviously would be to leave, but I don't think these people are presented with a lot of opportunities to get out, as opposed to like, if you live on the Strip, you have the whole Mojave to go to. But if you live in the Mojave, you know, all you have is other comparable wastelands to flee to.
Yeah.
And some of the powder gangers tried. They went to Nipton and still got wiped out. Just for very different reasons. I'm very curious. The part of my video that is available for patrons goes over the whole Nipton situation. It's a pretty interesting moment where you've been like, you might have been killing powder gangers for hours because they're raiders, and then all of a sudden here's the Legion and they're doing it too. But why would you know, who are you to judge the Legion for doing it if you've been doing it, sort of thing?
Because I'm doing it for the right reasons.
Powder gangers should have joined the cons. So there's a quest about that where you can help a group of the powder gangers join the cons.
And that's exactly what this is, slave labor. The convicts are cartoonish in a way within New Vegas, but they're still humans.
Sorry.
Slave labor on a railroad. And that's exactly what this is, slave labor. The convicts are cartoonish in a way within New Vegas.
Even that I kind of disagree with. The powder gangers are honestly presented like the same way that any raider faction in the Fallout is presented, you know. There's not a big difference in characterization at the prison versus like with the Great Khans. Like a couple of them are like violent sadists, and a couple of them are like, yeah, I got fucked over by like institutional injustice. And of course, you don't know if it's true. They're just saying that, like, yeah, the judge gave me a harsh sentence that I didn't do that shit. But you're not given enough information to know, so you just have to judge based on like the content of their characters. So it's like, I think the bodyguard of the leader of the powder gangers is like the most like violent, sadistic guy.
Yeah.
Cartoonish. Has this guy never met a prisoner? Okay, this is armchair psychology. He might believe unconditionally that, like, if they're prisoners, then they're just, like, economically disadvantaged people. Prison labor is slavery. You just agree with the morality. I didn't say I had a take on the prison labor thing. I just said it's similar. It's obviously a bit different, but like, yeah, I agree it is slavery. And yeah, I agree that the NCR are fascists. I have to reconcile that on the one hand, I don't like big authoritarian governments like the NCR, but on the other hand, I don't like shithead raiders. And I think that, you know, I would be half and half. I would be pro just kill raiders on sight. Like, send the NCR in, go wipe out this gang of raiders, please. Or, like, put them in chain gangs and make them productive. If I lived in the NCR, this would be my kind of perspective on it. Is like, yeah, they should be fucking enslaved and forced to build railroads as, like, rehabilitation. The bodyguard's name is Scrambler. Yeah, that guy. I think he has the most like cartoonish writing, but even then, he's just a raider in his mentality.
Yeah.
But they're still individuals, ones who don't necessarily deserve to be worked against their will. It's odd to
No. Again, Bethesda may potentially be best known for Elder Scrolls, but they definitely don't deserve to be worked against their will. I don't know, why not?
Why shouldn't prisoners be productive?
If you commit a crime against the system, why wouldn't it be a valid punishment to force you to build a positive thing for the system? You know, it's like, if you murder somebody and then you spend the rest of your life building up a railroad, then at the end of your life, the sum benefit to society will be positive, because while you did kill somebody, you also contributed building this infrastructure. I could understand that argument for like being pro prison labor.
We need to rehabilitate them.
That we need the NCR to pay for the Norwegian model of like sending them to a resort so that they can be rehabilitated.
That's exactly my point. That's the exact point I was going to make. The NCR needs to take over New Vegas, so that they can convert those hotels into modern day prisons, like actual, like civilized prisons where they are rehabilitated. And yeah.
Okay, so someone said it's not rehabilitation, it's restitution. You know what? I agree. And I think that in that situation, in the post-apocalypse, yeah, I would be pro restitution. Like, it's better that, like, the alternative in my mind for if you're a powder ganger and you're in prison, the alternative in my mind was that we kill you.
Yes.
So there's no situation in which you're a prisoner, but you're just going to be a drag on the system.
Yeah, resources are extremely limited in the post-apocalypse. There are certain things our morality kind of has to reconcile with.
You got to remember, this isn't about. I think that might be another thing, is he thinks that this is about the modern day, but you do have to remember this is a post-apocalyptic setting where the economic circumstances are different.
I remember I read what is it? Red Mars, I think it is.
Yeah.
And basically the story is about colonizing Mars, and like how would it go about and stuff. And basically the whole idea behind it in the early days is that like everything has to be considered in terms of calories. Like that calories is everything. How much, like, in terms of like heat production, energy use and stuff like that, it's all about calories. So if you have somebody who is consuming more calories than they are putting back into the system, they are literally a net negative and a threat to society there. So it's like you kind of consider it in a post-apocalyptic setting, similar situation where it's like there's not enough to go around as it is. Why are we going to waste resources on somebody who is just a net negative on our society? That doesn't make any sense. How is that justice? How is that equitable?
Yeah, and that's kind of the main issue we have in the judiciary right now is the sentiment is mercy for the guilty is injustice for the victims, or something like that. Where it's like, if you keep letting people off who are like violent criminals, then you're just doing injustice by the people who were victimized by them in the past.
Yeah.
This reminds me of a quote my dad used: "Men are not hanged for stealing horses, but that horses may not be stolen." Yeah, that's why for a long time, like, cattle rustling was like just like capital offense. It was treated on the level of murder. And because it is. You can grievously harm somebody without actually ever attacking them.
Yeah.
Sorry, anyways. We haven't even gotten to the note yet.
see the Legion portrayed as villainous for owning slaves and pushing their will on the Mojave, while the NCR is doing
Whoa, hang on. Owning? I don't think there's ownership in the Legion. Sorry, pedantic. Let's continue.
the same thing, just under the social construct of laws and justice, rather than the social construct of an empire. Both of these individuals are inherently doing harm to humanity, but the NCR does it in a way that we, as a society, value more. We value innovation and progress, and we see that through the construction of these laws and imaginary systems we create to better control civilization. Law is made up, capitalism is made up, and we...
Are you saying the Legion doesn't have laws?
The Legion doesn't have laws, and their system is not made up. It's just...
Yeah.
He's almost reaching self-awareness where he's like, wait a second, systems of government, they're made up. He's throwing just capitalism in there.
Yeah, I'm gonna ignore that flashbang.
We
have enough to deal with.
Construction of these laws and imaginary systems we create to better control civilization. Law is made up, capitalism is made up, and we choose to accept it. And many choose to see it as naturally good because it can lead to innovations.
What's the term? I know there's a philosophical counter to this sentiment. I just don't remember it. By the way, I never took a philosophy class, just FYI. But so it's like a naturalistic law where it's like there's certain senses of morality that are just baked into being human. Like murder is wrong. Like that's just a default stance that most people have. So capitalism is made up. Capitalism is made up because the semantic definition of capitalism is the accumulation of capital via itself, like interest and stuff and exploitation of labor and what have you. And so really it only started in the 1600s with interest banking and fiat current and all that horseshit where capitalism doesn't just describe the exchange of capital, which has been happening for thousands of years. Is that called axiomatic belief? Look up the moral foundation. It supports your point, I think. Yeah, there's terms for it. It's the sentiment that, like, people know that certain things are wrong.
Something that many consider naturally good. Whether innovation is truly a natural good for the evolution of the human race isn't the point of this video.
But building a railroad isn't innovation. It's just infrastructural.
But it showcases that the NCR and the Legion are much more similar than the NCR would have you seem. We just accept the NCRs with...
I don't even think that the NCR, they're not like optics checking themselves. They're not being like, oh, we can't be seen as... They don't give a shit. Like, yeah, they're just expanding their empire. It's not like, you know, the modern American Democrat who's like upset when you point out that they have more in common with a Republican than like a person from the third world. Right. That's a deep mental wound to somebody, but I don't think the average NCR citizen cares.
Nah. And that's kind of like an issue that they do have to contend with in the Mojave, is that a lot of people just don't like them because they have bad optics.
From an Austrian economist point of view, Rothbard, Mises, Hayek, fiat currency is not capitalism. Yeah, you see how, like, do you see how autistic this gets?
Just don't mention the C word. Your video will be better off as a result.
Well, the problem is, it's not the mentioning of the C word. If you want to use the C word as like a way to generalize the different economic systems, sure. It's the villainization of it. It's the perspective that it is a intrinsic evil. That, you know, people used to just say that like it was greed, and that's because it is. Capitalism's never been the problem. It's always been greed. And that shit's in the Bible. That shit's in like every religious text ever written. That greed is evil.
Excuse me, Chud. You better you better stop it right there. First off, you're supporting your argument with religious texts.
I'm just saying that people have been talking about it for a long time. I think greed is an underlying problem in every economic system, though. So, like, you know, if we lived under
No,
communism, I would just not be frugal, and I would just have an
Stop.
excess that I would
Stop.
generate, and I would trade out my excess food that I ordinarily wouldn't get under the capitalistic system in exchange for things that I do want, and so that I would just end up accumulating regardless.
Stop. No. See, you don't understand because communism has never actually been executed properly.
Yeah,
Capitalism is a system that incentivizes
Phase Walker,
people
is he a
to-
Leninist or a Stalinist or a Maoist, or is he Jungian? What's going on here? Is the NCR even capitalist, or are they some sort of neo-mercantilist? I believe the NCR are capitalist in the sense of they have a stand-in for corporate interests, which is the Brahmin barons, which tells me that they used to run on the gold standard too.
It's always those fucking Brahmin barons.
It's always the greedy Brahmin barons.
Eat the Brahmin barons.
Will a little more regions. The NCR doesn't care about helping.
I always forget, it's something like Jungian. It's the name of the philosophy that North Korea ascribes to. It's not actually communist. It's almost national socialistic, but, you know.
Aiden Shinji?
Isn't greed a positive trait for Republicans like you two? Yeah, I mean, if you got brain rotten by Juche, yeah. If you got brain rotten on like 2010's Twitter, then yes, you might believe that greed is a virtue that I ascribe to.
Civilians, they care about getting their slaves back, and that's something you can help them with if you choose to. This isn't a defense for the power.
They care about getting their slaves back. Honestly, no. I think that the NCR is more concerned with the supply line being closed because it's forcing them to send caravans down 93, which the Legion has much more access to raid and to like interfere with. It would be
I don't think they give a single fuck about the powder gangers and
that's why they go in and shoot them.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like he didn't get that ending, which in fairness, that ending happened because I ran away from the fight and watched it from a distance. But yeah, like I said, if you side with the powder gangers, the NCR shows up and they don't besiege the prison and go, you guys need to get back to work. We need you to bait the railroad. They blow open the wall and start shooting everybody.
Yeah.
This is not a they want their slaves back. This is a we're just going to kill you.
This is a security issue, and we're going to treat it as such.
Capitalism is a slur created by the socialists to describe any economic system they don't like. Yeah, I said that about trickle down, and somebody was like, actually, Donald Trump has used the term, which, like, you know, trickle down is another one of those terms that's created to criticize rather than, like, to build a system from the get-go. They use different terminology, basically.
Powder gangers, even with their freedom now, they still instill harm onto others. They shake down civilians, try to take down towns with violence. We've already seen this in Good Springs and have to decide how we're going to handle their existence or if it's even our problem. These are a lot of assertions without fully expanding upon them, and that's because the politics of the NCR and their comparison to the Legion isn't the entire point of the video.
What? I thought this was a video about, like, the... didn't he say that that was loosely going to be what this video was about? Sorry, I'm having a seizure.
It's not the whole video.
Why wouldn't this be something that you would dive into? This sounds like exactly up your alley. All right.
I have too much plot to synopsize.
Rather, I want to look at the throughout the game that are designed to make you question just how morally good a militant Vegas is a game designed around making.
Whoa, what the fuck?
I want to look at the key points throughout the game that are designed to make you question just how morally good a militant force actually is. New Vegas is a game designed around making you question the politics and militarism of our everyday lives.
Okay, well, I mean, how would you stop the Legion otherwise?
We'll send peace missions over there and try to try to incite their people to rise up and peacefully install a socialist democracy.
Right.
Or
I'm sending a social worker to stop the Legion from taking the Hoover Dam.
Yeah, exactly.
Why did they have caps again? Caps seem to be the like intermediate currency in the broader wasteland, just because there's supposed to be a limited supply of them.
Caps are stupid.
Caps are stupid. It's one of those things where like it's just a signature of the series. Obviously, it would have been phased out by Fallout 2, but like, you know, it's just one of those things.
It's one of those things, one of those like little things that just kind of make me not care about the Fallout universe.
Pat is a Republican, LOL. Yeah, that's I wasn't even gonna I was gonna let them down gently on that one. All right, on to our next point, which is on a section showing Volpes and Colta, so this should be promising.
blight, one they don't to see spread, and one they feel a moral obligation to stamp out, in such a way that no one should ever try it again. They hate cowardice and weakness, but look to instill fear into the people of the Mojave, to exert their will, absorb communities by any means necessary, and ultimately punish those who fight back to the point that they no longer exist. It's all they
If you trust what Volpes and Colta says, then yes, all of this is true. But that would be the same as like trusting the CIA. Volpes and Colta Volpes and Colta is a gentleman who engages in deceitful conduct for the sake of moving the conflict forward, and it works. He's much more effective than Linnaeus in accomplishing the expansion of the Legion. My goodness, we're swallowing the propaganda, I see.
What are you talking about? The CIA is good when they're part of when my preferred party is in power.
In charge, yeah. Also a furry, just like the real CIA. Video SAS discovering what an unreliable narrator is, for fuck's sake. Yeah, I do wonder how much of it is just the concept that Volpes is doing psychological warfare just goes right over people's heads.
Yeah.
The notion that like in it would require you to believe that this guy actually did a complex military operation that involved bribing the mayor of Nipton and encircling these people and running this lottery and stuff. He did all that out of ideological conviction and not because it's really fucking scary what he did.
I think the idea, I think people recognize like what he's doing, but they don't recognize that he would be doing the same thing to the player.
Yeah.
Like, of course he's going to lie to all of these people, and of course he's putting on a show to scare, perform scare tactics and stuff for the greater Mojave. But he's being honest with me. He's telling me the truth 100% because I'm the player.
I'm the player. He would never lie.
He wouldn't lie because the writers wouldn't lie. Because he's talking to me, that's the writer talking to me. Why would the writer lie to me?
Well, so it's like one of the key points, and you know this because you got to see the preview, but one of the key points I make is one of the parts of Volpes' story is that the people in Nipton, they didn't fight back. They just immediately all surrendered. But when you look through Nipton, you find obvious signs that a battle had taken place. There are corpses of both legionaries and civilians from Nipton, and the Nipton civilians will have weapons. There's one with a laser rifle next to a Legion corpse that's been incinerated. So Volpes is not telling the truth on the matter of like, oh yeah, the people of Nipton, they were so cowardly and degenerate that they would not fight back against us. So if he's lying about that, what the fuck else is he lying about? It's like I think this is fake, but like during Vietnam, the CIA would drop like boxes of condoms, and they would drop like extra large condoms and say that they were like smalls. And it was to like demoralize the Viet Cong into thinking the Americans had like giant penises.
I mean, I could believe it.
Yeah, it's just you're falling for a Fed. But no, they would do this type of operation like during the Iraq War. The Americans tried in multiple fronts to incite revolutions in Baghdad to overthrow Saddam Hussein before any boots on the ground reached the city. They were hoping that when they arrived, there would have been like a revolution and like the Republican Guard would have been already shattered, just to make it easier for the troops invading.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Caps were a water-backed currency guaranteed by the hub in Fallout 1. In Fallout 2, they had a gold-backed one. During the Brotherhood of Steel NCR War, the Brotherhood irradiated the gold, hence caps. Doesn't explain Fallout 3, 4, and New 76. Both of you are wrong. You can use military force against the Legion because they remind me of my Republican dad, but you must be peaceful with the Raiders. Yeah, Caesar reminds me of my dad who voted for Trump.
Yeah.
Obligatory Iraq War conversation. I mean, in fairness, of all of the political stuff that you can inject into a conversation about Fallout, the Iraq War is the most appropriate because this shit is about Iraq.
Yeah. Yeah.
The New Vegas conflict is about the fucking Iraq War.
Oh, how we have forgotten.
Yeah, that used to
Like
be
how
all
people have
liberal people cared about was the
People
invasion of
forgot
Iraq.
people forgot about fucking Israel.
Yeah.
Like when I was growing up, Gaza and everything, like I was in 3rd grade and I could point out Gaza on a map.
But a lot of people
Well,
didn't know
Israel
didn't
and
know what it
Palestine.
was until 2023.
Yeah, apparently. And no, it was just because like everybody was talking about it so much, and you'd see it on fucking on the news every single night.
So, anyways, let us continue. Let's see, what's the timestamp on this point? 14:25. Oh, we're here. Okay. This next line was whatever was being noted.
Contradictory. The Legion cares about strength and purity, but kills those who don't fight back and kills those who do in an incredibly violent manner in order to send a message. What the Legion really seems to care about, or what Kaiser himself may seem to care about, is power. And to obtain that power and to create his empire, he has used violence, totalitarianism, and brainwashing/intimidation to exert his will. And those in power within his regime.
He's not an anarchist who just respects the strongest person in the room. He kills strong people who oppose him. Yeah? Again, I think a lot of this just boils down to he fell for Whoopis and Kultas bullshit.
Yeah.
Man, Claude's pretty based for picking up the contradiction. Oh. This next one sounds a little crazy. I mean, it's in like a minute or so. Who the hell thinks Caesar's an anarchist again? Well, what I'm saying is the only way you can reconcile that like the Legion is supposed to not kill strong people is if he's a like Senator Armstrong style anarchist of like the strong will rule.
The two. Both the NCR and the Legion utilize slavery. Both the NCR and the Legion exert their will and take what they want by force. The Legion will commit atrocities.
I will say one thing I appreciate about this video is that he at least acknowledges that the whole Powder Ganger's purpose in the storyline.
Atrocity after atrocity to send a message, and the NCR will do little to help those individuals unless they are under their jurisdiction. You may not think the NCR are as bad as the Legion, which I believe to be true as well, but
he's a fascist!
It's like skipping around a lot for me.
You might need to reload the page.
Yeah.
It gets a little distinct like that.
But the comparison shows you acts of the NCR's moral high ground, how they are not an inherent good within, not be an
Oh yeah, now it's happening to me too. Quick little refresh break.
inherent evil necessarily.
All right.
Inherent evil necessarily either. Well, except for the slaves. They do have slaves, and that's pretty evil in my eyes. Vulpes instructs the player.
Only in your eyes. It's not a common position that slavery is evil. It's just my opinion. Doing the whole guys, it's just my opinion thing, but for like saying that slavery is evil.
I mean, if he doesn't understand it from a moralistic standpoint,
Then he has to clarify that it is his opinion. To me, it just implies that there's like a counter position on YouTube, like a mainstream YouTuber that's like, yeah, slavery's a good thing.
I mean, I'm sure you can find that.
I thought he said slavery was objectively evil earlier.
Well, I mean, his opinion is objective fact, so.
To deliver the NCR back at the Mojave outpost, specifically that.
Hang on. We must have missed 1532 to 1547.
Most likely lead to their death, if not intense physical punishment. Remember how I said that the Legion is inherently evil? This is what I'm talking about. They are meant to stand as a moral contrast to the NCR, even though we can see some similar structure between the two. Both the NCR and the Legion utilize
In my opinion, in all honesty, if I lived in the Fallout universe, I ain't considering this evil. Crucifying raiders is definitely based. You know why I think that? Because I played this game called Fallout 3 where I spend like 40 hours just shooting raiders on sight. I love saying the term in the video, shithead raiders, because it just really emphasizes that like there's no redeemable aspect of like the not the fiends, I mean the fiends obviously, but the vipers and the jackals and gangs like that.
Yeah.
I don't care. Kill them all. Fucking use their corpses as fertilizer. little Outer Worlds reference there.
slavery. Both the NCR and the Legion exert their will and take what they want by atrocity to send a message, and the NCR will do little to help those individuals unless they are under their jurisdiction. You may not think the NCR are as bad as the Legion.
All right.
Actually, the NCR will also commit atrocities.
I think it hallucinated the point.
Oh. What was it saying?
It said that he said that Vulpes and Colta sounded like he was turned on by what happened. I don't think that wasn't true from what I heard.
So, okay, so he's a furry and he's also a sadist.
Yeah.
Nice.
If he was a sadist, that would be like cartoonishly evil. Yeah, so just to clarify, either we missed it, like it was before the note, or that was a hallucination. This is why you don't just take AI at its word and like just include that's why in the Fallout video I won't say, and then SuperRad thought that Vulpes and Colta was turned on in Nipton. That's why you watch the video to verify what actually said.
He dropped on their journey throughout the Mojave. Returning to Monroe leads to a new problem. He's just received orders to attack the Khans, hostages or not. What is it with the NCR and their willingness to let hostages die as soon as any situation gets a bit hairy?
Because fuck them.
Because they're not citizens? Oh, well...
These are NCR soldiers that have been held hostage.
Soldiers.
I think it's just their military doctrine. They don't give a shit.
Yeah.
It's like, we're not going to let it... Like, if you allow the enemy to dictate terms to you just because they're holding a couple of your guys hostages, then you're going to get completely dog-walked as a military. That's why our fucking president, the president of the United States says we don't negotiate with terrorists.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, yeah, I think the U.S. military, deep down, would probably allow a few soldiers to die than, like, negotiate with a terror cell to get them back.
Generally... generally that's kind of the mentality soldiers will internalize. Like, I bet the soldiers who are sitting there tied up in Boulder City are like, no, fucking kill these guys. I don't give a shit if they kill me. Kill these guys. Like, that's my job. That's my duty.
Yeah.
I'll be put on the fucking wall of honor over there.
Yeah, I think this was commentary on certain things that happened during the Iraq War. I remember there was stuff like I don't think it was the Republican Guard. It was the Baathists would capture US soldiers, and like they raped a woman soldier on Iraqi TV, and then they crucified a Christian soldier. They would just do shit like that, and it was like, yeah, how does the US military respond to that? And so the NCR is kind of the allegory for that, where it's like they're not going to let a couple hostages slow them down from doing their job. I think Monroe was hoping that they would send in like Rangers or something to help bail them out and get their guys back, but like that wasn't how it worked out that day, and sucks to be a conscript in that situation. But Black Temple stream when? That would be interesting to stream our first Black Temple run. So it sounds like the first Saturday after August 13th. I think that was the leaked day that Black Temple comes out. Yeah, well, I don't know if the rape happened. I think I read, because I was reading, it might be in Generation Kill. It might be in One Bullet Left. But it was like a rumor that was going around the Marines at the time that like the crucifixion did happen, but the other one was, I think, up in the air.
It's not like the cons are in either. They're considered the cons hostages or not. What is it with the NCR and their willingness to let hostages die if the situation gets a bit hairy? It's not like the cons are Legion either. They're considered raiders, sure, but there's more of a chance to reason with them over the Legion by a mile. This is a...
Yeah.
Nah,
sure.
I think from
the NCR who like almost eradicated them entirely at Bitter Springs. Yeah, I don't
Listen,
see them.
It was an accident.
Yeah.
I think that the NCR's perspective is that the cons have transcended like a criminal organization and are more like a frontier native tribe, or in a modern terminology, like a terrorist organization. Yeah. Where it's like, you know, you can't really negotiate with them in a major extent.
A non-issue, as you can simply convince Monroe to let them go as the plan has already been made and agreed upon. There's no checks here either. It's a pretty laid out can I go against my orders moment for Monroe.
I think it's a speech check.
Yeah, it is. But also like, yeah, I mean, this isn't even really that great of a quest.
Well, it's a rather simple quest.
Yeah.
I honestly think it's a fine quest. I think it helps set up the implications of it.
I just like going in and fucking with whatever their names are. I forget.
Okay, so it's a speech check, but before this point.
Mm-hmm.
You have to pass the check to piece them out, and then when you come back, you get to make the decision.
Okay.
I don't know. To me, it's interesting because it's like you can go through all the process of it and then still like cause the firefight to happen. So it's like you get the opportunity to go back on your word anyways.
Yeah.
I kind of like the options of resolution to it. For it being, it's like a 10-minute quest. So it having this many little options is cool.
It's not like the cons are Legion either. They're considered raiders, sure, but there's more of a chance to reason with them over the Legion by a mile. This is a non-issue anyway, as you can simply convince Monroe to let them go as the plan has already been made and agreed upon. There's no checks here either. It's a pretty laid out can I go against my orders moment for Monroe, and all you need to do is say, yes, obviously you moron, you silly fool. Of course you can go against your orders here in order to save all these lives. Why would you listen to your higher-ups over this one, you bootlicker?
Oh.
Yeah, that's what it noted, was the bootlicker thing. Which it's like, no, he really can't. Like, sure, on paper we have a thing where it's like officers can supersede orders in context of the situation, but it's like, to me, it always stood out that Monroe was so willing to supersede his superiors' orders to let them go because, like, in a lot of situations, I think a lot of lieutenants would struggle with making that situation. If you get an order from your boss that says, if the captain orders you to take these guys out, then, like, I think a lot of lieutenants would just do it.
Which is, yeah.
And it's like,
we wouldn't be showing up to a standoff. We'd be showing up to the NCR standing over a bunch of dead cons.
Yeah, like well, not that. You would show up to the show off and, like, so you come back and it's like, we pieced them out, and he's like, that's great and all, but I just got an order on the radio to kill these guys.
Yeah.
I think Rad is confusing the player being able to solve it peacefully, so why doesn't the NCR do it? I think that he really just doesn't understand the kind of struggle that a lot of military officers have with, on paper, they're able to supersede their orders, but obviously they have a lot of material reality that they have to live with. Monroe is a good guy in a bad spot, which is why he'll let it go. Yeah, well, I mean, again, it always stood out to me that, like, the NCR, the NCR, not in the, as an organization as a whole, but this specific person that represents the NCR in this moment is oddly merciful. It helps you to understand that, like, the military of hierarchy in the NCR is not a dogmatic, you know, everybody comports to a game logic. They're individuals that make their own choices.
Yeah.
Rad doesn't care because he thinks the military is a bunch of mindless automatons to begin with. That's the core of his whole argument. Yeah, that's pretty much the way I would identify it. Is he kind of buys into the whole, yeah, you can just ignore your orders in the military. Nobody, like, I think the quote's like, nobody put a gun to your head and forced you to be here. And it's like, but I think the penalties for refusing your orders are also pretty severe.
Yes.
Monroe would likely be court-martialed and executed for disobeying that order in wartime. He might get court-martialed. I don't think the NCR is going to execute him over that.
They'll send him to the NCR prison.
Yeah, the recently reopened NCR correctional facility. Here we go. Here we fucking go, chat.
Oh no.
Yeah, you just know when I get excited.
Oh no.
Yeah, you can tell from who's on screen what direction this is going in.
No.
In regards to mental therapy. In particular, the player can convince Betsy to seek help by explaining how a mental wound is similar to a physical one and requires professional help and support in order to heal. Obviously, there's more to it than that. Mental health is something many struggle with and may even feel makes them weak where physical injury may not. People don't always take mental trauma seriously, and it's only been in recent years that we've seen a true popularization and normalization of therapy through means such as psychologists, for even individuals that may consider themselves mentally healthy. This is something I always found New Vegas particularly good at, expressing progressive values around some time when it wasn't particularly popular to do so.
Hang on, I gotta release my bladder before I really take that one on its head. You go ahead and start.
Okay. So Pat kind of just handed me a a bag of burning shit. Told me to put it out. I got to piss too. So when he comes back, I'm just gonna reverse Uno this. See, I don't want to like put my opinions out here just yet, because then I'll just have to repeat myself when Pat shows up. Am I coming to raid night? I quit playing WoW. I couldn't take it.
People weren't doing therapy in the 2000s.
Yeah.
What context am I missing here to understand the problem? The notion that people weren't getting therapy in the 2000s. I take it you disappeared?
No, I'm
Oh.
still here.
So someone was saying that you needed your turn.
Yeah, I do.
All right.
So I'll go do that.
Mental health isn't a political thing. Let's just say that and move on, LOL. Oh no, trust me. Trust me. You'll see where this note is going. Psychology is a field from post-COVID. Exactly. We weren't doing therapy until the woke people got us doing it. SuperRad wasn't getting therapy in the aughts, so no one was. Everyone should be in therapy is one of the worst takes of all time. I agree. Because the problem is that it's like an iDubbbz opinion, where it's like, I benefited heavily from therapy, so everybody would benefit heavily from therapy. And it's like, no, some people benefit from just having a group environment where they can hang out. Some people benefit from having a religion that they can turn to help them build a framework. There's all kinds of ways that you can achieve that kind of healing that don't necessarily require you to sit on a couch and have someone help you work through your problems, which is not to diminish the value of that. It's simply to say that's not the only way to live your life.
What's this?
Therapy.
Were you defending religion?
I was saying therapy was invented by Joe Biden to combat COVID.
Oh, okay.
Hang on. Did he say? I want to hear the final sentence of what he said.
Consider themselves mentally healthy. This is something I always found New Vegas particularly good at, expressing progressive values around some time when it wasn't particularly popular to do so.
I don't even think like getting therapy is a progressive value.
So yeah, that's the part that really tripped me up here.
Maybe it was progressive in like the 40s when like we still didn't treat people who were shell shocked as like having a serious thing, but like that's even just like a World War I thing.
It's weird to hear a Canadian say that too, because it's not even like you can make the argument like, oh, you know,
in Canada, actually,
health insurance doesn't cover it.
No. Here's his position. He's confused because he thinks it's normal to kill mentally ill people. It's like, you know, our country is backwards. We help mentally ill people get suicide all the time, and I'm glad that there's a progressive stance that says that you don't have to kill yourself if you're mentally ill. That's what he's getting tripped up about. He doesn't realize that that's his fucked up country's dystopia. Look, I just watched The Sopranos and noticed how much therapy was frowned upon.
Yeah.
I guess like in terms of gender norms, like Tony Soprano, therapy is seen as weak for men, which is a weird point to shoehorn in when the person in question was a woman. So like if we're involving gender in it, then like...
Oh yeah.
Clearly there's not like a masculine... they're based. They're telling a woman to get off the front lines and go back to therapy. There's that. You can just insert a conservative interpretation. Therapy is for finks, you dig? A woman that he absolutely wanted to fuck as well. Hold on. What? This sounds like a very spurious accusation.
But it's ultimately unnecessary. We do want to interact with them at least somewhat before leaving, however, as there's a quest to convince one of the members, Corporal Betsy, to consider therapy for trauma she experienced at the hands of Cook Cook. I won't go into detail as to what happened to her, but the quest is an interesting one for the major reason of allowing—
Yeah, I don't buy it. It wouldn't be a very woke thing to say that, like, I want to have sex with this woman.
I want her to dom me.
Wait.
I like a good strong woman.
Hang on. Corporal Betsy. Dialogue. Skirt. Okay, first of all, can we just note, God. Hang on. So, New Vegas, they like to write little stage directions for how you're supposed to read lines. Chat, can we note what the stage direction on this line is? On like how you're supposed to how she's supposed to read this line?
Player just made a pass at her.
I'm trying to see if he used like a sex dialogue, if that's what that person was saying.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why she's talking about like you're sniffing up the wrong skirt. But yeah, the stage directions is lesbian, hostile, lesbian, but friendly. Read it like you're a lesbian.
Are we sure? Are we sure this whole situation is meant to be a progressive take on mental health? Or the chud interpretation is seeming a lot more likely now.
I'm pretty sure you got one guide, and the guy was talking about Tony Soprano wanting to fuck his therapist. Yeah, but that put me onto the dialogue where I was reading the dialogue, and she's like explaining what her type is, and I'm like, wait a second, did he make a pass at her?
Listen. Tony Soprano had mommy issues.
Tony Soprano is a lesbian.
So of course he was gonna want to fuck his therapist.
What's the term? Sapphic love? Hang on, before I say something that has a pedophile undertone, let me make sure I understand what the word sapphic means. The term sapphic refers to women or non-binary individuals who are attracted to other women. It serves as a broad umbrella term for the women-loving women community. Okay, so yes, I am seeking sapphic interactions. Unfortunately, this means that somebody's going to say that they're going to try to crack my egg. God, imagine transitioning to be a woman just to still have sex with men. Disgusting. Here's some layoff bucks from my corpo overlord. Another...
Dude, it's...
Stop giving me money if you're got laid off.
We're living we're living in
Somebody's gonna.
we're living in the AI
Somebody's gonna.
in
Yeah.
in the economy of layoffs.
Somebody's gonna donate like $500 and be like, "I just got laid off. Here's the last of my paycheck."
I just laid off an entire department. Here's $500 that I would have paid them.
Here's $500 I saved from laying off all my employees for AI.
Sometime when it wasn't particularly popular to do so. This game came out in 2010. This was 4 years before the events of the Gamergate movement / harassment campaign that everyone online was swept up into, whether they liked it or not.
Yeah, this was.
Oh.
It gets worse.
Oh no.
You see, therapy wasn't normalized until Gamergate harassed people.
What?
Flashbang, everybody.
What?
I could see chat was so caught off guard by the Sapphic comment that they weren't prepared for the Gamergate comment. Let's hit the one-time speed and break this down. Let's break this down.
That may consider themselves mentally healthy. This is something I always found New Vegas particularly good at, expressing progressive values around some time when it wasn't particularly popular to do so. This game came out in 2010. This was 4 years before the events of the Gamergate movement / harassment campaign that everyone online was swept up into, whether they liked it or not.
First of all, Gamergate did not sweep everyone up. But that's wild as fuck to pivot from this rape victim should get therapy to everybody was forced to live through Gamergate. Like, does he not understand what that kind of implies? Like, the reason that hits you as a flashbang so fast is that he's equating, like, being raped to I was forced to read tweets on the internet about Zoe Quinn.
Yeah.
Freud was just doing crack with his bros. If only he lived to see ethics in games journalism. Yeah, so where does he go from here? Here's the last 20 pounds on my account that was meant to go to my child that hasn't had a hot meal in 2 weeks due to my gambling addiction. I hope you spend this on some nice roulette spins. I'm going to spend it on bets on what the next line is going to be about. This is basically a case of limited reference pool, aka this has Boss Baby vibes. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, he probably had to go through Gamergate during his formative years, which in fairness, so did I. And so his worldview is that was the only thing that was going on. Everything has to be defined within those terms. And it's like, I think it was like an important defining moment for the way that the internet culture would be shaped in the future. But like, it's wild as fuck to pivot from this rape victim needs to get therapy to Gamergate was a harassment campaign 4 years later. Not even like in a way that could be like influencing the way that New Vegas was made. No, years later, there was a harassment campaign.
Gamergate, people weren't getting therapy until Gamergate. So true, actually, you know?
The concepts of and feminist critique were considered to be encroaching on what was considered to be a boys' club for under the guise of ethical conduct within games journalism.
This is skipping all over the place, and I need to hear.
Hold on, yeah, I need to
aggressiveness and feminist critique.
This is hitting like a freight truck. It's crumpling my poor little cyclist body.
Please.
It was 4 years before the events of the Gamergate movement / harassment campaign that everyone online was swept up into, whether they liked it or not. The concepts of progressiveness and feminist critique were considered to be encroaching on what was considered to be a boys' club for many, and this was attacked under the guise of ethical conduct within games journalism.
You're saying a lot of things here. Like, this is really ducking and weaving. throwing a left, dodging a right, and it's like, okay, so New Vegas is progressive because it displays that it's normal to get therapy, but before that, there just happened to be that, or like after this, he's saying this was before it. What the fuck is he saying? That like it became normal to have progressivism in games after Gamergate. And it's like, oh god, you're like you are, for this take alone, he is as bad as like a Grums or like a heel versus babyface or whoever you associate with like being evil and anti-woke. You're as bad as them for this take.
Yeah.
If you're going into this, Altmer, please. I can see the connection. I get why. This 100% that stream of consciousness style writing. Well, it's like he's making his point. Progressivism wasn't normalized. That's him throwing the swing, and then he's dodging. He's recognizes that the response will be, well, Gamergate was a campaign about like ethics and ethical violations that happened in the games journalist space, and he's like, no, it was a harassment campaign. He's like throwing that in there. Dealer's choice for a new model.
I need to see how he brings this all together.
How does he tie all these points together? Yeah. The greatest violence done to me by Gamergate was forcing me to learn about Zoe Quinn. Hey, just wanted to celebrate my promotion at my job. Got it by getting rid of some dead weight in the department. Smiley face.
I didn't realize we had Claude in chat.
Claude is here. He was like, well, I helped with the notes. Yeah, you got your cute Altmer for like 30 seconds.
Ultimately, it culminated in an explosion of long-running social attacks and harassment from #gamers against various women who were visible within the video game media scene.
Okay, wrong on multiple fronts. For one, critiques of Anita Sarkeesian, who kind of normalized this idea of she wasn't even the only one, but like she was the loudest voice. That started in like 2012, and then you had Anthony Birch. He did a few videos that were like that. Like this was a little content ecosystem that cropped up, and it was just what if we take a traditional video game but look at it from like a social progressive lens. And I mean, shit, you can even go back further with like the way that people responded to Resident Evil 5. People said Resident Evil 5 was racist because of the way it depicted Africans in games. So it's like,
oh yeah,
this shit did not come out of nowhere. Here's some peanuts from an underachieving novice writer. Parasocially love me, Daddy Pat. I've been lonely since Skyrim left me for a richer guy. I didn't get what the last sentence was until I read it out loud. I was like, oh, okay. But yeah, it's just, why are we having an explanation of what Gamergate was in my New Vegas video, let alone like after a... Now?
I want to know.
I
want to know what he read right before writing this line.
I want to know...
Was he scrolling on Twitter and he saw somebody like talking about Gamergate and he's like, fuck, I gotta work that in somehow.
He got a Gamergate comment. Yeah. What I want to know is there a worse possible time to just pivot to talking about Gamergate than after Corporal Betsy and talking about how she was raped? Is there a worse possible time to just insert a Gamergate rant into your video?
Yeah.
You would have to be like
short.
No, I got it. You're talking about like how Boone had to shoot his wife who was pregnant with his child. And then it's like, this reminds me of Gamergate. He does it after showing dialogue he made a pass at her too in game 2. This is just so...
No. No.
This is just so, like, no. I can't. This is terrible.
This is art.
Thank you, SuperRad. This guy makes me want to go to the West. All right, well, I'm curious. So the Chud political analysis of Fallout New Vegas, does it have a moment that's even close to this in terms of like just lack of consideration? Is this worse than the Miniature Nerd video? I'd say it's funnier. Miniature Nerd's problem was that he was pretending that that video was not a response to H-Bomber Guy, and so it came off as horribly disingenuous, whereas I think SuperRad is just like supremely naive. If SuperRad gave me his birth certificate and said, I made this when I was 17, then I'd be like, okay, it's supremely retarded, but you know what? You get a pass. Here's the real marker. SuperRad released a compilation of his New Vegas, Fallout 3, and Fallout 4 videos into one big thing. Now, the reason that's significant is it's an opportunity to just cut this shit out. I would not, Okay, so he did do corrections, which is kind of my idea. Let's see. All previous corrections can be found in the pinned comment. There's no pinned comment, by the way. So, SuperRad, please pin the comment because I don't know what the corrections were. But okay, let's open the transcript for this re-release and let's see when it loads. It is a 20-hour video, so it's gonna take a second to load up the transcript. But I'm gonna search. Okay, Control F. Gamergate. No, it's still in the video.
Of course. Why? What's wrong with this?
He didn't take it. I would take this shit out. This is stupid.
According to you, Mr. Chud.
Can you explain the progressives won during Gamergate? Look at the industry. So why do people like this keep bringing it up? Because it's... The worst thing that you can do is be an ideological traitor to these people. And so the idea that you would push back against them, that you would push back against the progressive stack is like and intersectional thinking is like the biggest sin that you can commit. And so that's why they have to like vehemently try to crush the dissent against their ideology. Is SuperRad the progressive version of Synthetic Man? I don't think he uploads often enough. He's more like the... You know, he's the evil version of E:R. He's the evil inverse version of that, where instead of making like short punchy videos that are like problematic, he's like making long drawn out like progressive slop. Removing it from the video probably feels like an indirect condemnation of the topic to him. I would just leave in the progressive thing, that's fine. Take out the Gamergate rant, or at least just acknowledge that maybe it wasn't appropriate to put in a Gamergate rant here. Do an ER dirty. I said he was the evil inverse. He's like Bizarro ER.
I don't think he recognizes the implications of this.
No, he absolutely does not. And the problem is that the people who are calling him out, he's just going to generalize as like they're all part of the evil that plagues my life.
Yeah.
So, he's just not gonna... He will never reconcile that this was a bad thing unless somebody who's in his camp points out how fucked up it is.
The reason I even bring this up is because I remember seeing many problematic individuals point to New Vegas as progressivism done right, but for the wrong reasons.
Wait, what?
He said problematic individuals were pointing at New Vegas as progressivism done right, but for the wrong reason. So, like, you appreciate this as progressive, but you appreciate it for the wrong reason. You like the game wrong. So,
who's the problematic one?
Yeah, you probably got to clarify your example of like what a problematic person is in this situation. But to me, this is just cosmically ironic because we live in a post-anti-woke list where New Vegas was listed as a woke game for having gay characters in it. So it's not even like the problematic people don't even like New Vegas anymore. They're anti-New Vegas now because it like acknowledges gay people exist at this point.
Yeah.
game media scene. Ultimately, it culminated in an explosion of long-running social attacks and harassment from #gamers against various women who were visible within the video game media scene. The reason I even bring this up is because I remember seeing many problematic individuals point to New Vegas as progressivism done right, but for the wrong reasons.
Is there a wrong reason? I'm really curious what this next sentence is going to be and it has to be an example of what this means.
Yeah, because like I'm really confused about like who the problematic people are and why would they be saying that this is a good thing but for the wrong reasons. Like, is it people on the left who are problematic?
It's got to be anti-gamer. It's got to be like Gamergate people.
It has to be, right? Like I never see people on the left acknowledging problematic people on their side.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point in itself.
So like it has to be people on the right, but like why would the people on the right be pointing to Fallout New Vegas and saying this is progressivism done right?
I think what he's saying is that the argument is that this New Vegas shows kind of progressive ideals without being like super in your face about it.
I'm trying to put myself. The problem is that like I'm trying to exist in 3 time periods at the same time. I'm trying to exist in the time period of when this game was released. I'm trying to put myself in the time period of when this video came out. I'm trying to put myself in the time period right now. Well, actually, I'm trying to take myself out of
Gamergate.
That time period. Yeah, and Gamergate too. So I'm sorry, 4 time periods right now because throughout these 4 different time periods, you would have people on both sides having different arguments about this and having different opinions about this. So it's like, because like right now, anybody who would see any sort of woke would call it out and say it's bad.
I would
say it's like Veronica's problematic, and that tarnishes all of Fallout New Vegas. Meanwhile, you know, like if you went back like 10, 15 years or something like that, they might be more lenient and be like, you know, she's a decent character because she's not like, her being gay is not like what her character is about. That's not what they're like trying to like shove down your throat and everything. It's just like a character point of her. So it's like, I'm lost at this point.
All right. Pat, you might find this funny, but Synthetic Man on one of his streams did say it was woke, but he actually had a more nuanced take than this guy, if you can believe it. I want to see the clip. I will watch a Synthetic Man clip of him explaining New Vegas being woke for more nuanced reasons. The main thing this reminds me of is there's you can't tell the difference between, like, Metal Gear Solid politics, Bioshock politics, and, like, a Trump caricature on Family Guy. So to me, it's like, he can't tell the difference between Veronica being gay and what that's the implications of how her life has played out because of that, versus like a character in Dragon Age Veilguard sitting you down and saying, "So, I'm non-binary." So it's just, okay. I'm very curious where this is going.
Good representation.
This gets worse and worse each sentence that goes, and I want to know for how long he can keep this combo streak going. All right, if you can find it, that would be awesome. Because obviously it would be a New Vegas take, and I'd love to see it. All right.
Many of these individuals often complain about in-your-face. We're seeing many problematic individuals point to New Vegas as progressivism done right, but for the wrong reasons. Many of these individuals would often complain about in-your-face representation of marginalized groups. It was considered annoying, offensive, and disingenuous to them when any form of marginalized individual was featured in a game or any piece of media, really, that was more than just a passing reference.
No, I remember...
Okay.
I'm blanking. I remember this happening in, say, like 2016. There was a guy I watched, and he made a point about, I think it was Quantum Break. There was like a radio call where a person specified like, and me and my husband are looking out for whatever, right? It was a very blatant just throwing in a gay character for the sake of being able to say that you did, which is obviously a lot shittier than having homosexuals in your game and having those characters' stories say something. So like, we keep referencing it. So I think I should just touch on Veronica's story is about how societies will treat homosexuals depending on their utility value and the need for them to reproduce. So Veronica is not allowed to be in a gay relationship with another woman in the Brotherhood of Steel because that's taking away from the potential women who can reproduce in their society. Now, she's not forced to reproduce. It's not the Legion, but it's heavily discouraged because they don't want to normalize homosexuality in that scenario. And it was Father Elijah who did that.
Mm-hmm.
That's all that's saying, is sometimes you can be sexually repressed purely for the reasons of not really having to be able to be gay. You have to have reproductive autonomy. That's kind of just what that's about. And there's a lot of gay characters in New Vegas who are able to say different things. There's the Colonel Knight or Major Knight at the Mojave Outpost who like lays out kind of the groundwork of like ironically, the Legion might be a little more tolerant of friendships than the NCR. Where it's like, you can be gay in the NCR, but you shouldn't be open about it. Whereas, like, you can be, ironically, be more open about it. You still run the risk of being killed because being a homosexual in the Legion means that you're not reproducing. Are we still talking about Gamergate? Yeah, of course.
So I'm curious about the utility aspect, right? So it's like, I understand why you wouldn't want to have two women be out of the reproduction pool because it's like, you know,
they could be having
pregnancy
children.
Takes a while. Yeah. But like, you only need one guy.
A group like the Brotherhood of Steel really needs like genetic diversity. So they really can't afford to have like anybody not contributing to the gene pool, because, and even then they'd still have to occasionally incorporate outsiders.
Yeah.
I think you need something, you need a social group, like a little ecosystem of humans. I believe it's something like, it needs like 2,000 members to remain like genetically diverse.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously there's the issue of the built-in scale, but all that's saying is that like a government's stance on homosexuality is, you know, it means something more than just, ew, homosexuals, that's icky.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like Caesar is probably fucking gay. Like, but he has children and he doesn't tolerate it in his society. And it's not because like he's not like a self-hating homo. He's a guy who puts the utility state value above his own like personal mentality about the world.
Yeah. He has children?
Yeah, I'm 95% certain he has children. There's a line of succession.
The real Caesar didn't have children.
I think the real Caesar got stabbed to death.
Yeah.
Potentially. Caesar hanging out with sweaty dudes all day is not hetero. Lesbian, friendly. Hello, funny man. I work at HR over at Cloud, and I just had to fire a bunch of losers. None of them were tall, blonde, and female, so I didn't really care. Anyways, Altmer mommy, thank you. I hope I didn't make the Caesar having children thing up. I don't think I wrote about it, so doesn't matter. And the Fallout show, I think, disagrees. Sorry. Hang on, let me ask a real one. Did Caesar from New Vegas have children? We do not talk about the Fallout show. The Fallout show had a very dumb end for Caesar. I think Lanius takes over. I don't... It's a long-running fan discussion precisely because the game never addresses it one way or another. That's the proof he's gay.
Yeah.
Hot take. Hot take. This is based Patrician here. I think the average gay man would institute Caesar's Legion.
I mean, have you seen his personal bodyguards?
The hottest, sexiest men in my society must be my personal guard. There's a lot of fisting that goes on in that camp.
Why do you think they wear skirts?
Yeah.
Easy access, bro. Come on.
All right, Gamergate.
Yeah.
Annoying, offensive, and disingenuous to them when any form of marginalized individual was featured in a game or any piece of media, really, that was more than just a passing reference.
I think New Vegas is based the way that... I mean, I am that guy. I think New Vegas is the way to do it. And I think that there's a lot of instances where it's done wrong. Case in point, the chick from Outer Worlds. What was yours?
Oh, my point with Pride Month and how, like...
Oh, Pride
companies
Month.
and
I
stuff
thought you named a
yeah.
character.
Oh, no. I'm just saying, like, what he's describing right now is literally just, like...
I found it. It's 15 minutes with timestamps in the YouTube section.
How many companies would handle Pride Month and stuff. And that's why, you know, people would get sick of it.
All right, hang on.
I just believe that if you're going to introduce a characteristic of a character, the main character, well, like a main side.
You know what, Sharia.
Flashbang. Sorry.
You should at least be using that to say something.
Oh, okay. I thought you said it was 15 minutes in. I don't want to watch Synthetic Man for 13 minutes. Where's the goods? All right, I'll loop back to this if you can get me the specific timestamp. When he says new, it has to be the part where he says
Fallout
New
New Vegas is
woke.
one of those games where you either love it or you hate it.
So 211:38.
Arcade Gannon, who any form of marginalized individual was featured in a game or any piece of media, really, that was more than just a passing reference. People would often point to one of your companions, Arcade Gannon, who mentions offhand how he is homosexual but doesn't make a big deal out of it.
Yes, listen, I strive to this standard every day of my life. I probably mentioned that I'm LGBT more on stream than I have done in my entire personal life. And that's just because we have to constantly have these dumbass conversations about it. Did you know I use Arch? Yeah. The way that Arcade announces he's gay is he announces he uses Arch Linux. Is he saying Arcade should make a big deal about it? I think he's saying that it's done well, but people are still invoking it for bad reasons.
That was more than just a passing reference. People would often point to one of your companions, Arcade Gannon, who mentions offhand how he is homosexual but doesn't make a big deal out of it. It made these individuals uncomfortable to be faced with the idea that marginalized groups of people could be front and center within the media that they consume.
No. There's a difference here. Arcade is front and center if you include him as your companion. So is Veronica. So is a lot of characters in the game. The issue is that a character sat me down and said, "So, I'm non-binary." That's the issue. I don't like that shit. I don't want to be fucking lectured for a significant portion of the game about how X social issue. These people exist. You need to acknowledge them. Just have them in the story. And
Yeah.
either have it say something or just have it be like the case without fucking lecturing me. I find it's more interesting that he's part of the Enclave. It's like, yeah, it's more significant that he's in the Enclave. It's just a detail to his character.
Well, he does, but again, it's not. He also explains like, oh, like he uses it to explain the Legion's perspective on homosexuality and stuff too. Like, there's still a reason there. Like, he still is able to give some sort of insight because of this trait.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're marginalized.
Yeah, of course it... Listen, Arcade being gay is central. His middle name is Israel.
Affects them and should or could be brought up within said media, and this led to the backlash that we now know as Gamergate. But this is...
I thought Gamergate started this. I thought You've already fucked up your timeline by not acknowledging that it was people responding to Anita Sarkeesian first, and that wasn't part of Gamergate. Gamers rise up. Arcade is not marginalized for being gay. He's marginalized for being a follower of the apocalypse. Yeah, and that's so much worse.
This is a gross misinterpretation of New Vegas's values. New Vegas doesn't actively shy away from the fact that the marginalized are disadvantaged due to the values of previous generations and their effects on the current population of our planet.
Yes, but it says something about it. It's not just this characters exist, you must look at them.
Yeah.
And it's that...
let me explain to you what being gay is.
I'm always going to go back to like the Outer Worlds is the perfect example of it being done wrong. Because it's not enough that like Parvati is like, what was it? Asexual, homo-romantic. It's not enough that she is that. They're too cowardly to say something with that. So they just have her be there so that a bunch of people on Tumblr can repost it and like, oh my God, she's so me. I'm so represented.
Wait, she uses that terminology to describe herself?
I don't know. She doesn't use that terminology.
Oh, okay.
But that's what she is.
I was gonna say like that's.
It's more broadly like she explains that like she doesn't feel like a desire to have sex, but she is romantically attracted to a woman. So like that's what she is.
Yeah.
How different cultures affect and ultimately limit or discriminate against marginalized people. You can have a conversation with Veronica, for example, about her first love, how this was a woman and it was actively looked down upon by her community because they had such high value in internal procreation. People that were...
Okay, bring it in. You're almost there. You've almost got it.
Considered homosexual could be forced to procreate with someone of the opposite gender or ultimately be shunned out of the community. New Vegas points out these issues. It shows that they exist, and that's what makes the writing of this game feel so strong in certain points. It allows the normalization of the marginalized within everyday life while still pointing out the plights that they have to deal with, even when a modern civilization is considered to be accepting of them.
Now, bring in the difference that something like The Outer Worlds is a bad example of this because it doesn't say something.
To claim that New Vegas handled progressivism well simply because Arcade isn't loud and proud of his homosexuality to the player is a gross misinterpretation of...
Oh, God.
What the game is trying to convey to you. It's one example of many that are not so cut and dry in comparison, and it's disingenuous at best, but ultimately shows how easy it is for certain individuals to contort the perspective of a work and tunnel vision one aspect of it. So,
bro, you're not the one saying this, are you?
I don't know, man. It sounds like we Fallout New Vegas, we just had our cake and ate it too.
It's easy for someone to contort an interpretation. God, he was so close to like actualizing.
No, that's problematic though. They they like it for the wrong reasons.
If you've ever watched a downhill skier slot right through the flags and then slam into the TV camera, that's super rad right there.
So that it fits within their narrative. It's ironic because that's exactly what the game is trying to explain to you is wrong, that the law isn't inherently good, that the community's best intentions may be wrong or damaging, as we'll see with the Brotherhood and as we have seen with the NCR, that there's still more growth to be done, and we have unfortunately locked ourselves into this capitalistic and religious trajectory that is ultimately hurting those around us that don't subscribe to the established norm.
Okay.
He contorted
So-
contorted an interpretation that there's a capitalistic aspect to it. Yeah, capitalism
What
is stopping
the
people from being
fuck?
gay. That's why capitalism
What
is the
the-
only economic system that has ever allowed people to openly be gay. Are you fucking stupid? Hey, go ask the Chinese what their opinion on homosexuals is.
Well, they're not actually communist, okay? They're more capitalistic than we are.
They are a state-controlled capitalist system.
Yeah, again, capitalism hasn't been done correctly.
They're,
Or I'm sorry, communism hasn't been done correctly.
well, I mean, sorry, yeah, capitalism has been done correctly. It's just been done to be evil. Ask Che Guevara what his opinions on gays are. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of instances of this. Like, the notion that, like, an anti-capitalist system is going to favor you just because you're gay, you're insane. And you're, like,
Yeah.
you're dangerously putting everybody's lives at risk who's part of these marginalized communities by not being an adult and just addressing that, like, the system that we have is probably one of the best that it's ever been for people like us.
I wish these people would actually read like anything about Soviet Russia.
Yeah,
Like-
or like socialist countries in the Middle East, or
Like just a little bit. Just a little bit to understand that like any sort of individuality was very heavily frowned upon, if not just outright illegal.
people like us, Freudian slip. I said it earlier.
It's news to me, chat, don't worry.
But like, yeah, you guys didn't know I'm trans? That would be the ultimate anti-SuperRad move, is to come out as female to male trans.
Pat, I hate to break it to you, but being a cyclist doesn't make you part.
It's LGBTQ. I'm Q. Why do guys in trucks keep calling me a queer out their window if I'm not part of it? Just because I look at women with big breasts doesn't mean I wouldn't have sex with men. Come on. Everybody looks at big breasts. It came with you breastfeeding as a child. The B stands for bicycle. Exactly, chat.
It's been completed. Bi erasure has been completed.
We don't talk about bisexuals anymore. The pariahs. This is just a classic conflict. God, does this get worse? I feel like we've hit the crescendo for this section, but his next sentence could be worse.
There's no way we've already hit peak.
We've got to hit peak for like this note. We're still going on one note.
This is an impressive streak.
He's hit the 99 on his combo. Like
at this point, the ref would have like called the fucking fight. Like the guy, like we're
He's
on
dead.
the ground now. Yeah. Like he's just sitting there punching us in the back of the head right now.
That's what it feels like.
McCarran is one of the main ways to enter.
Okay, he's done.
Oh, thank God.
He's done.
Thank God.
All right. That was
The ref called
crazy.
it. That was one of the... What a ride. What a roller coaster.
All right, it took a few notes, but I'm going to jump past them to the next one that sounds interesting.
I wish he would just take the gloves off and just stream of conscious, like, talk about what he really feels.
Tell us what you really think.
Yeah. Cut out all of the, you know, like, pretense and everything. Just give it to us straight.
You can see why FaZe took such autistic hate notes. Yeah, he's gay too. That's probably what pissed him off the most. Naked Caius Casati's model. I don't have that. What is my most naked model? It's
The Khajiit.
no, it's got to be this. Yeah, it's got to be this. Sorry, this is my most naked model. Hang on, can I zoom out? There we go.
Oh.
You guys are seeing the important part. All right.
Oh my.
That's not a man though. I'm sorry, I don't have a naked man model.
Those are definitely some childbearing hips.
It's insane what Blizzard was doing. You should map your head tracking to her vulva. Yeah, the lip sync. Chat, you have the best ideas. I would get banned on Twitch. I think this model actually would get banned on Twitch. Because the Twitch has weird rules about like you have to have your hips covered.
Yeah, no, they
on
have
VTuber models. Just VTuber models. You can be naked if you're a real woman.
You would think Saudi Arabia owns them or something like that.
Yeah.
The question of whether Hanlon was right or wrong is up to you. Personally, I think the cost of innocent lives to produce a situation that would see the end of countless more is not an option without consequences and not one I'd want to see through. Hanlon cared for his Rangers, and it's understandable why, but the war pushed him to a point where he felt he had to take drastic measures. That's what's happening here. The war of NCR versus the Legion is actively hindering the lives of everyone involved and creating tension in situations that lead to unnecessary death.
Yeah, because the Legion invaded.
What is this quest? I've never even seen this quest.
It's at Camp Golf, but
that's why.
I'm just thinking about the point, like I'm imagining telling like a Polish military commander, like, why are you keeping the war going? Just let the Nazis win. Let Germany and Russia divide your country in half and kill all your people. Like, don't you see that you're perpetuating war?
The war itself is unnecessary, but neither side seems willing to back down, and realistically, you wouldn't want the NCR to do so anyway. Despite the NCR's flaws,
You gotta play that again. Did he seriously contradict himself in the same sentence?
He's trying to push a war is unnecessary while simultaneously
He's saying that the NCR are justified.
You think of those,
Bro,
say Fallout
come
4 is a
on.
good
At
modded to hell.
least-
I don't think Fallout 4 is good if it's like heavily modded. It just becomes a whole different game at that point.
Yeah.
And it's too much effort to set up. But yeah, let's just hit it back. Kind of crazy. War is bad, but sometimes necessary. He's actually on the Legion's side. All right.
War is not an option without consequences and not one I'd want to see through. Hanlon cared for his Rangers, and it's understandable why, but the war pushed him to a point where he felt he had to take drastic measures. That's what's happening here. The war of NCR versus the Legion is actively hindering the lives of everyone involved and creating tension in situations that lead to unnecessary death. The war itself is unnecessary, but neither side seems willing to back down, and realistically, you wouldn't want the NCR to do so anyway. Despite the NCR's
Did that clear it up for you?
He really did do it.
Lay it out for me here. What's the issue?
The war is unnecessary.
Yes. Because of capitalism.
Sure, we can put that in. But also, you really wouldn't want the Legion to win anyways, so...
So the NCR should fight it.
Yes. Ergo, a war can actually have a purpose.
A defensive war against fascists? I mean, my guy, you think that they're ontologically evil. Why wouldn't you support a war against them? If you... Okay.
This whole thing would be cleared up if he just said a war of aggression against the Legion would be pointless.
Right. So he doesn't support, like, big stick politics of, like, you know... Every now and then you got to go with the war with the Legion, rough them up a bit so that they stop with their expansionist policies.
Yeah.
He wouldn't support that. He wants, like, a purely defensive state.
I wonder what his...
The problem is what he wants is the NCR's policy, and that's why the NCR is so ineffective. The whole, like, sit and wait mentality, that's Hanlon's approach. Not Hanlon, but Oliver. That's Oliver's entire military strategy is sit and wait.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, half the reason that the situation is so fucked up is that the NCR is so ineffective at doing anything.
They could have avoided this if they just chased the Legion across the Colorado.
Yeah.
Just regroup. Yeah, I understand immediately after the fight, you're not really in a situation where you want to continue to fight, but...
I think the sit and wait logic, I think if you ask President Kimball what the logic is, the sit and wait logic is you hold the line. You're not going to win the conflict immediately. In fact, you might even lose the second battle of Hoover Dam. But if you can free up the military forces that are currently locked up in Maxon and Baja and send them to the front line in the Mojave, then you'll win with overwhelming power. Because this is just one front line that the NCR is facing. And so I think it's a reserve policy that is like trying to save face in the political theater back in the New California Republic.
flaws, the Legion are characterized as pure evil, and the hell they would create in the wasteland puts...
Again, sorry, it's not true. From my point of view, the NCR are evil. Okay, the quick little Star Wars reference there, but no, I kind of have to disagree if you take into consideration the context of the circumstances that the NCR was raised in. Arizona is not an easy place for life to exist compared to California. And so if you want a military organization that rapidly just completely wipes out, you know, dozens of raider gangs in the span of a couple decades, you end up needing like a really authoritarian police state, really fascistic, as it were, approach to expansion just to accomplish that end. And so if he's presented along the lines of stopping raiders from like going around murdering, pillaging, and raping people, yeah, the Legion seems at least justified.
Yeah, but have you considered we could just send out the followers of the apocalypse to
That's
intervene?
it would be funny
And
if he said that, because then you get to point out that Edward Zallow was a follower of the apocalypse.
yeah, but he wasn't a real follower of the apocalypse. See, they should have sent another follower of the apocalypse to take him out.
I'd say I wonder when SuperRad will realize that his ideals are dependent on modern convenience, but I know he won't realize this. I feel like that is a big dysfunction in the way that
Yeah.
SuperRad approaches media, is that he really struggles with putting himself into the headspace of the Fallout universe. It's not, what are my opinions on how the government should be run right now? It's, what are my opinions on how the government should be run in the context of the Mojave, which is completely different. I've got completely different ideals for like the type of economic situation that exists. If post-nuclear war, yeah, you best believe that my fucking stance on, like, you know, I'm a very Jeffersonian, anti-Lincolnite type mentality towards central government. But if the end result of the current United States was nuclear annihilation, I would have an internal question of, well, maybe it wasn't a justified way to think about the world. Real followers of the apocalypse has never been attempted.
Listen. Have you considered that the Raiders are just economically disadvantaged people?
I know,
and
but
that they're only committing crime because they have no other means to support themselves.
The problem with forcibly inserting like the issues with African Americans onto Raiders is that there was no original economic opportunity for them in the first place. So you can't say they were disadvantaged and discriminated against, because there was not an against. There's no institution that they've been denied access to.
What are you talking about? The people that they're taking stuff from, those are their oppressors.
Yeah, the Fallout 76 approach. Foundation is oppressing us because they won't give us their food.
Yeah, exactly. Now you're getting it. This is why we don't need police. Police only oppress people. If a guy comes to your house, kicks in your door, and demands you give him all of your shit, you're supposed to do it. That's the moral thing to do.
All right,
you're supposed to break bread with him, offer him a permanent place in your bed. That's your moral obligation.
The Enclave. Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of speed through this. The Enclave are Fallout's equivalent to the Nazis. I'm pretty sure the Nazis are equivalent to the Nazis in Fallout, but okay. All right, we're done with Cloud's notes. We're moving on to the human taken notes, which are a lot less polite. 4 hours and 34 seconds. So I hope you can see from who's on screen where this is going.
Yeah. We were going to get here eventually.
Grew up in and participated in exactly what he is doing now. The USA wasn't run through democracy, but through a cabal of shadow people within the Enclave. Only the wealthy elite, the higher-ups in the government, and the military had any actual say in what happened.
At the latter end of his life. He was like 50 when the war happened.
Within the world as they knew it, and this ultimately led to an apocalypse. The past of Fallout wasn't the fall of democracy as we know it. It was the curtain being drawn to show an authoritarian system that disguised itself as democratic. All House has done is convince him.
I'm going to blow your minds. There are democratic systems that are authoritarian. We live in one.
Whoa, hold on a sec. Well, okay, so no, we have to remember the time this was written.
This is peak woke.
This is written during the Biden administration.
Right. Trump has been defeated. He will be executed shortly after this video is made.
Yeah. Oh my god, I would love to play this section for him again right now and just see what he would say.
It's a shame he didn't pin the corrections to his Fallout video, because it would be interesting if he updated this section.
Himself, he can do it better, and as we have seen on our travels, he hasn't been doing better at all.
What?
He's not doing better than the pre-war government, which I disagree with, if you take into consideration the fact that New Vegas was literally like the capital wasteland just 7 years ago.
Yeah.
Shit, he's more successful than Caesar at civilizing territory, considering that he's done it in the shortest amount of time.
Yeah.
We still have pain and suffering throughout the wasteland and Nevada specifically due to the wage gaps present between people outside of the Strip and the people within.
Yeah,
oh my god.
It's wage gaps.
Oh my god.
That's the reason for the economic suffering.
What?
It's not the rapists and murderers that are being fueled by the great Khans, who themselves are being funded by the fucking Legion.
What?
It's the wage gap between
the wage gap.
The wage gap.
those fucking elites up in the Strip, up in their ivory towers, getting paid 20 caps an hour, while the people on Freeside have to scrape by on 3 caps an hour. Of course there's going to be inequality and injustice in this world, in this setting. Bro.
Yes, the minimum wage is a bigger problem than the murderer rapists next door.
Are we even sure anybody on the fucking Strip gets paid a wage?
I'm pretty sure they're all like just members of their respective tribes.
And they just like live out of their fucking hotels.
Just have state-funded free prostitutes and harsh gun laws in the wasteland. Legion spy.
SuperRad, Control F the entire script of Fallout New Vegas. Find me a use of the word wage. I don't know if the concept exists in this setting.
If anybody says it, it's got to be house.
Or like the NCR troops, maybe. Or like the people from the NCR might use the term, but
I just searched Mr. House's dialogue and it is not in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think
because his economic system is not founded on like it's not up to the point of having wages and salaries.
Yeah, we're a little after/before the concept of the wage.
Yeah. Like you're still in a society where just giving people food and shelter is more than enough.
The quarry workers mentioned getting paid. Yeah, there's people who get paid, but we're not talking like hourly wages or anything like that. It's almost all like just individual contract per thing.
Yeah. And
even that this is giving too much credit to the idea that the problem is the wage gap and the wage gap's not the symptom. I get what he's trying to say here. But the problem is he's cramming like modern lingo and modern issues into it. There is a wealth inequality problem. That's what it is. And it is purposeful. Mr. House has created a situation where life on the Strip is super good. And then that's it. He doesn't care what happens outside the Strip's borders. And so you have this ghetto next to the Strip where life is miserable.
Yeah.
On the one hand, you have kind of the liberal position that says, oh, that's awful. People are living horrible lives, and it's due to the wealth inequality. And then on the other hand, you have the position that that ghetto doesn't exist without the economic system that House created in the first place. Because, again, New Vegas didn't exist 7 years ago. It was just the ruins of Las Vegas. It was akin to the capital wasteland and lawlessness. The
No.
real problem is the Brahmin barons.
No, you just don't understand. See, now you're the one who's falling victim to the propaganda of House. Actually, New Vegas before House was around was a utopia
It was
where
yeah,
you had different cultures.
it was an anarchist utopia where you could get drugged, raped, and murdered by the Slitherkin, or cannibalized by, we don't even know the name of the Ultralux gang before that.
And
Where a
what were
brutal
the
might makes right tribe like the Mojave Boot Riders was the lawful
Yeah.
and just tribe in the area.
No, that's all just House propaganda.
Yeah.
There weren't any cannibals, there wasn't any raping, and like it would happen once in a while, maybe. But now it happens all the time
Yeah, it's just that
because people need to make a wage.
Yeah. If people didn't have to work at McDonald's, they wouldn't rape.
It, thank you.
Okay.
The Strip is run by the wealthy elite, and everyone outside of that suffers in poverty unless they successfully find some way of exploiting the working class. Mr. House's role-playing...
Good to know. Good to know that I was exploiting the working class by killing the
Listen,
fucking
the
powder-bangers
sharecroppers are exploiting the working class's desire to eat food. That's not that's not honorable income. That's exploitation of labor.
Yeah.
Good lord, okay.
the same system he has grown to resent, but believes it will work this time instead. And he does this driven by the idea of progress. The concept of progress is actually fairly new to our species overall.
What? What? Okay, this has to be a semantic argument at best.
It definitely is. It's definitely the idea of, like, you know, really progress was was invented in the 18th century by
Yeah,
French philosophers.
It's actually a capitalist propaganda. It's a term created by
based. Progressive thinking is capitalist propaganda, and we, thanks to SuperRad, are going to overthrow it. This is a person that I've struggled with, and it's the person that actually thinks that, like, progressivism is just a one-way street. It's never going to roll the other way. So this type of person thinks, what the fuck, it's 2016 and we still allow people to be homophobic? They don't realize that you could easily in 10 years say, what the fuck, it's 2026 and people are still gay? They don't think that, like, oh, it could go the other way if we're not careful. They just think that, like, it's a one-way street. We started at Caveman, we're going to Star Trek. And so it's like...
Well, I think the other idea is that, like, you know, sometimes it goes back a little bit, but then eventually it'll go forward too. Like, we will always be on the winning side of history.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of the mentality.
Yeah, in 3,000 years, when society eventually rebuilds itself in a way that's comparable to ours, history will look back at us.
When the aliens come...
As we were originally becoming sentient and evolving both physically and culturally, humans didn't consider progress as a necessary step of our society. Hunting and gathering, while dangerous and ultimately leading to shorter lifespans,
No, hang on. The alternative to hunting and gathering is not eating. I'm pretty sure that leads to the shortest lifespan.
We gotta let him finish. I cannot get on this insanity just yet.
Physically and culturally, humans didn't consider progress as a necessary step of our society. Hunting and gathering, while dangerous and ultimately leading to shorter lifespans, has never been proven to cause society to be any less happy overall than we are now. And
Yes.
Listen.
Yeah, he eats the bugs.
Yeah, I mean, he has been just molested by the agitation propaganda completely. Listen, I told you he was an anarcho-primitivist. Because he's literally advocating for you would be happier as a caveman who every other child dies before they turn 2. That would make
Yes.
you happy.
You know what the cavemen and cavewomen didn't have? Reproduction rights.
Yeah, your fancy gay people that you like so much. I don't think the cavemen were cool with that. Listen. In caveman society, we were living in polycules. You know, all you had to do was get her pregnant, and then you could go back to fucking dudes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, true. What about the woman? What if the women didn't? What if, 2 women just want to love each other?
As long as she might not consent herself, but as long as she is able to be impregnated. I'm not saying that we need to have her be raped. I'm just saying that she'll do her part whether she wants to or not. But it will be mutually consensual, okay?
Man.
I was not expecting that he would be so he's pro anarcho primitivism. He's is he at risk of becoming like a Kaczynski? Am I gonna get like a mail bomb from him? Okay.
Instead, what we have seen is the concept of progress leading to actions of an endless work cycle, that of which requires more hours than our ancestors ever did.
What? What the fuck are you on about, bro?
Listen, our ancestors were totally able to just have tons of free time in between hunting and gathering. They literally lived in this is like a Garden of Eden argument.
This is insanity. Bro. Not even on an evolutionary biology perspective can you make this argument, because it's like, if this was the case, then we wouldn't atrophy when we sit still. Like, have you ever tried to actually cook a meal from scratch?
Yeah, I mean, it's a significant amount of your time that you would spend on a daily basis just preparing food, let alone getting it.
Yeah, like, what?
I feel like this is extremely misguided. Okay, he's starting from the standpoint of caveman society wasn't as brutal as a lot of people think. You could survive a serious injury and the tribe would take care of you. You could make a recovery. There's tons of fossil evidence that cavemen survived having legs broken and stuff. Where a lot of animals, that's it for them. Right. So it's caveman society wasn't as bad as you probably conceptualized, but that doesn't mean it was utopic either. People weren't oh yeah, I can just subsist on 2 hours of labor a day. If anything, it was the agricultural revolution that bought people a lot of free time.
Yeah. And even then.
Yeah, you still had to work a lot, but you did have a lot more time where it was just the middle of the growing season, or you're wintering and you just have free time to do stuff.
Yeah.
So he really is just a wages or slavery return to Oonga Boonga. I had always heard that SuperRad was a communist. I didn't know that he was a anarcho-primitivist. This is crazy.
Yeah. I just assumed he was the communism hasn't been done right sort of person. No, it's well.
Okay. I understand now why he's mad people call him a communist, because he's I'm very clearly an anarchist.
The creation of wheat farms and the abundance of the plant has successfully imprisoned humanity into the constant cycle of working harder than
Holy shit.
Agriculture bad. he is really, really driving the point home that he is
Where's the chatter who's like, no,
The
you're misunderstanding him. Like,
the Neolithic Revolution was a bad thing.
yeah.
We really do need to be living in caves again. Man, so it's like, I can't even make the joke that, like, oh, he would just be really cool with everybody becoming homesteaders and stuff and growing. No.
No.
No. Farming is evil.
The root of evil
It's
is
the
farming.
root of all evil.
He really, so this, I feel like the endpoint really is a pro-raider stance. Awesome.
Than we have ever been expected to in order to earn less than we believe we deserve, so the wealthy can use our labor in order to create progress.
This dude, like,
Wow.
read bark notes on Karl Marx and was like, oh, okay, he's just against, like, agriculture.
Agriculture
Like,
was the root of wealthy people using labor exploitation to push gay sex into the media. Like, does he not realize that, like, when you take it sentence by sentence, what he just said was that progressivism is a product of the agricultural revolution, and therefore it's unnatural.
Whoa.
Can you stop hanging the rest of us with you? Like, so this guy really is, like, he's got a lot in common with Synthetic Man, more than he realizes.
He definitely does not understand, like, the stuff that he has been taught at all.
All right, what's the next line gonna be? How does it get worse?
Progress is what is sold to us, with the pitch that it is a natural aspect of human society that will ultimately make us happier.
Progressivism is propaganda utilized, weaponized against the working class man. Gay sex in the media is propaganda that is designed to make you feel happy.
So he's pro-natalist. We've had him wrong this entire time. He's actually super based.
Dude, I'm about to post in chat based rad. Oh, it translated it. Is this dude a commie, or I don't know where he's going.
It's impossible to predict this at this point, because it's like he is so
more like super trad
misinformed and just spouting things that he literally just does not understand.
That's what kind of makes him dangerous, is that, like, he's violently lashing out at people who are hearing what he has to say and asking, what the fuck are you talking about? Because we went from, like, a super insensitive Gamergate rant to, like, progressivism is a tool used by the bourgeoisie to hold down the proletariat. I know that I think he's trying to make the argument that, like, technology is what he means by progress. But he uses... Someone said that, like, in this context it's super funny because we just went from him talking about progressivism and now he's saying progress.
Yeah.
I'll give you something that's like a Liberty Prime model. Why is it so dark? So ominous. Why is it so dark?
Pat, turn the lights on.
Can I reset the lighting? It was so scary. Okay. Grug says I can't go back to cave until I pick berries from sun up to sundown. Caveman life used to be good. Caveman life good until Longnose tribe come. Introduce usury. Long-nosed tribe give me 100 rock. Say I must give 105 rock back.
I want to live.
But
I want to realize the society SuperRad is proposing here.
Honestly,
And just show him it.
Honestly, yes. I'm very curious. If you could, like, extract what he truly thinks, what does the world look like if he was able to build utopia?
We would take the liberal values that we have now, but revert back to caveman society, the caveman lifestyle.
How do you play Bethesda games and then end up like this? I think a lot about how, like, you kind of need a system that produces excess to get video games. So, like, it's kind of an ideological betrayal of the hobby to be pro any form of government that takes away from the excesses that enable this to exist. Like,
yeah,
are Bethesda supposed to make your games for you in between, like, hunting and gathering? Bethesda's producing, like, a Fallout game over the winter when, like, the animals are hibernating and the berries have receded.
No. See, but they're artists, so they're allowed to do art things.
Right.
Now you might be asking, how are they going to eat?
Yeah, exactly. And he's a capitalist YouTuber. That's what I don't get. That's why I think he's a Hassan fan, because that's the type of, like, mental illness of not being able to reconcile. This guy's extraordinarily wealthy and he shows off his wealth all the time, but he's advocating for a system in which he would be killed for that. Ulysses' strongest soldier, nuke them all into the Stone Age. Yeah, that's the secret approach. It's not Yes Man, it's Ulysses. Do you think he has fallen for the noble savage myth? I would be fascinated to find out. Let me look. I'm gonna say no based on the things to come. All right.
we can use our labor in order to create progress. Progress is what is sold to.
Is this the yet you participate in society, I'm very clever bit you're doing here? Unfortunately, the existence of a meme does not invalidate the general point. You know what I mean? If I was a political ideologue who believed that the proletariat were being exploited, I would live within my means and use the excess money that I generate to advocate for the causes that I believe in, which is loosely what I do anyways. It's just that I make a lot less money than Hassan Piker. So I've never been particularly impressed by that, because it's like, it's not the issue that he's making money to live, because he drives expensive cars that he doesn't need to own. He lives in West Hollywood in a $3 million mansion. You know, these are all things that are excesses. These are all things that make him bourgeois.
To us with the pitch that it is a natural aspect of human society that will ultimately make us happier. But happiness is not something we can just actively measure. People 1,000 years ago were happy in their own way. Our ancestors were happy.
The Legion are happy in their own way.
My slave-owning ancestors were happy. Of course they were happy, because they didn't have to do anything.
I definitely historically have supported kids being sick in the hospital, but probably by a different definition of those words. Look, I'm just saying the cancer kids got more money from me than they got from Creator Clash 2.
You may be happy now too, but are you happier than you would have been if you never knew about the concepts of capitalism? Or
if you didn't eat breakfast this morning, how would you feel?
I would probably be dead right now. like several times over.
Yeah, I mean, I have to wear
If I didn't,
glasses, so I'd have a
if I
hard
didn't
time
live,
hunting.
if I didn't, yeah, exactly. Like, so yeah, I think I might be a little bit happier right now.
Yeah, I would be happier right now because I'd be fucking dead and this video wouldn't exist.
Actually, yes, I'd be happier knowing that SuperRad doesn't exist either.
I'm an anarcho-primitivist just so that the technology used to make this video wouldn't exist. This doesn't feel like it's about Fallout anymore. He's definitely way off the reservation.
Oh, we left the reservation like probably before the Betsy thing.
As soon as he started talking about Gamergate.
Yeah.
Or about the concept of progress? Would you not be content in your day-to-day if your world was simply within the bubble of going out to harvest food, coming back, and simply living? All stages of humanity.
Yeah, well, also, like, doesn't he realize that this cuts anywhere? If your worldview is just one thing, wouldn't you be happy? No? What if I was like a cripple? What if I was like in chronic pain? What if someone killed my wife? What if I was a slave? You know, it's like, would you be happy if you got to live a utopic life in a different time period? And it's like,
Yes.
sure. If I was made the king of the world, I'd be happy too. What does it have to do with anything?
We live in a state of existence where we don't like self-sustain. We have needs. We have biological needs.
Yeah, unfortunately, existence incurs a cost. All right.
Have had suffering. Our current stage, imprisoned within capitalism, has suffering as well. Is progress a net good that actually makes society as a whole happier simply because we get to live longer and have more things to take up our time when not working?
Unfortunately, there's a lot of evidence that capitalism is the most efficient system for mitigating suffering. Just because it doesn't automatically solve it for everybody doesn't mean that it doesn't still work for the vast majority of people.
Yeah.
Is our society happier now that we have to work 8-hour days from Monday to Friday? House would say
this is all built on the pretense that you didn't have to work during the caveman times. Grunga, coming home soon. Wrap up work in 2 hours.
Yeah, imagine being a caveman and only having to work 40 hours a week.
He needs to play Vintage Story.
Yeah, right?
No, but seriously, like,
survival crafting
here's the thing: if it's that easy, roll your savings into buying property and go live the fucking caveman life out on your own, Ted Kaczynski. If it's that fucking easy, go to fucking Alaska and do this shit.
No, but you don't understand. I'm being constrained by capitalism, so I can't do that. What am I going to do for health insurance?
Grok middle management of Rock Bank. Grok Bank laid off. Have last of Grok mutton.
I mean, that really is like the ultimate checkmate there. Is just be like, okay, go out and do it then. You can do it right now. There's plenty of people on YouTube who are doing that.
Yeah, people do it all the time. If that is what would make you happy, you're not constrained by the capitalist system as much as you think. Nobody forced you to wage slave.
But it's all I grew up knowing. I don't know how to do anything. I don't know how to do any of that stuff. That'd be the argument. I don't know how to do any of that stuff because I was raised in a system that intentionally kept my ability to develop self-reliant skills.
Yeah.
Which actually starts to sound like
get a hunting license.
Sound like a conservative Jeffersonian sort of perspective.
I know, that's why it's so fucking weird, is that like a lot of this is like kind of hypocritical and self-defeating. To what alternative? Motherfucker, if you think that all you need is to just be able to live outside all day and you can just sustain yourself by hunting and gathering, all you need at that point is like $20,000, buy some fucking woodland in the middle of the backcountry and go do it. If that's all you need to be happy, listen, if it was that easy, why the fuck can't you do it?
Well, I have to pay taxes on that.
Oh
so I
yeah,
can't
it's the
not have a
taxes.
job.
I have to pay taxes, so I need to work 40 hours a week at McDonald's.
Yeah.
Liberalism weak, traditionalism strong, super rad the based, super trad. Property tax. It's just not that crushing. Listen, this guy is in the position where he could fulfill the lifestyle that he's saying would make him happy. I know how much money this job makes. I know roughly how much money he's probably made over the course of his career. He's probably fucking... Here's his issue. He probably lives in like Vancouver or somewhere stupid where he has to spend most of his money on overpriced rent.
I think he lives near Ontario or Toronto.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, of course he thinks that he's trapped by the
Toronto,
capitalist system because his entire paycheck is being hoovered up by a landlord. Well, that's your fucking problem. Do you know what I did? I lived in the fucking cheapest place with the lowest cost of living I possibly could. Saved me a shit ton of money.
I've been there, and my first question was, "Are you okay?"
Based Ross Scott moved to Catholic Polska. What jobs are there in bumfuck? You're a YouTuber! You're a YouTuber. You can do that shit anywhere. There's literally people called digital nomads that literally just travel and make content. And that's what they do. He's a YouTuber. He could live in the middle of bumfuck Alberta paying like $800 a month in rent.
Shout out to my girl, Jenny TV.
I'm so tired of these fucking people that live in like Brooklyn who are like, God, the capitalist system is so crushing. And it's like, you chose to live in like one of the most expensive places possible.
Yeah, but it's so convenient. I should be able to live in the most convenient place on Earth and not have to pay for it.
I should, yes. There was a post that was like, I could see myself living here, and you always say that when you're in like the richest neighborhoods possible. I could be happy in Manhattan.
I want those people to ride along with me when I was driving through some of like the poorest parts of New York State and being like, I could live here.
I know, it's one of those...
Only like half the houses were burned down, okay?
It's one of those things where it's like, if you're a YouTuber and you can literally work anywhere, why the fuck are you like constraining yourself to live somewhere expensive? All I'm saying is, if you have this viewpoint that this is what would make you happy, do it. That's not an ad hominem. I'm saying, if this is your worldview, do it. No. None of this, and yet you participate meme posting, okay? You said this would make you happy. Go pursue that. It's well within your means.
No, I just explained to you why it's not. I have to pay taxes. What am I going to do for health insurance?
So yeah.
What if, like, I have to feed my cat? What am I going to do with that?
Fuck it. At that point, move to like Mexico. Then he'd admit
this is not productive. See, it's not enough that I have to do it. Everybody else has to participate as well.
The entire system has to contort to the way that I view the world. It can't be enough that like other people are happy by the system because I've invented this hypothetical where it's frustrating and I'm like crushed by wage cuckery. Shit, before I was a YouTuber, I worked a job that paid a wage, and it was not like crushing capitalism. I still lived within my means. Yeah, no, it's all very tacitly like, this is us engaging with the point. Now let's engage with the actual point. He's a campist. He believes that in anything that is about destroying the United States and Western imperialism, And so, like, he's just saying shit that he thinks will work to advance the point of, like, undermining the society that we've built. Why?
Which only goes to undermine his point entirely.
Yeah.
Because then you have, normal, rational people listening to this and being like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I know. You cannot be surprised that people reacted poorly to this, because this is, like, just kind of... The average person who, like, actually believes in the system just hears this and goes, this is drivel. Because a lot of it comes off as just, like, SuperRad thinks that, like, the average person is, like, an NPC who is, like, completely clueless, and they just need, like, a revolutionary to come along and tell them that they're a wage slave, and then they're like, oh, I see, now that you pointed out, it makes sense to me. I was being exploited this entire time. I didn't know that. Do people think this video is good? Not us, but his audience.
That's a good question.
His modern analytics say that there's definitely been a fall off.
Say yes because of progress, and he wants to continue pushing progress as far as he can regardless of what anyone else says. He wants to generate income to create more income and create an easier life for those who can afford it.
If he's creating more income, that implies that he's making it so that more people will be able to afford it.
Yeah.
His whole logic is that a rising tide raises all ships. Which is kind of the point with Freeside. Like, sure, it sucks now, but as the strip continues to grow economically, the opportunities are also going to grow for the people outside the strip. The issue is that there will just be another Freeside. There will always be a fringe edge of society where, like, the destitute go.
Wow, I can't believe you're even condoning gentrification. Leave Freeside alone. Like, they're just gonna come in and price out the people of Freeside, and they're just gonna get shoved somewhere else.
Then I'm gonna have to move to West Vegas.
Why? Surely there are rooms in the hotels where they could put all the residents of Freeside.
Either this guy is just very confused and wants to talk, or this is horseshoe theory in action. I think he just doesn't really understand the stuff he's read.
Yeah.
There's somebody else's hand up his ass right now.
The fact that his takeaway from communism is that the agricultural revolution was terrible for humanity is
yeah,
definitely a take. That is
the guy who's anti-agricultural revolution because he's wants to push a meat-only diet. I love it when a tanky LARPer sets back Normie's perception of leftist theory 100 years. The CIA would be proud. That's the thing, is, like, it is beneficial for your ideology to call stuff like this out.
Call these people out, yes.
Because it's like, you have to make it clear, this guy doesn't speak for us. The end point of putting gay people in New Vegas wasn't that it was going to be propaganda to, like, do the societal reset.
Not for everyone. People suffer because of this, and Mr. House doesn't care. He is the villain of Fallout New Vegas.
Oh, but I thought
I knew this line was
Caesar's
coming.
Legion.
I thought
Caesar's Legion were the villains, and that would make Caesar the villain of Fallout New Vegas.
Well, let's just let this soak for a second here. Okay, this doesn't work. House is not the instigating force in the story. He's not the person who caused the conflict, right? That would be, there's not really, like, a clean one person who caused the conflict. Legion found the dam, the NCR found the dam, they're fighting over it, House is profiting from the conflict. Nobody's really, like, a clean antagonist in the sense of they are the person from whom the entire conflict originated. Ulysses views himself as being the antagonist because he says, if I hadn't found the dam, then this entire war wouldn't have happened. But I think that's just guilt, and he's
Would-
just blaming himself. It's not really
Yeah.
like an accurate perception.
They would have found the dam regardless.
Right. So how is House the bad guy? He's not the instigator of the war. House saved the dam from being nuked. That makes him the villain. Ah, yes. There wouldn't be any war if the dam hadn't existed.
Ah. And the reason he prevented the Hoover Dam from being nuked and Vegas from being nuked was because he saw the opportunity to create capitalism in the future, to perpetuate the system of oppression. That's why he is the supervillain. I get it now.
It's funny because Uncle Ted spends a good part bashing leftists. Yeah, he was not a big fan of it. He viewed it as like I've said this or referenced this before. Leftists like to attach themselves to social movements in order to make themselves feel better, because that if the movement succeeds, they succeed. But also that comes with the inverse. If the movement fails, then they fail. That's why like starting to lose progressive rights, like say when Roe v. Wade was overturned, there was a bunch of people who felt that on a personal level because they want to feel the victories of feminism. They didn't realize that also means you have to feel the losses. Capitalism built the dam, so it was actually the villain all along. Flip side of that is conservatives love to make culture wars out of nowhere. Pepsi, Gillette, Bud Light. Those aren't culture wars out of nowhere. You can't poke the bear and then be surprised that the bear gets upset. In fairness, I barely remember any of those conflicts because they were always out of my realm of possibly caring. But I kind of remember vaguely that in all of those circumstances, it was just I think the Gillette one was like pushing back against toxic masculinity. You can't really do that and then be surprised like conservative people are upset by that. We should poke the bear and get excited when they get upset. Oh yeah, did we ever get that 118 to 328? All right, 1 second.
You know,
All right, let's see. I was told Synthetic Man has a more nuanced take. Why am I seeing an AI image?
anyway, it will be shit. Obsidian hasn't made a good game since people say like either it's Pillars of Eternity or South Park The Stick of Truth. You know, around that time was the last good game they made over a decade ago. So why the hell would anyone trust them? I'm actually excited to see how badly they mess it up. Redditor's already saying New Vegas is woke. Yeah, I know. First of all, New Vegas was proto-woke, and I said that before any Redditor. Are they going to credit me? I'm suing them. I'm calling my lawyer right now. New Vegas absolutely is a proto-woke game. I love the game, don't get me wrong. Played it many times. I'm sure I've played it, you know, across console and PC. I'm sure I've played it almost as much as Dragon's Dogma. But it is absolutely a, like, proto-woke game, and as many leftist elements that are pushed as normal in a fucking post-apocalypse scenario. Even in one that has reestablished civilization, the shit just straight up doesn't make sense. There's no universe where you'd have women fighting on the front lines in a post-apocalypse, period.
Based. This is the type of thing that like anti-woke people care about. They're like missing the point because they're like gender checking all the soldiers.
I don't care how developed the NC.
We got the timestamp.
Yeah, the timestamps. So far the nuanced opinion is New Vegas is proto-woke because the NCR uses female soldiers.
Oh, okay.
Which is like, I think the theory of mind is missing, where like you could take that somewhere with your interpretation of like, maybe it's saying that this is a bad thing.
Is this AI generated?
Yes. I think it's him. I can't tell because the AI generated image is notably less bald than he is.
PR is they spraying modern, the modern political zeitgeist. It's just there.
Actually, I'm trying to think, what are the instances of female soldiers on the front lines? Because people will point to Corporal Betsy, but she was a sniper. She's not a frontline soldier. I want to say like the vast majority of NCR soldiers that I remember were actually doing like frontline guard duty or patrols or anything like that were mostly men. That's a comb over? No, his hairline is like, that's further forward, like by at least an inch. Snipers are frontline. Agree to disagree.
I mean, they're female rangers.
Yeah, but the rangers are like, they weren't traditional NCR military. They were their own thing up until recently.
Yeah.
I don't know. It seems to me like a lot of the women that they have on the front lines are in like observer positions, or like they are snipers, whereas like a lot of the guys again who are doing caravan duty, who are doing patrols, who are guarding positions, what have you, who are used in offensives or all that. We're talking non-commissioned soldiers, not rangers. Vast majority of them I remember being men.
There would not be any female NCR soldiers. This is, without even getting into any of the other details, the various many details of the game, there would not be any female NCR soldiers. That's just not believable.
Yeah, I just extend your creativity.
Like, why though?
Because there weren't there weren't really in the 20th century, I think is going to be his logic.
Like in a post-apocalyptic setting where, there's just a limited number of people to be fighting. I don't think you get to be choosy there.
No, based on the standards of our current volunteer military.
Yeah.
This conscript army would be, I mean, like there is a historical precedent that like the Soviets didn't conscript women for frontline duty. But I also think that like frontline is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Because the way that he's implying it, it's like every other soldier that you'll see on the front line should be a woman.
Yeah.
It could be based, NCR is so incompetent they had women in their fighting force. Yeah, but that's just not how it's portrayed in the game. It's treated as normal in the game.
Yeah, I disagree. There is an air of incompetence to the way that the NCR is structured. I think there's a bit of media literacy issues here.
That's the issue. Like, if it was portrayed as you say, then I think that'd be funny. But that's just not how it is. How it's actually treated is that the NCR is stretching the empire thin,
Mm-hmm.
And, if you're sending, it just doesn't make sense, though. Like, it doesn't matter which scenario.
You know what? I'm going to say it. SuperRad was better. Sorry. SuperRad's crazy and roundabout, but he can form an idea. This is just, I don't like it.
Yeah.
Follow
SuperRad's certainly more entertaining with his flashbangs.
Yeah, come on. Who doesn't want to listen to someone say that House is the villain of New Vegas?
come and create an easier life for those who can afford it, not for everyone. People suffer.
It's a funny thing too, because that'll be used as fodder. Like PatricianTV is woke. PatricianTV is saying that the entire NCR front line should be women. Whereas like my point is more like, I think you mildly misremembered. the extent that women are on the front line.
For it because of this, and Mr. House doesn't care. He is the villain of Fallout New Vegas, one who believes he is actually a necessary good, same as the NC.
A necessary good.
First off, I've what? Bro, you need to proofread your shit. The second off, I don't think Mr. House really cares about good and evil. I don't think he thinks in those terms. He just simply thinks in terms of progress.
So necessary good seems to be a makeup company, but I'm otherwise unable to find instances of this being a term that's ever been utilized. There are necessity goods, but that's like a product. And then sometimes they use I think the people are messing up and calling necessity goods necessary goods. But what's a necessary good? I hate
it's an oxymoron.
I'd hate to do this, but it's the necessary good of the situation. Necessary good is the opposite of necessary evil. But what does that mean? So you do a necessary evil because it's like, I don't want to do this. You know, it's like an amputation, for example. It's like, I don't want to amputate you, but your limb is infected and you're going to die, right? So it's like, it's evil, but it's a necessary evil for the situation that you're in.
Oh, I got it. Okay. Imagine somebody who really loves going to the gym and
Right.
like getting their exercise in, or we'll take you for an example. You like to ride your bike.
Right.
Riding your bike is good, and exercise is necessary. Ergo, riding your bike is a necessary good.
Okay. So it's just if you do anything like
House likes being evil, and he also thinks the evil things he does is good. Therefore, he is a necessary good.
it's just it's unusual. I've never heard that expression before because the term is necessary evil. There's no antonym to that. Aristotle meets Plato.
I'm just curious which word wasn't meant to be in there, good or necessary.
Y'all arguing against basic anthropology facts earlier was truly painful. You guys have a serious Dunning-Kruger issue. So what's the example? Where's the actual hard evidence that cave people were working less than 8 hours a week or 8 hours a day? Because you can go do it right now.
Yeah, I don't know. It's the people that I watch doing that on YouTube sure seem to spend a lot of time just doing meal prep.
It's modernity and modern progress that actually makes them take long. Cave people are just skilled at it. They're so skilled at it that they could get their daily food intake in just an hour of work. You called a woman human and he disagrees that women are human. There we go. We nailed it. That's the basic anthropology fact that we were wrong about. To me, saying cavemen worked less than 8 hours, I mean, like, it might technically be true. I could imagine that, like, you might work 6 hours. You might not have to work all day.
If your society was large enough,
I don't know. I'm just
every
like hunting can take a long ass time. So if you're having to do that like multiple times a week,
you break that up into shifts. You have different hunting groups that would go out. I just don't imagine that. I can't imagine the society where it's like, all right, we got enough.
So yeah.
FTR, and same as the Legion. All three major factions within the game are
No shot the caveman worked 9 to 5 from the crack of dawn till sunset. Where the fuck do you live that 9 to 5 is crack of dawn to sunset?
villains, and you are expected to choose one of them to ultimately align yourself with unless you can find another way, and you can. Independence.
It's not you can find another way, it's mandatory.
An ability to align all of
So we were right. He is an independent New Vegas. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if he's an Anprim.
of the factions except for the Legion and have them work together, create an environment where everyone helps one another.
Modern anthropology can literally just watch pre-modern people. Yeah, but the number of like pre-contract tribes that exist like is still pretty minimal. And you should be able to emulate that. It's a basic question of, can you generate 2,000 calories a day? And the problem is that in the process of generating calories, you need more calories. So it's not just 2,000 calories, it's probably 3,000 a day. Then you have to generate excess food for children or for anybody that you're taking care of.
The 2,000 calorie that
it was invented by the capitalists. You only need 400 calories a day.
Exactly.
And the greed and desire of capitalism is slowly pushed outward, even if it can never be truly forgotten. An independent Vegas that will stand strong against anyone looking for greater control over the Mojave, one that may or may not need a leader. How is something like that possible? It all lies with Benny and our wild card. Upon exiting the
All right, well, that was an insane pivot.
I do hope I want to hear more about why the independent Vegas is the best ending.
I mean, he's laid it out pretty far. Like, it's all about
I
capitalism.
just want to hear him say it.
He's pro-tribe.
I need to hear him say it.
All right. 525.18.
Say the words, please.
Unfortunately, we're jumping to Honest Hearts. 7 hours of this. It's 7 hours of being randomly flashbanged with like crazy ass tanky takes in the middle of like boring plot synopsis.
There's no one within the narrative or storytelling taking these tribes seriously. Instead, they are treated as inaccurate.
Read a book, dude. Oh man, you just owned me. You've proven me wrong. I now believe in SuperRad. I now believe that SuperRad is unconditionally right because someone said I was wrong on the internet.
Accurate caricatures of real indigenous people in order to help.
Hang on.
There's no one within the narrative or storytelling taking these tribes seriously. Instead, they are treated as inaccurate caricatures of real indigenous people in order to help immerse you. Joshua and Daniel as their savior.
Okay. Broke my brain for a second there. So he says the first is like the game designer, the way that they're approaching making the game. And then the second is like an in-character. Oh, but this is also like he's switching from the subject of the video being in the setting to the subject of the video being out of the setting. Where it's like Joshua Graham isn't treating the tribals as caricatures of real life indigenous groups. Because Joshua Graham is a character in the story.
Since the game believes they clearly can't take care of themselves. And
the game doesn't believe that. Unless, like, yes, characters within the game believe that, but that doesn't mean the game believes that. I don't know how to break this to you, but the game doesn't believe anything. It's It's not thinking. It doesn't have beliefs.
The game designers. They're being very problematic here.
I've heard Sawyer say he regrets how they depicted tribes in this game in relation to Native Americans. I mean, yeah, he's probably spent a lot of his career getting hemmed and hawed at that he was mildly problematic.
Mechanics of Honest Hearts lend to this. As we will see later, there's no choice given to the two tribes. Instead, you simply get to follow through with the plans of one white man or the other.
I mean, to be honest,
Oh.
I don't think the tribes want to fight in the conflict at all.
Yeah.
They're facing against another tribe that's being influenced by Ulysses. Like, that's why the intervention is necessary, because someone else is intervening in another tribe to attack these people. But also, yeah, white man. He said it with such vitriol. He can't help himself, can he?
Never ask the tribespeople. As we will see later, there's no choice given to the two tribes. Instead, you simply get to follow through with the plans of one white man or the other. Never do you get to ask the tribespeople what their desires or goals are, how they would dictate themselves outside of two of your companions, where you can convince one of them to go into the world and see the sights. When you make it
So it doesn't happen, except these instances where it does happen.
Mm-hmm.
But also, it's like, do we really need to elaborate on what people in an existential situation are going to want?
I am just very disappointed I didn't get to impose my anarcho primitive.
Also, he's wrong. None of this Marco garbage, okay? The actual thing is that you can just kill Daniel and Joshua Graham, and it lets you leave.
Really?
Yeah, because there's no way for the quest line to resolve. So it's like, if that's your perspective, then go kill the two white men and leave.
How does that even... What happens when you kill them both?
If I remember, you just get an objective.
I'm curious now.
Yeah, so what happens is if you kill any quest giver in Zion, such as Joshua Graham, Daniel, Follows, Chalk, or Waking Cloud, then you get an objective to retrieve the map from a cave, and you just escape Zion.
Oh.
Because I remember reading about this would happen. So what would happen is, you know that scenario where you're being ambushed at the start, and then the guy comes up and, like, shoots someone in the back and kills them? There's actually a not insignificant number of people who just mindlessly shot him as well because they can't tell the difference between the white legs and him.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone in chat said they accidentally killed Chalks in their first time playing. And a lot of people find out that way, that there's a quest to, once you kill him, you pretty much get locked into that path of, like, just leaving Zion. So it's like, yeah, if you don't want to participate in this dichotomy, fucking kill Joshua Graham. Aren't they all white? The tribes are, like, ambiguously ethnic. But they're definitely not really, like, Native Americans.
See, that's what makes it problematic.
$533.40. If you're actually curious about the leisure time of primitive people, Marshall Salins and Richard Lee were the first to make the argument they work less and their data is solid and settled it. But then why doesn't it comport in real life? You know, because there are people who have the money to not work, and so they can go and live a primitive lifestyle. There are people who do this. So why is their workday so much longer than these like primitive people?
Maybe it really is like a scale issue. So like
If you have a full tribe, you can
yeah, so there'd be like, you know, if you're too small of a tribe, then there's too much work burden per individual. But there's like a sweet spot where the work gets divided just enough so that everybody actually has like enough free time.
I don't know. I
And
just
then
think
after that,
when you add children into the mix who cannot produce enough calories on their own, then I just feel like that throws everything out completely.
mhm.
Because I mean, like, pregnant women can still work, so I'm not even counting them in the mental calculation. Because they can still do gathering, or they can still, like, work on tools and stuff. What is SuperRad's beef with you? I'm out of the loop. Beyond being, like, vaguely conservative and being accused of being a chud all the time, it's largely that just, like, during peak woke, I was a de-intersectionalist.
Also, you had bad takes on fast traveling in Oblivion.
Yeah. That's the real reason. It's not anything political. It's just I was anti-fast travel.
So my the problem with this concept that there would be like an ideal state of like size of people, population, whatever, is that number is always going to be in flux. Not just in terms of population, but also like, okay, you have a bad year where there's not enough to harvest or not enough to gather or something like that. What do you do then? What does the society do then? Like,
Yeah.
that's why I made the argument that I find it really hard to believe that there would be a prehistoric society that would be like, we have enough. Because you should always be preparing for the lean times.
Yeah, I mean, it always results in like expanding. The more you have, the more numbers you can possess.
Maybe like, again, it's like, it seems like there would be a like in theory you would have this ability, maybe. But in practice, that just makes you a target that just opens you up to unnecessary risks, and those tribes would be...
Well, here's my answer. In 1926, Trotsky invented women to render debate impossible. When I say children not working, I mean like 3-year-olds. A 3-year-old is not producing enough calories to meaningfully help the tribe.
Well, actually, a 3-year-old only needs 300 calories per day.
Humans only need 400 calories per day. All right.
Which doesn't defeat the Legion, mind you. You can inform Joshua about this to his surprise. He couldn't believe that after all Kaiser had done to him, that Kaiser was still the first to die. And Joshua can comment on how you are doing God's work even if you don't believe so. Honest Hearts looks to humanize Joshua Graham despite the incredible atrocities he is responsible for. He's a Mormon missionary turned legionary legate, and is falling back to his Mormon lifestyle while looking for forgiveness for his past actions. The game frames Joshua like he is a man redeemed, but this is an inaccurate and almost disturbing way to portray someone who has done what
Wow.
The game is once again autonomously doing things.
Right over his head, huh? Just... I mean, if he fell for fucking Wolpe's bullshit, he's absolutely gonna fall for...
Yeah, he'll completely miss the subtext of what is happening in this scene. So, yeah, I mean, where do we start? The fact that Joshua Graham is still on his old bullshit. Sure, he believes he's redeemed, but that doesn't mean that he is. You don't see him in the afterlife. You don't see the sum of his actions. I don't know, it's just weird. Like, he's come back to doing God's work. That means he's redeemed. Based?
Joshua continues to do. Joshua may have changed slightly in personality and gone back to the ways of his godly belief system, but this doesn't change the amount of unnecessary violence he is willing to enact on people simply because it is justified in his eyes. And I'm not talking about simply killing people in combat. Daniel, the most peaceful of the group, is even willing to kill if absolutely necessary in the protection of the tribe. If you side with Joshua at the end of the DLC, you'll find him systematically executing all of the white legs.
Based?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
I'm sorry, but the White Legs violated the non-aggression pact. Like, your system of government doesn't work if you're anti-Joshua Graham. Like, Joshua Graham is the ultimate, like, challenge to the independent New Vegas system, because it can't be like, come on, man, we should all just get along. It's like, motherfucker, they're gonna kill you. And so it's like, there's not a right answer to it, because Joshua Graham goes too far and Daniel's a pussy. There's no in-between moderate solution to that problem. But to be like, well, you know, Joshua Graham, he's toxically masculine.
Well, you see, if everybody just adopted my utopic society, then there would be no need to have conflict.
It's also like
this whole thing wouldn't exist.
It's also like, Joshua Graham, by killing the White Legs systemically, is fighting the Legion. You know, the guys that you think are evil.
No. We established that House is actually the biggest
villain.
evil. He's actually the villain. I think he missed the point that the White Legs were being like being propped up by the
it's an easy point. It's okay, so it's an easy point to miss, I think, because Ulysses really should have been like more prominent, that he was the one that was like instigating this. But at the same time, yeah, it's just silly, because it's ideologically incompatible with what he's presented in other parts of the video. Like, the thing is that this was written on another day, and
gotcha. He doesn't proofread.
He doesn't remember what he said in the prior section. But it's like, okay, so let's say you got the independent New Vegas ending, and then the Legion is like influencing the Great Khans to like infiltrate the region again. How does your system counterbalance that except to like kill the Great Khans?
No, we send out the social workers.
The social workers will talk to the Great Khans and get them to realize that they're being influenced by empires, and then they will...
Yeah, exactly.
Will avoid all the bloodshed.
It's just an education thing. The Great Khans are just extremely ignorant.
They're economically disadvantaged. The next part's in like 15 seconds, so I'm excited.
With their leader, a warlord cowering in fear, Joshua is portrayed as more knowledgeable and capable than these groups of tribespeople, and he uses this capability to enact violence that goes above and beyond what anyone else may consider necessary.
You know, you might have a point with the whole social worker thing, because it sounds like what he's presenting is like, Joshua should have just talked to them. And introduced the concept of Marxism to them and made them realize that they were being manipulated by the petit bourgeois.
necessary. Joshua may have been kicked out of the Legion, but he is still Legion in his actions, despite the good he tries to do. The bad he inflicts onto others is inexcusable, and he only justifies it through his religion.
But the bad part of the Legion was the slavery, which he doesn't do.
No.
SuperRad, the bad part was the slavery and the sexism and the homophobia and the fascism, which he doesn't do any of that. He just does the violence, which was like the most reasonable part of what he was doing because he was killing evil tribals.
The Legion, if you adopt even a little bit of the Legion, you're always going to be Legion. Once Legion, always Legion.
Right.
He'll just revert back to his way.
Today
his old
it's
ways.
killing the White Legs. Tomorrow it's raping women.
Exactly.
Okay.
So then how do... We'll apply that logic to the Great Khans then. What are your social workers supposed to do?
What did the social workers say to Papa Khan?
That's supposed to make him change his mind and come to the light.
Listen, if the player can speech check people, the social worker can speech check people. You see, if Derek Chauvin had just been speech checked by a social worker, he wouldn't have killed George Floyd. You can resolve all conflicts with the power of speech. This is kind of like autistic game logic thinking. Approaching the world in a way where it's like you're just a speech check away from resolving things.
Well, that's because that's how it worked with him. One day, somebody came with the light of, whatever he believes in. I genuinely don't know at this point. And it worked. Like it just, like in a moment, like light switch, and he's just like, oh yes, of course, now I'm enlightened.
It's kind of a noble, savage way to view the world, right? You just send a social worker into a tribal group and like they'll auto-resolve the conflict to prevent all war or exploitation. What if my tribal culture is exploitation? What if I'm just evil?
No, you don't understand. Remember, capitalism is the source of all evil. Only we have that. The tribes, they don't have that. They don't have capitalism,
right.
So they're not evil.
Right. So they're noble savages.
They're just ignorant. They're just ignorant. Although I won't use the term ignorant because that's extremely offensive.
They're naive.
So they're not even that. No. They're.
Hey Hitler, stop that. That's evil. Come on, man.
They're just I can't say guidance either because that makes them sound.
Let's hit the cherry on top on this sentence because it's still coming.
Instead of through Kaisar. That's why it's disturbing to see the writers make Joshua such a cool character. Not necessarily an interesting or deep one, but a cool one. Joshua is a legendary figure. He's enigmatic and covered in bandages. When you meet him, you see someone of power, someone that is designed to intimidate you through their experiences. And even the voice actor they choose is one of the best in the game's entirety. His gravelly, to-the-point nature of speaking makes Joshua inherently charming.
This way lies the path to hell. Caesar needed me to translate. Translation became giving orders. Giving orders became leading in battle. Leading in battle became training, punishing, terrorizing. A series of small mistakes before a great fall. And I stayed in that darkness until after.
Why did Hugo Boss have to dress the fascists
after I failed
in
Caesar
cool
and he had
clothing?
been burned alive, thrown into the Grand Canyon.
So
I survived because the fire inside burned brighter than the fire around me. I fell down into that dark chasm. The flame burned on and on.
Rage. Oh.
He's supposed to be.
Oh. Um. SuperRad. Um. That might be a little bit of a problematic meme to use here.
White people shouldn't use black people gifs in reaction videos. There's an internalized racism to that. If you're white, you should use the white I show speed memes.
There's okay, I just want to start off by saying I feel like this clip just proved me correct, and when I said somebody just one day showed up and told him what to think, and he's just like, yes, that sounds exactly right. I'm enlightened now.
Right.
Because he's just like, he's so cool, and he has that cool voice that makes him so charismatic. It's like,
it's a bad thing they made him cool. God, it's still not over. There's still like 25 more seconds of this clip.
What?
That's not even it.
And the game doesn't necessarily punish you or even comment on the fact that you can side with him outside of Daniel being slightly upset you chose to. You can convince Joshua to spare Salt Upon Wounds, the leader of the Whitelegs, but the damage has already been done by this point. Joshua has committed an essential genocide of a tribe. He is in no way better than the Legion. He is the same. This isn't a problem solely with Joshua either. We'll see later that the game is almost forced to humanize the Legion as they are a group you can side with.
It's almost like they're a faction of people made up by humans. They didn't just spawn out of the earth like orcs to commit evil upon the world. It's almost like they were humans that were manipulated by social circumstances to adopt an ideology. Listen, all I'm saying is that the Mormons in Honest Hearts were Israel, and the Whitelegs were Gaza. I feel like he missed the part of the story where the Whitelegs wiped out New Canaan. Like, we're talking about committing genocide against a tribe that has done it in the past and is planning to do it again.
Do I have to say it? Do I have to
Let him say it? He's not going to say that the Whitelegs were, like, genocidal.
It's not genocide if it's against...
If it's against white people. If it's against the Mormon mafia that steals Lego sets from old people, then it's not genocide. Almost like that's what makes these abhorrent acts so horrifying, that humans like you and me are capable of such evil. Yeah, exactly. Like, if your perspective says that this is an evil that exists, don't you want to interrogate how that came to be? Or are you just going to, like, placidly go, well, they're evil. They spawned out of the earth like orcs.
They're evil, but I know I'm not evil. And that's all that matters.
Something tells me this guy wouldn't be talking about about killing legionaries and not ethnically ambiguous tribals. No, it's literally it was cool until we started killing brown people thing. Listen, Resident Evil was cool until it started including Africans. And I, as a liberal person, do not want to see African people represented in media. That's why Resident Evil 5 is racist. Should we let the native raiders take our land or kill these fuckers? The Honest Hearts conundrum. No, I mean, it really is that. It really is that. And there are people who, like... I know I hate Honest Hearts, but I gotta give it its flowers just because, like, it perfectly encapsulates the, like, acceptance of like the suicidal empathy of someone like Daniel.
Yeah. See, my issue with Daniel is that it's one thing to, be suicidally empathetic and stuff and, like, destroy yourself, whatever. But he's taking an entire group of people along with him.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's the concerning part.
Yeah, he's white guilt and noble savage, the character. Yeah, and I feel like SuperRad is a really good example of people of the person who just fundamentally fails the intelligence check on this one. Of like, this is you. This is about you. Your hostile overreaction to it is because you don't realize the extent to which you've been brainwashed to believe that, like, white people can't be victims in a situation.
You see, the solution would be to let the white legs have Zion and then take the other tribes out and settle them into Vegas. We'll put them in the hotels.
We'll put them in the hotels. We need to make the tribals in Zion economic refugees in the NCR.
Kaisar is not only well-spoken, but he has a way of justifying his actions through philosophy that acts as a trap I feel many players may fall into.
Motherfucker, you can't be talking about traps right now. The falling into traps. And you got filtered by honest hearts. It's true in a sense that, like, people fall for the trap of Caesar's talking philosophical.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's true. It's a thing that happens. But you're not one to really complain about it. It's if he was honest and just said they didn't fall for the same traps that I have fallen for, then, you know, there would be an understandable aspect to it. This note is just cringe and prim rant. 6/14/08.
I saw the C word in the
Subtitle.
subtitles.
With or kill the think tank, the DLC will end here, with the expected epilogue slideshow. Mobius mentions the purpose of the Big Empty, which was to build a future for mankind. However, the expansion narrative asks an important question: when has science gone too far, and
And in my opinion, it's always gone too far. The invention of the wheel was the problem that has plagued humanity.
going far?
If he was to say that, I would at least be like, okay, at least he's consistent there.
Yeah. I feel like on the topic of length, you know, this video would be fine if it didn't just have like random flashbangs of like extremely weird political takes.
No, I disagree. That's what the video should just be. Make it just 10 minutes of that.
10 minutes of the concept. Yeah, there's your... If you want to do like a clip channel thing, there's your thing. Just like literally clip out all of the parts of this video that are like weird political takes and make that like a compilation video. And say it's like SuperRad out of context. That's the title. Daniel's answer is to keep running and give up what they have. He doesn't have an answer for when they can't run anymore. Yeah, the thing that always stood out to me with Daniel's ending is that it says something to the effect of, like, he always regretted that they gave up Zion. He's self-inserting himself, the shit people gave you flack for, but instead of just the character, he internalizes the whole game as validation for his worldview. Yeah, that's the thing I run up against, is that there are times where I talk politics, but I always try to keep it not only just relevant to what the game is saying, but like on point to what the game is saying. I'll give him credit that like at least this isn't a like anti-capitalism rant in a video talking about a game that like doesn't merit that conversation, because New Vegas is a political game. It's just that his political read of it is just kind of insane.
Well, I mean, when you're missing like half of the messages and themes of the game.
My video is only 10 minutes and only gameplay, basically. Well, it's like, there's a lot of things, right? If you want to do a narrative analysis of Fallout New Vegas and not really talk about gameplay, that's fine. If you want to do a political analysis, that's fine. These are all very valid things to do. To me, the annoying thing is the notion of, I want to lock in for 7 hours and play Minecraft and listen to this guy talk about Fallout New Vegas, but randomly is just the most insane rants about, like, technology is evil and capitalism is bad and white people should allow themselves to be victims of genocide. It feels like it's a very strange dichotomy. I feel like he doesn't intellectually understand why the breadtubers would start talking about capitalism partway through the video. I think he's too naive to even realize what the function of that was. Can we get a political analysis of Pal World? Yes, ripping off Nintendo is based as fuck. 7-hour-long video essays are crimes against humanity. I mean, obviously I disagree, but you know, I think there's a market for this if you just like. What I would do is, if you feel the compulsion that your art needs to reflect your political stance, what you do is you take all of it, you condense it down into one section, and you give people a timestamp to skip it. It's the throwing it in the middle of the video every couple hours, randomly.
Justified in the name of progress. There's a lot of philosophical debate over what progress means for society and whether or not it is an inherent good. We generally judge if something is good based on what makes us happy, and our happiness is dictated by perspective. You may be less happy than your ancestors who never had electricity, despite the fact that you get to live longer and potentially more comfortably. So then we are
Maybe, or maybe they're less happy than me. That's just life. You have good years, you have bad years.
Maybe their wife and child were eaten by a saber-toothed tiger.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be less happy in that circumstance.
It's this weird. I think he's deluded himself into thinking this is empathy, where I'm going to imagine a fictional scenario of what my ancestors' life was like. It was so much worse. They didn't have to deal with YouTubers making fun of them, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So really, I'm less happy than they were. And it's like, I don't think you have the theory of mind to come to a determination one way or another about how happy or not happy your ancestors were. I will say, this has been more fun than I expected.
Yeah.
At least it's not miniature nerd.
We are forced to ask what is justified in the name of progress. Many believe that the damage caused by capitalism to those failing within it is justified due to capitalism's success at creating progress. Similarly,
And also its success at creating happiness.
Nobody's happy in
Nobody's happy under capitalism. I was thinking,
except for this few elite.
yesterday I was playing Planet Crafter, and I was thinking about the philosophy of like terraforming planets and what have you, and I think like, in my view, the way that you maximize happiness is to create the largest number of opportunities. And so it's like, if you could terraform every planet that could feasibly be terraformed to create the most space for people to live, then like, if 100 billion humans exist but only half of them are happy, that's 50 billion happy humans. That's a greater amount of happiness than like if there are 7 billion humans and all of them are happy. Which is like, it's a weird philosophy to think about, because it's like, obviously that means there's 50 billion unhappy humans. So there's obviously a problem there, but it's just, do you think of it as a ratio of the percentage of people who are happy in a society, or do you think of it as a flat number of people who are happy in a society?
It has to be a ratio.
I mean, it's a
And
ratio
that,
if you value egalitarianism in the way that you think, but to me, it's like if you create the most opportunities for like children to grow up and have happy childhoods where they, have fun experiences and what have you, if that's your perspective on like how you add happiness to the world, then surely like raw numbers and expansionism is the way to go in terms of generating happiness.
no, we need to bring our species down to single digits, and then all those people should be happy, and then we'll achieve 100% happiness.
Okay, when he was talking about House, I actually thought about proposing this. What if you killed everybody on Earth except one person, but that one person was happy? That's your
mission accomplished.
100% ratio.
I mean, really, the best outcome is that everybody's dead. There can't be unhappiness if everybody's dead.
True, yeah.
Right?
The risk of you
there
being
go. I
unhappy.
mean, I want to die. Surely
Yeah.
everybody else wants to die too.
So you kill everyone but DSP. Yes, society has it's going to be a battle between whether DSP or Christian is the one who gets to inherit the Earth as the lone survivor of the pogrom. But to me, it's just an interesting way of looking at it, because it comes down to the fundamental of the weird anarcho-primitivism or the like environmental extremism of like, we need to reduce the population down to 500 million. And it's like, so how do you accomplish that?
Well, it's already accomplishing itself. People are having less babies.
The thought of DSP as the last living human is hilarious. DSP will have literally outlived everybody on Earth. I'm down for this social experiment.
I wish I'd be alive to witness it. We could simulate it. We'll put him on an island and tell him that everybody else on Earth
I was going to say, Grok, simulate what would happen if everybody except Darkside Phil died. Most of this video is now SuperRad jokes, which he's going to use to dismiss the entire thing. Maybe not even in a deceitful way. It's just too much joking hyperbole versus actual argument. My perspective was he was going to dismiss the entire thing to begin with.
I mean, I assumed he was not even going to watch this.
That was proven the second that I checked the video that was supposedly had corrections in it, and he still had the Gamergate rant after the rape victim part.
Yeah. Because, like, surely somebody's already brought this up.
Surely somebody has politely critiqued him for that. So it's like, at that point, he's going to ignore me regardless. So, why not just kind of,
for fun?
Yeah, just why not go all out on his takes?
Yeah.
I think the last few years have proven that he doesn't have the capacity for self-improvement in the respect of his, like, ideological viewpoint of the world.
Ride or die.
But, like, I do this stuff because it's like an interesting insight that informs my gradual evolution as a person.
I just think it's funny.
Ooh, this next one's funny. 646.25. Caesar's on screen, so you already know.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I mean...
I wonder how much of the screen time is Caesar or Caesar-adjacent characters. Alright. Hip hip, here we go! Oh, that was supposed to play it.
Values of the victor. It's an inherent flaw within the philosophy of Caesar's thought process. This synthesis is only better if the Legion wins against the NCR. He doesn't even consider the other outcomes within the scenario. This seems to be a flaw within his reasoning that many people miss when reading through his dialogue.
I mean, why would you consider the alternative of what if we lose?
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure he does. I mean, he doesn't spell it out, but his philosophy says, I swear he has a line that's along the lines of, the NCR will be so affected by this war that it'll inevitably change them as a result as well.
Yeah.
It's a win-win scenario for him because the impact of fighting the Legion is a dialectic in itself. It's not about the outcome, it's about the war itself. If you don't plan to win, you're planning to lose. Yeah, I know. It's just a weird thing to expect Caesar to talk about, like, the outcomes if he loses. Because it's like, imagine you get the opportunity to meet Donald Trump, and you're talking to him about the Iran conflict, and you're like, so what do you do if you lose? Donald Trump's not going to talk to you about that. I wonder if SuperRad realized that only people that support the Legion call him Kaiser instead of the anglicized Caesar. That would be interesting, and if somebody's got a clip of him talking about the Latin pronunciations. That should be easy to look up if you look at the transcript.
Some believe Kaiser makes a broad philosophical point about the clash of opposing cultures, but really all it is personal justification for the atrocities he wishes to commit in order to take over the Mojave. Kaiser wants to rule, and he wants to be powerful. All of his philosophical nonsense and reasoning is just an excuse so that he can feel less bad about it.
I don't believe that at all. First of all, so did you know Caesar has no karma rating, and the reasoning that was given was that Caesar doesn't feel bad about anything he's doing. So it's not good or evil karma to kill Caesar because he's a neutral karma character, which I feel like is a weird read on how the karma system is supposed to work anyways, but like it's been stated by the developers that he does not feel bad about this situation. Look at this guy. This guy is in his fucking element. This guy has been winning for the last 3 decades. He is exacting his philosophy the way that he wants it to be exacted. This man believes in total raider death. By any means necessary. Asmongold has cockroach energy. I think he's also in the running for the person to survive the end of time. So does karma go off your morals? I think karma sucks.
Yeah.
I have a very long section about why karma is a bad... Not only is it a bad implementation, it's kind of a bad idea to, as the writer, prescribe morality to the situation. Because then you come into situations like Caesar, where it's like, what is the karma alignment? What is the rating that you give of this? Because it's like...
Yeah.
You could make the argument he should be evil. You can make the argument he should be neutral because he doesn't feel bad about it. You could make the argument that it should be evil to kill Caesar because it's going to destabilize the Legion and that'll lead to worse outcomes. Or you could make the argument that it's evil to kill Caesar because he feels personal righteousness in his actions. That's why karma is a bad idea as a writer.
Or you could even make the argument that'd be bad it'd be bad karma to kill him because killing is evil.
Yeah, let me be clear, because it's published in the Patreon exclusive thing that I talk about this. I don't put a lot of stock in rating the morality of a situation based on the karma rating of the character. The reason I brought that up was mostly the comment that has been given by developers that the reason for that, the underlying logic of that decision they had was that they said that Caesar doesn't feel bad about what he's doing. That's the important part, and that's the relevant part to this video, is that he's claiming that the philosophy is because Caesar feels bad.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking that, no, I think he really does believe this.
Which, I mean, like, kind of telling on himself here that, you know, he comes up against somebody who is, like, probably one of the only people in the game to actually be, like, truly 100% determined to his, like, committed to his like ideology, and you know he cannot recognize that. He thinks he's just putting on an act.
Yeah. So I'd like to note that Colonel Moore, one of the most morally evil NCR characters in the game, is neutral karma. Josh Sawyer's mod changes it to very evil. I was going to say I disagree with very evil, but I think within the logical framework, that does actually make the most sense.
Mm-hmm.
Just because she's a very duplicitous person, not very reasonable in the way that she approaches the assignment that she's been given. Why would a powerful man like Caesar do something he doesn't believe in? Yeah, you don't spend 30 years building an empire that does slavery and child soldiers. You don't do that just because you feel like it. You know, you didn't wake up one morning and say, I want to do heroin.
No, he's evil. So of course he's going to do evil things.
Yeah. It's just, I feel like SuperRad misses a lot of the depth of Caesar's character. Uh-oh, white man should have just gone to therapy instead of enacting total raider death. He did it for the vibes, exactly. The Fallout show said otherwise. I've seen what happens in the Fallout show, and it sounds so fucking stupid that like when you say undermining the purpose of a story, you know, I always think it's weak when it's like the Halo show ruined Halo, right? But like writing a scenario that completely undermines the character of Caesar, I think is actually kind of a little evil just because like it takes away from the very human aspect of this story. You know,
yeah,
these are bad guys, but they didn't spawn out of the earth. They went down a path that led them to doing things that we consider evil.
To justify.
We haven't even gotten to the funniest part of this sentence. If this note is true, and this note was taken by a human, this is going to be the funniest thing that happens tonight.
Oh no.
It. And it's actually crazy to me how well this convinces some people that play through the game. It actually helps explain why so many people fall down the Ben Shapiro or Jordan Peterson rabbit hole, because no matter.
Yeah.
We did it, chat.
Yeah.
We've got a Jordan Peterson reference. What a crazy blast from the past when Jordan Peterson was relevant. A bad explanation of Hegelian dialectics is exactly how people end up listening to Ben Shapiro.
No matter how idiotic or insane their thought processes are.
You're going to have to do more than, like, say that they're idiotic or insane, though. Unfortunately, conservative thinking is not inherently defeated just by calling the other person insane. Jordan Peterson is insane. Unfortunately, his points are more nuanced and stick with people for reasons beyond that. Jordan Peterson is having his cock milked in a hospital right now. By the automatic milking machine.
I have not kept up with the Jordan Peterson lore.
I think he like crashed out and fell out hard from drug use.
Oh.
Well, he always seemed kind of high. This was 4 years ago, by the way. Yeah, that's why I said it was like peak Arrow. Like, obviously, this would be fucking Charlie Kirk if this came out like a year ago.
Right. Yeah.
Or like, there's no way he's not mentioning like Andrew Tate in the modern day.
Yeah.
Broke his brain on benzos. Yeah, I knew it was something. I really don't see anything in Peterson's philosophy. I think Peterson, bear in mind, I've got fuck all clue what he has to say beyond like some surface level clips that I've seen online. It always seemed like he was applying Nietzsche to like a micro level. It's like, here's how you materially improve your life by taking charge of things. And I know that it's like funny to be like, you know, you should clean your room, but like, if you're trying to help a depressed person, it's like, yeah, just
Okay.
being told to clean your room, you materially benefit yourself. That starts the feedback loop of like benefiting yourself every day, and you can drag yourself out of depression from something as simple as that.
Okay, I've literally had these conversations with my therapist. Because that is 100% like one of the tactics you use in cognitive behavioral therapy, is that you want to create patterns of behavior that reinforce themselves, positive patterns. So that's what you start with, like what you just said, something small like cleaning your room. That's why it works, because it's like you start with small victories and those things snowball.
Peterson was big on CBT. Yeah, a lot of cock and ball torture going on over there. But yeah, beyond that, I've got really no clue what Peterson was into, like, philosophically. I think it was mainly just, like, he was problematic. He'd go on Joe Rogan during the era when, like, people were starting to hate Joe Rogan. He draws from Jung, Dostoevsky, and interprets the Bible from a psychological, metaphorical lens. Yeah, I can see why that's controversial. Jordan Peterson, Wendigo psychosis. Do not research. Never do ayahuasca. You're not mentally strong enough.
If they can
I like that we're all talking about Jordan Peterson, and once again, Ben Shapiro just skates by, rubbing his hands together and cackling. Haha, nobody's noticed me this time. I shall live to the next right-wing grift moment.
For as little as I know about Jordan Peterson, I know even less about Shapiro.
Nobody knows anything about Ben Shapiro other than, like, he's pro-Israel. Because who cares about Ben Shapiro? I'm 95% Ben Shapiro was more popular than Charlie Kirk. So, like, it's weird that I don't really know anything about what he believes. He might not believe anything. And his sister, yeah. Abby Shapiro. Have you seen Abby Shapiro? Just look up Abby Shapiro breasts. Furthermore wants the people she hates to suffer no matter what, and if you go against her and make peace with the Gons, Brotherhood, and Kings, she gets Crocker fired and spreads lies about that lower your NCR rep. Hater, good character. She's absolutely believable as like the mid-level bureaucrat who sandbags everything.
Oh. What the fuck?
They're quite big, aren't they?
speak well and bring up a little philosophy that seems to support them only on a surface level, many will flock to them as if they were geniuses, and no amount of philosophical justification will ever convince me that the Legion's actions make sense, that slavery or genocide are okay within any capacity.
Yeah, because you see the wasteland and go, ah, yes, this is the opportunity to revert everybody back to being cavemen. That's why you don't really see a valid justification for it. I see the wasteland and go, holy shit, can somebody please kill all of these raiders? You know, I'm a little pro frontier justice, if that makes sense.
Send in the robots.
All right, 7:07:22. We're actually gonna get through this video.
Nice.
And it was only possible thanks to somebody else biting the bullet and years ago taking these notes and holding this grudge for this long. Thank you, FaZe Walker.
He knew it would happen one day. He was prepping.
Criticizing militancy, capitalism, and so much
Oh,
more.
we gotta go back further. I gotta know how this
boy.
sentence starts.
In storytelling, narrative, and critique. It shines a light on some of the worst traits of our culture within North America, criticizing militancy, capitalism, and so much more.
Yeah. Yeah.
SuperRad seems to me that he's a very dangerous type of ideologue. He's the type to totally support something that aligns against his interest without understanding why that's a bad thing for him. Yeah,
Yes.
I 100%
So-
agree. That's why I disagree with him on a philosophical level. Is just he is constantly making things worse for himself and by proxy me, because he is advocating for things that are suicidal.
So during the communist revolution in Soviet Russia and stuff, the people running the movements and stuff looked for people like this, because these were like the best mouthpieces, where it's just they will just repeat what they've been told to say, and they're not going to question any of it and everything like that. Even though like it's working completely against them and stuff, like these are the people that you want to be propping up during a revolution to get the ideas out there.
And then they can be killed after the fact once their usefulness is expired.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Why the hell is a
that's-
review on Fallout New Vegas so politically brained rather than just discussing what's presented in the game? I get that New Vegas is an incredibly political game. It'll be the most political discussion that I've had on my channel. But the politics brain comes from the us versus them mentality that he has, the campism, the hardline anti-capitalism, just the weird contradictory perspectives that he gives. That said, I'm glad I looked into it, because it's kind of like the Outer Worlds. You always hear that it's communist, and then you play it and you find out that it's anarcho-primitivist. He didn't say one word about the gameplay. That's because we're taking it in clips.
Yeah.
Because we're 7 hours into the video and we're 6.5 hours into the stream. So it's one of those things where it's like, I'm not really interested in what he has to say regarding the plot and regarding the gameplay commentary that he gives. That's not what he's famous for. He's not H Bomber Guy, where his Fallout videos are famous because of the video itself. He as an entity exists because there's a bunch of really weird clippable stuff that you can share online.
That's probably why he's fallen off. He reined this in.
No, I think that he fell off because he got trapped in a feedback loop, because it gets worse. You would think, how does it get worse? But like, look at this Fallout 3 section of notes that I've been given. It was longer than the Fallout New Vegas section. And I think it's because it seems like he's going to spend a lot of time in the Fallout 3 video defending his New Vegas takes and like boxing people online about it.
Yeah.
And SuperRad fell off with Starfield. That was kind of it's weird because he didn't get a lot of views on it, but it was like one of the fatal blows to his channel was just the loss of credibility that came with that video.
You can say you like Fallout 3, you can't say you liked Starfield.
Yeah, people really don't like that. After the Oblivion Arena clip, where do you really go from there? Oh yeah, that was the thing. There was a time when, after his Oblivion video came out, and he did his usual thing of like, the Argonia arena prisoner fighters is a statement, blah blah blah. That got spread around online, and I think that might have been part of the fall off, was just like people. And I think that like in private circles, people have been sharing clips of this guy being weird for a while, and
what is the Argonian section?
it's
What is this?
it's the prisoners that are forced to fight against you in a 3v1, and it's like it's about like it's exploitative or something. I don't remember the specifics of the take, but it got passed around to conservative circles as like a look at this fucking bread tube weirdo and his weird take. Are we obligated to feel bad about people being fired who make bad products? It's the same. Yeah, it's the same thing with YouTubers. I think fundamentally, if I was to give SuperRad a criticism, and I've said this a couple times in this stream, it's that people really don't like the flashbanging.
Yeah.
You can have a section where you consolidate it somewhere in the middle of the video and give people a chance to skip over it, but don't constantly go back to making the same fucking tired points about how capitalism is evil and how technology is evil and progress is evil and people are stupid for agreeing with conservatives online.
Yeah. That shit does get very very tiring to hear, especially when you're just putting something on to have some background noise.
Yeah, if this was 7 hours of New Vegas talking points, and then there's a 10-minute section I can skip over of the weirdo political takes, then
just be like, you just frame it as like, all right, guys, I'm gonna warn you, the next section is gonna be very like politics heavy. If you don't want to hear this, skip to this timestamp.
yeah,
There won't be any more politics after that. That's it.
that would be the way to go. If it would be better than this, because obviously that's not what I'm gonna do, but I'm also aiming to try to be as like fair as possible.
It doesn't matter. You're gonna get called a woke chud regardless.
Yeah, I mean, someone misspelled calling me a fascist just now, so I'm not a fascist.
Good video. So we're gonna watch the Fallout 3 video.
We're not done, but yeah, we'll do Fallout 3 at some point because this was a lot of fun. We got to finish this one, and then there's one more note.
The fact that we didn't watch it in its entirety is that's how I thought we were gonna do it. Once you told me, oh, I just have notes with timestamps, instantly I was just like, oh, okay.
If this was Skyrim, do you think you would consider Reachman too far right? I am fascinated to find out because he hasn't done Skyrim yet, and it's like, because somebody asked, would he be Stormcloaks or Imperials, and it's like, I want to see him mentally contort. Is he pro-imperialism or is he pro-nationalist? Is he pro-nationalist of a white ethnic community? And it's
maybe
like,
that's why he's not doing Skyrim, because it would just be a lose-lose scenario.
yeah, there's no way for his politics to parse it, because it's like, no matter how he cuts it, he's either pro-imperialism or he's pro-white ethnic group. And it's like favoring the Reachman is literally a conflict between two groups of ethnic white natives conflicting over a territory. It's like, that's just impossible to navigate for him. He'll be pro Reachman because that's what a lot of shitlibs online are, but it'll be tough for him.
The Reachmen are just meant to soften Skyrim and soften the Empire so that the Argonians can take over.
I'm facially prejudiced. Yeah, that's why we don't know what Andy Bunker looks like. Which, in fairness, I'm down to keep. I've been I'm very bad at recording video in real life, and so like a lot of my video has my stupid face in it, and so I've been like censoring it. Just because like I honestly think that like this genre of content, it's best if you don't know what the people look like, even if they look normal, just because like it's all a voice, it's all a persona.
Yeah.
While it is known to fall flat from time to time, I don't think you can consider any narrative to be fully perfect. New Vegas had a message, however, one that it wanted to bring to an audience of individuals who may not have yet questioned those concepts that have been drilled into their mind about their—
Unfortunately, from the clips I've seen, I don't know quite what the message is. The Roy Phillips school debate is such a nothing burger to me because it's either let these ghouls who are all fine murdering everyone in, or don't, and I will not allow nice Herbert Daring Dashwood die. No, it's a false hypothetical, just like you'd expect. It's like it's the weirdly the most Obsidian-like quest in Fallout 3, but I don't know, it's like an Outer Worlds 2 quest in a lot of ways. Here's two bad possible outcomes. Choose which one's worse, which one's better. I don't like seeing YouTubers' faces. It doesn't seem right putting a face to the voice. It's kind of like it's the same culture with VTubing. Why would I want to know what these girls look like? Even if they're attractive, I still don't really want to know. I think less of SuperRad because I know what he looks like.
That is true. What's worse? What's worse? Seeing a YouTuber or a Twitch streamer or whatever in real, like seeing their face for the first time, being like, "You look exactly how I imagined you'd look," or the opposite, where it's like, "You don't look anything like I thought you would look."
It depends on like. It depends on how they look.
Because when I found out what SuperRad looked like, I was 100% like, "You look exactly like how I thought you would, like to the fucking T."
It's better to see a YouTuber than smell a YouTuber.
Hey, I put on deodorant before I started the stream.
Pat looks exactly how he sounds, so I'm guessing you're not one of the people who thought I was black.
Comprehensive overhaul of the game. On top of this, they managed to improve several features of the Fallout 3 base via the source code, better combat, better lighting, etc. If you've ever actually developed a fully featured game, you know this takes an exorbitant amount of time and talent, and 18 months sounds like nothing at all in the grand scheme of things. And with Bethesda's constant interference during development that clashed with the current developers' visions, a lot of content had to hit the cutting room floor to never be completed.
Did that happen?
I
Do we have sources on that?
I know that I don't think there was constant interference. I think it was just a deadline issue.
Yeah.
This is just generically like regurgitating a lot of the takes people have online. He'd probably be thrilled to he would be like, Todd Howard gave a PowerPoint presentation on why
Yeah.
why New Vegas was bad. Todd Howard invited the entire Obsidian team to sit in their amphitheater and watch him fuck Chris Avalon's wife in front of everybody. But so yeah, that was all the notes that I was given. The thing is, I'm sure there's more. I'm sure that there's stuff that I would have praised him for. Obviously, this is one super hater's clip list of timestamps. But I feel like I've gotten the gist of what I've actually heard about this video for. This video is unfortunately infamous. It's not a video where it's like, well, he's got an interesting technique, or, you know, he's got some salient points to make. Because what's famous about this video is the political stuff.
Yeah.
This video is famous for the flashbangs.
The only response I've ever heard from this video is just, "Oh God, not that one."
What channel? Oh, okay, you DM'd me. Was this 3 days ago? I assume this is a fresh clip. At least he's talking about me in the sense of like the content I've made, even if it's spreading bad information or like stuff that's been debunked already. Shocking to me how people will villainize someone like Emil Pagliarulo because a YouTuber told them to. Still get comments where people think he's everything wrong with Bethesda and the devil. You gotta do your own research and form your own opinions, because I know you know fuck all about game dev. The amount of damage one dogshit video can have on public opinion is crazy. That sounds like jealousy to me. I think he wishes that was true, and also that he had that kind of power.
Now you're just baiting.
Is he an Emil stan too? No, I would imagine just because it's counter me, because he said that video was good as well. Which SuperRad is pro weaponizing people's dead relatives.
Oh.
The idea that Emil hate came from you is giving you way too much credit. Yeah, I mean, like I
Yeah.
said, I wish I had that type of influence. It would help me a lot. Unfortunately, that video was not 8 hours of me saying Emil Pagliarulo is evil and capitalism is a good thing. It was, I presented a lot of the clips of Emil Pagliarulo speaking, and unfortunately a lot of those clips speak for themselves. Emil hate came from Kretosis, let's be honest. You know what's funny is that, like, that's infinitely more valid, but I still get the majority of the blame because Never Knows Best didn't like me, and Kretosis was just, like, kind of collateral damage in that fight. But I mean, like, the defeat of that video is always going to be the Starfield video itself. And so, like, what's my point on that? My point is you're going to get what you deserve. In the sense of the Bethesda games will be as bad as you deserve them to be.
PES 6 is going to be great.
PES 6 will
They're
be
on
great.
a new engine.
Microsoft is looking out for them. I mean, this is pretty mundane. It's just like he doesn't approve that Avalon and Sawyer didn't get along 100%. Which, I mean, like, honestly, if I'm in a creative environment, there's just going to be like people that I beef with because partially because I view that as productive.
Right.
You got to start some fights occasionally just because it keeps the blood fresh. When you don't keep your blood fresh, you end up making a SuperRad video. But yeah, I think we'll hit up Fallout 3 at some point. I want to see how SuperRad reacts to this stream. I want it to be civil. I think that there could be like a positive discourse. I would love to be in a world in which SuperRad can be included in the ecosystem that I've built for myself. I'd love that. I don't think it's going to happen, and I think that he is the biggest obstacle to that. But otherwise, he can come on LARP. We can... Shit, what would we talk about? Microsoft layoffs? Ethics and game consumption? We'll talk about something, but if he wants to. And if he doesn't want to because he doesn't like what I had to say, well, you know, so be it. If he doesn't want to because, like, there's a platforming issue, first of all, I'm bigger than you. But secondly, I'll do it unmonetized, too. I've offered that to Emil Pagliarulo before.
Yeah, I don't see this happening.
I don't see it happening either, but, you know, the offer is there.
I can't believe Pat's punching down.
So true. You know what? I blundered saying that. What if YouTube forced monetization? Well, then YouTube would make the money, but like, you know, what I'm saying is that it's not a matter of if there's ads on it. It's a matter of, do I make money from it? So it's like, if he wants me to donate it to charity, then I'll donate to charity, you know, whatever it is. It's saying I'll do the conversation for free.
I think you need to donate it to Palestine.
Okay, but I'm not going to donate it to the Palestine link that he gives necessarily, because a lot of those are scams. Now, I'm not saying that he's spreading scam links. I'm just saying that, like, I want to be sure that the money goes to Palestine and not to, like, just some guy's bank account. But really, I don't feel like donating to a charity of his choice. It would be like St. Jude's. And it's like the LARPs barely make money anyways. So,
This one will have millions of views. Don't worry.
yeah, these streams are always weird. I think the H Bomber guy one did like crazy numbers. Bicycle to Palestine and give people the money personally.
There you go.
All right, chat. Well, I'll catch you next time. Be on the lookout for a potential Fallout 3 reaction.
And the Halo C-Make.
Halo C-Make stream. Probably Friday.